Hello and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho to kick things off today, the last day of long deck. Yesterday I called it two-card, of course, short deck, also a two-card game. A final shot at glory. That's the coverage that we're going to be bringing you here today. A little bit wet outside this afternoon. Maria, did you find yourself a black cab on the way to work?
I definitely did not walk today. Yesterday it was so nice. You would think there's a little consistency with the weather. I don't think so.
All right. So yesterday we found, well, a really exciting final table. It feels like is a short sell in terms of what we observed. I actually ended up showering myself before the rain came down here in London. That's how absolutely absurd things were. Now, that particular hand that I speak of we'll unpack further on down the line. However, we do need to get to the highlights from that event, and let us flash back to that incredible $125,000 main. A table that will be talked about for quite some time. Perhaps not by Doug Polk, however, whose participation was limited after he chose to jam over the top of the buzzsaw at that final table. The Frenchman JNT. Two red kings for him against king queen, and then suddenly opportunities on the turn for Polk, who also had two outs at a clean win with the queen, but $422,000 would go his way for the 9th place finish, leaving behind 8. Lun Lun would jam with pocket deuces, and then Chidwick would find the call with pocket 5s. An awful spot, of course, to be in, hunting two outs. On a queen high flop in a 3 million chip pot, the prospects were grim, and they got grimmer. Though the board did pair on the turn, giving some chop outs. Unfortunately, though, for Lun, Chidwick would knock him out in 8th. Over $500,000 going to Lun Lun. And then Taiwan's James Chen, a fearsome force, ran into the immovable object that was JNT. Kings into aces, and keep that hand in mind, as it is so specific, and yet it happened more than once. Flop and the turn were no help. Cowboys didn't show up on the end, and you could see James Chen shrugging his shoulders. What more could he have done? $705,000 would go his way for a 7th place finish. Then Juan Pardo, king, queen suited, would get it in, and this was a new lease on life for Pardo when we were 6-handed. More on that later. JNT again with two aces. You could see the exasperated look on Pardo's face, thinking, what does it take to beat this guy? Almost $8 million in the middle. Nice interaction with the jack of spades. Piqued Terrell's attention. On the turn, however, no backdoor equity, and the king-queen drew dead. A wrap of the rail would leave Pardo out in 6th place. $970,000 went his way. 7-figure payouts then. With 3 of 4 bust-outs already in his cap, JNT went to work on Stephen Chidwick and did so with another big pocket pair. Chidwick, 1.3 pocket 7s. His call allowing Adams to get out of the way with pocket 8s. And keep your eye on Adams and pocket 8s. More on that later. Ace 5 deuce rainbow board. Not helpful. Nor was the turn. And a 2-outer was needed. Not where one wants to be, as Chidwick, yet another victim of JNT. $1.26 million went his way for the 5th place finish, and then 4 remained. An uncharacteristically bad hand, let's call it, for JNT. Ace 5 as opposed to ace ace, king king, and the lot. However, against Ike Haxton, it was enough to be best on an 8-7 deuce board, where Haxton had the open-ender and 2 overs. Perhaps a case of too many outs. A board pairing turn, unhelpful. Same story for a 3 of clubs on the river. And Haxton, $1.58 million, denied the title. Now then, JNT already having knocked out 5 of 6, and he would take this one off as Jungleman went up with Queen Jack against Tim Adams with Jack Jack. Lady Luck not there on the turn. $8.4 million in the middle, and on the river, the 6 of hearts would seal the footballer's fate. 1.94 million for Kate Stowe, who did tweet that he was okay with that outcome, all things considered. And then this, you might think, would be the most incredible hand, just given what we're about to bear witness to, but absolutely not. Again, more on that later. Here are the 2 8s aforementioned in front of Adams. Looked like he was on the grill, marinated and ready to be barbecued. King, Queen, 7, 9s, sitting oh so pretty, but covered by Tim Adams. A clean turn. And then suddenly something bacterial in the air as an 8 runs a dagger into JNT. And then absolutely plucked on the heartstrings of Tim Adams, and perhaps never before has a winner's photo contained so much talent and so much support. An incredible moment there. The second place finish for JNT, $2.83 million for him. Not at all a small payout, but of course the emotion on Tim Adams for that massive over $4.1 million that he took down for the main. A guy who was on a bit of a bad run coming into this one, Maria.
You could clearly see it was almost like a release the second that 8 came off on the river, just tears welling up in his eyes. And, you know, Tim may be on a bad run by his standards. You know, bricked Cyprus warm-up in 2022, bricked Madrid, and managed to 6 in Vietnam, had a couple small cashes, but here in London, 4th in the 200K, and wins the main event for a combined $5.7 million. But it's definitely one of those things where when you do feel like you're running bad, you start questioning maybe your confidence a little bit is going to start waning. You're not sure if you're making the right decisions or if you are just getting unlucky. And so that has to be incredibly validating for Tim to be able to close one out.
I think that's the word for me, is validating, because it is so easy, no matter how much of a top pro you are, to feel as though you wake up every day and you come out here and you do the thing that you study oh so hard in between stop after stop to accomplish. And we've seen, you know, not to harp on it because obviously things have been remedied for the most part for these two, but Seth Davies and Nick Petrangelo, pop into the Triton Poker Plus app and look at their resumes and ask yourself if you could wake up and go to work day in and day out with a dry spell the likes of which they had. And even when you do pick up a cash or two here, when they're modest, you're talking about big red numbers on the ledger. So to get this nice $5 million plus, that sigh of relief, and perhaps a snowball effect moving through to the rest of this festival for Adams.
Right. I mean, there's still a few more events to go. And I think for Tim, somebody who I feel like has worked on all the elements of his game, you know, coming in with the right mindset is very important to him. And I think this will just make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, no question about it. And obviously you saw that winner's photo. Everyone really rooting for him. Such a wonderful guy. Well respected, well liked by everybody on tour. Let us then look on the other side of that heads-up match at JNT. A guy who may have not been on a lot of people's radar. As I was scrolling through Twitter after the match, a lot of questions about who is this dude? Well, obviously at that final table, he was the Reaper, as he claimed so many pelts. But a man who marches to the beat of his own drum, very much so. Randy talked about yesterday during the show at various points in time, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't let somebody come in here and tell you how to do what you do. And I think he played very much into character and to great effect at that FT.
Right. And I think some of that image that he has, especially amongst the players that play on the Triton series who know him so well and are so familiar with him, probably helped him get some of the action that he got, but just an incredible amount of big hands distributed JNT's way, you know, wearing the police shirt, obviously ready to catch people speeding with the type of hands that he got dealt yesterday. And so it was incredible to be able to watch, as you said, somebody who might, you know, throw a wrench in the works for a lot of these players, but it makes it more exciting to watch.
No question about it. Now, you want to talk about big hands. The one that caused me to shower myself here at the desk, because it really was mind-blowing, was the incredible aces, kings, ace-king suited, 2 jacks. I mean, just that alone already tells you we're going to see something explosive. But walk me through and unpack how it was that Juan Pardo with 2 kings managed to find the muck. Never mind jungle before him.
Yeah. Pretty unbelievable that, you know, Pardo had kings under the gun, had JNT right behind him with aces.
Let's take a look back at it, by the way, as we're talking. Here it is. Pardo
So now JNT finding aces, and not for the first time, by the way. Players had already seen him have aces against James Chen. 3-betting to 1 million here. And Stevie, how can you blame him? Chip leader, picks up ace-king suited in the small blind, puts in that 4-bet, rather small sizing, and you hear that JNT, before it's his turn, announce all in, when actually it's Pardo who is first to act.
And you see the reaction instantly from Pardo because it is such a narrow range of hands that he expects would be willing to do that.
Well, and let's not forget the whole time that Pardo is thinking, Stevie also has the chance to think, what does this mean? That JNT is willing to snap all in here.
Yes.
Pardo getting away from the kings, though. Back to Stevie, feeling like he can't 4-bet ace-king suited here, despite JNT declaring the all-in before it was his turn.
Good for me.
Obviously, smitten was Pardo at the opportunity presented him, albeit inadvertently, by Torel to bin kings pre-flop. Oh, so rare. So Chidwick did have JNT covered, but obviously a whopping over 16 million in chips.
Just give me a moment.
And several ounces of sparkling water later.
Towel to the commentator desk. We've got a wet Ali Najad walking around.
I mean, you might think I'm being dramatic, but we had to put the fire out that was going on in my head at that moment. Props, by the way, for the slow-mo there, Martin.
I was going to say, the little droplets of water
in
just
real time,
coming down.
it wasn't quite as dramatic as that, I assure you, and not long after that, things were dried off. But, you know, Luca Vivaldi came in here during one of the breaks. Obviously, per rule in terms of tournaments, penalties at times would be issued. And if you really want to unpack the reality, $290,000 was the pay jump from 6 to 5. Pardo should have been showered in that pot, whether or not Stevie gets his money in. And that is money taken out of the pockets of everybody else out there unintentionally. I think unequivocally everybody agrees that that's the case. And with that discretion, Luca did not issue the penalty, as obviously JNT cost himself money as well.
Right. I definitely agree with that ruling. I don't think that that was a situation, obviously, where JNT intended to influence the action in his favor. But of course, I can see how all of the other players at that table was really hoping that in a standard situation, Juan Pardo would have gotten his money in happily and have been out.
And perhaps the poker gods making sure that everything was restored in terms of order, because Pardo did eventually end up busting out in 6, and I don't think anyone can argue that there is something slightly righteous about that outcome for him, given that he was able to bin those 2 kings. Also, don't want to overlook the incredibly classy manner in which Chidwick in particular dealt with that scenario. You could see that it bothered him, obviously, and rightfully so, but didn't make a meal of it whatsoever, nary a whisper of complaint.
I think that is just very indicative of what we know about Chidwick and the player that he is. I've never seen him get upset at a situation that is out of his control, essentially, even if it's costing him money.
Yeah, and obviously it's not good for business if you let yourself get flustered out there, something he knows very, very well. Credit to the other players also who were at the table. Nobody said a word. Okay, we are just about a minute away from picking up the 60K long deck. That is the last long deck event here at this Triton Festival. 35 players remaining from an original 106 buy-ins, 70 uniques, 17 will get paid. So about half the field's got to go away before we make the money. $100,000 is going to be the min cash, and then we've got a couple of 7-figure scores up top. 1.6 million going to be going to first. So some runway between us and the bubble. Maria, I anticipate maybe more of these speedy bubbles instead of the grindy ones?
You know, if any of the past events serve as a bit of a standard, I think that's what we're in for. You look at some of the top stacks, Bads, Danny Tang, Yuri, and some new faces. Lewis Spencer doing quite well so far here.
Yep.
But all of those players willing to push the action, especially when we draw near the bubble.
Lewis playing under the Union Jack, along with Crazy Elios Sion, who obviously is somebody who could be threatening. We'll get our first look at those 2 feature tables momentarily. One that features Player of the Series leader, Espen Jorstad, points toward the overall Player of the Year. Currently, Series leader, Festival leader, whatever you want to call it, and Player of the Year, the same tally, as this is the first stop on Season 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. So there they are. Jason Kuhn helming the blue table. Bads, as mentioned before. Boss Stack helming the red table. You see Phil Ivey, always a man who commands the attention of audiences worldwide. Espen Jorstad, World Series of Poker main event champ. Done very well for himself here in London. The short stacks belong to Henrik Eklund with 10 bigs and Kjat Lee with 19. Blinds at 10 and 15,000. 15K ante. All that brought to you by GG Poker as we get the party started here in the last of our No Limit Hold'em events. Now, Maria, if when we wear a tank top, it's suns out, guns out. When we wear shorts, what is that? Is that clouds out,
Calves
knees out, calves out? Well, yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to think about that one.
Perhaps Jason didn't get a look at the forecast before heading down today? Rocking the
Listen.
shorts there?
You think I own a raincoat living in LA? I had to do some shopping out here.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you were always wanting to do some shopping out here, right?
Truth.
So then, fast action system is in play for those unfamiliar with it. 2 red time banks are issued as only 10 seconds are available to act pre-flop. You can use those time banks in unopened pre-flop pots. Here we have your stat, King 7 suited, min raise open.
They just want it over with. They want to move on to the short deck.
There's Phil
Get
Ivey,
us out of here.
who picked up a title
Burger place?
earlier
When you guys gonna start playing?
at this festival.
Never.
Stop.
We'll
I mean,
never
you're
get
an all-around poker
This game is
player. How do you
dying,
not?
no?
How do you not? You play
I think
PLO.
it's a shitty game.
It doesn't matter.
Correction,
Try it.
I'm gonna
it was a
bring
second place finish in the 40K mystery bounty
It's boring to watch.
for Ivy.
Yeah, boring to play.
Yeah. I don't
His
know.
title came in Cyprus in 2022, last time he paid us a visit. In any case, defends from the big with the ace-5. Gutter ball for your stat, backdoor hearts.
Yeah. Yeah. Make a shitty game and tell me I can win a lot of money and I'll learn how to play it. You know what I mean?
Knuckle, knuckle.
You guys
Queen
are
on the turn.
purists.
Your dad unwilling to bet that flop, doesn't perhaps want to get blown off
We need
that
a
gutter equity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some check raises available to Ivy from the big blind when he can
Like
have
make
a lot
art.
of 2 pairs here, pair and straight draws.
Da Vinci, your Picassos.
5 seconds. Bet 60,000.
That check back on the flop allows Ivy to bet on the
I'll give you an
turn,
hour. Really on time.
turning this ace high into a bluff, trying to get better ace highs to fold and maybe some small pairs that your stud will have raised and checked back with, and that is going to get it done.
Didn't even cost you anything.
All right, I wasn't crazy. Ivy
No.
did win a title here at this festival, Maria, and in fact, it happened so recently it hasn't yet updated into the app, and suddenly I second-guessed myself. But in the last 60K No Limit Turbo event, he bested Kerry Katz.
Yeah.
Heads up for an over $1 million score.
Truth be told, you are crazy, but on that one you weren't.
You know, it's funny because some might consider that a slight. I consider it a compliment.
Ollie, you wouldn't be able to do what you do so well if you weren't crazy.
Here's the thing. Everyone thinks I drink. And as you know, having known me as long as you do, it would be terrifying if I actually took to the bottle.
Ebbs and flows, man. Ebbs and flows.
Ollie, the fact that you don't drink
It might die.
and say the things that you say dead sober
Right.
is both a blessing and a curse to all those who know you.
There were maybe 4 Tritons, at least 3 Tritons where short deck was way bigger than that limit. Way
Phil
bigger.
Ivey slides from the small.
No, the tournaments. I mean, there were tournaments that were, you know, 100Ks that were paying 30 buy-ins first, 35 buy-ins first.
Slides in, I should say. 7-6-4, bottom pair up against the gutter. Queen of spades working.
How long do you think it would take me to get like reasonable? Good enough to like break even in these fields?
Check.
3-4
If
months.
I have like a decent coach and solver and
Yeah,
everything
play
set up.
online a lot.
How about a 5 of hearts on the turn if you're Matthias Eibinger?
Online action for it?
There's a delight.
There's plenty enough for you to get confident. You just need to be confident. At like
Very
different
little
stack
showdown
sizes
here
and
for
equal
Ivy,
stacks.
but still
I guess it's mostly cash games, right?
Yeah, that's what you would want. Like
no reason to bet,
in
of
the beginning, you
course.
just kind of have to learn what. A
But
good
I would
hand is,
imagine
you know what I mean?
that you're not going to be able to continue.
It's actually a lot
Against
harder than people
aggression.
think it is, especially deep, very hard. And eventually
One of those
we're
where do
gonna-
I go
think
from
we're gonna
here
be able
sorts
to
of deals.
30,000.
fix this tournament.
Once he
thing.
faces
Make a pot
even
limit
just the
pre-flop.
modest 30K.
If we make a pot limit pre-flop, you'll have a great tournament game. Really great.
So the check fold and onwards we go.
If you get knocked
Taking
out,
a peek at
Probably more
Eibinger's
fun than hold'em, though.
festival.
So much fun.
What about you? You playing till the end?
I'm gonna play this short deck. It's a dumb game.
What? What'd you say?
Sounds actually, I never played it, so you tell me better. But it sounds fascinating when everyone limps and then we're like 5 around the clock.
Yeah.
Deep is very interesting.
Oh,
Now then, Eibinger's festival. He's got 4
It's probably a great game of heads up. Very
cashes already in 10 attempts.
interesting.
oh.
There's a peek at Ferdinand Putra.
Very,
Deep heads up.
And now a peek down at 2 red 10s for Henrik Eklund.
figure your weight. Just know.
I don't think this game is for tournaments. It's for cash games.
10 big blinds.
Gentleman is all in.
Moves it in the middle.
One of his 10s, busy. Not going to be in there, of course.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Let's just introduce a new game and make it mandatory people play it.
oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
And then fold.
See, as mixed game players, Maria, that is music to our ears because effectively,
You have to take a lie detector. There's no computer.
Just make a new game every stop. People won't know what to think. We just draw for it.
Love it.
yes, let's keep that alive. Meanwhile, a look at the overall chip leader, Mikita Badziakuski. Without his sunglasses, a rare sight as Kiat Lee's ace-king suited brings Bads along.
It's hard to remember to bring sunglasses when the sun is never out, Ollie. He probably forgot them in his hotel room.
It's not never out. 3-bet from Kiat Liu Chun, and this is bad timing as his compatriot has got the medicine. And in it goes. Off of 290 total coming in.
Pretty aggressive of Chun to go after an under-the-gun open here, but now may find himself a little committed, but in really bad shape. Already put in 105K into the pot.
It's one of those moments, especially at the remaining sizing, where you realize, oopsie, didn't want to do that in retrospect, perhaps.
I think also targeting an under-the-gun range is a little bit ambitious.
Sure.
But you found yourself in this mess. What are you going to do? How are you going to get out of this one? Going to call and hope to hit the 9? Or are you going to just accept that those chips are never coming home?
You see Kiat Lee.
Lee loving this.
我而家好似我贏一個 hand，sorry。
Getting a good chuckle. As obviously the two are not unfamiliar to one another. Well, bad news. As ace-9 is dominated. Doesn't appear to be bothering Kiat Liu Chun all that much. As he calls for gout. That is 9. And that is, for now, what he needs in a 640k pot. Opportunities.
7 邊4邊
Time and draw on the turn for Lee.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
我哋幫佢攞獎杯
Didn't feel the need to build the drama in that one, Maria, and yet just like that.
I gotta admit, my radar is off today. I didn't feel that one coming.
Not at all. So, Kiat Lee showered by Kiat Liu Chun, who's got 1 cash thus far in the festival. Obviously looking to notch his 2nd here today. He finished 8th in the 40k mystery bounty for 82.5. Played 5 events in total.
Huh?
Bruno Volkmann, Queen 9 suited, playable kit, blind v blind.
Both players over 50 big blinds
50.
deep.
Kate's toward bottom of range with a little finger wag up to 50.
Volkmann
All right.
clearly limping in
Guess I
with
can't
this
cheat,
part
guys.
of his range with the plans to call a raise. Certainly too good to fold.
No cheating today, fuck. It's not good.
Top pair against bottom pair here on a queen high board as Volkmann wants to see Jungle deliver some more chips toward the middle. Would appear he's going to oblige. Confirmed.
Kate's happy to bet this bottom pair just to deny some equity. Obviously, any 2 cards in Volkmann's hand is going to be over cards to this pair.
Bruno makes it 115,000 with the check raise. That's a bit annoying, of course, for Kate's, who does have a piece. 5 of hearts does work as well.
Certainly some good turn cards for Kate's and possibly, you know, value in
I'm gonna
floating.
make it 250.
Wow.
Power poker.
Kate's, instead of just calling there and waiting for some favorable turns, he is going to just put the pressure right back onto Volkmann with this 3-bet. Now, somewhat unconventional in the sense of you're not going to see a lot of 3-bet pots on the flop, blind versus blind. Volkmann has to give credit to Kate's for a very strong range here.
That said, he will make the call. Was hoping perhaps for a spade on the turn. Instead, it's a king. And now all of a sudden, as we see Crazy Elior moseying up into the 3-hole, Kate's has ballooned this one.
Kate's doesn't block any clubs, wondering how often does Volkmann check raise a flush draw and call the 3-bet. And now this is a very interesting run out because 4 clubs showing up, neither player having a club, definitely puts Volkmann's hand in a position where he's not going to know where he's at very often. And it almost feels like if he checks to Kate's, this is a bit of a mandatory bluff spot, I think, as played for Kate's. Has to try to rep top of range and some of the hands that might contain the ace of clubs.
Well, he knows that deuces aren't exactly what he wants to show up with on the end here, but he also knows that there are worlds in which Volkmann's line here does contain some clubs.
Right, but how often does it contain the nut flush?
Good question.
And are you able to fold out smaller flushes with this line? Could Kate's possibly have ace queen here with the ace of clubs that he would have 3-bet on the flop?
And how much
Ready to move it in, most of it.
is it going to be? 485,000, virtually all of Kate's chips. Awkward spot here for Volkmann, truly just bluff catching.
Yeah, but Volkmann knows that if Kate's had some medium strength flushes, he might not go this sizing. He might not even bet the river. And Volkmann is tanking here with just 1 pair because he feels like this is much polarized towards bluffs or ace of clubs, jack of clubs, but never, you know, the 10 of clubs really, or the 8 of clubs or 9 of clubs. Those middling flushes. Might not be willing to effectively go all in here on the river. Whether or not this gets through, just hats off to Jungle Man for taking the spot, making your opponent burn through time banks.
And he finds the call, Maria. Does leave jungle
Okay,
with
dude.
25K. And some questions. Kate's looks a bit insulted.
Yeah, visibly shaken, I feel like, by the fact that Volkmann made the call with that
Pick the wrong
hand.
guy to bluff.
No shame in it.
Jesus. So I had to 3-bet the flop, not have it. I had to then not have a club, and also check the turn, and then decide to bluff the river. Okay.
Feels like a fairly accurate synopsis, one that doesn't require anything
Yeah,
more from us.
okay.
You know
Last
when you
time I
have
3-bet
more
the flop was like 4 fucking years ago.
time banks than chips,
Right. I don't know what to say.
it's
Good
a
luck with
bad
that
state
one.
of affairs.
Yeah, not a good look.
Huh?
10K jungle.
I'm just really salty. To make like fucking 10 assumptions to call. Everything I did was pure posturing. It wasn't like I wasn't thinking. Let's make a surprise. The other day, I did something similar. I bluffed the turn with no. It's just fuck. Just have to do something crazy. I would have probably just jammed. Give him a bad beat. Ah, fuck.
So red kings now for Juan Pardo. Maybe a taste of PTSD after what happened against JNT. See the look on his face here. Of course, 25K from Jungle.
I don't know. Pardo
Not any
always looks
concern.
concerned.
What
I've
about
never
now?
seen him look comfortable when the chips are in.
Hang on.
Oh, I can win.
Jack on the turn, and suddenly Jungle could double with a 10. But the 7
Right.
will finish him off. GG's issued. You heard Jungle say last time I 3-bet was 4 years ago on the flop. Bruno just quietly soaking it in.
A little amused, I think.
Sure.
5-1, it's great. I mean, even when it's smaller, it's great. It's really fun.
Raise 35,000. Fold. Fold.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in the room, Jason Kuhn, King Jack offsuit, makes it 35,000 to go. Ivy peeking down at red 9s on the button.
5 seconds. Fold. Fold.
Flat caller. That'll allow Ibinger to take a nice price with a 6 suited. So 3-way affair. 130 in the middle. Queen 5 tray, 2 clubs. Ibinger nut flush draw, checks it. Kuhn not in the mood for a C bet. See how Ivy feels.
Interesting turn card there, giving Kuhn the open ender. Ivy's 9s still best.
Check.
Kuhn is the original pre-flop aggressor, so you wonder, with everybody checking around and this turn card coming off, does feel like
75,000.
Kuhn has a really good spot to just go ahead and bet his equity and hope to get folds from better hands that are currently ahead but can't love the board texture. These types of hands, 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, not able to continue.
Open-ended,
Ibinger.
as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Ivy putting it into the bin in the face of that second overcard in the 75K, Maria.
Ibinger with a lot of equity of his own.
5 seconds. Call. Heads up.
Calls that 75,000. Neither player improves after an 8 of diamonds rolls off. 280 in the middle.
And you wonder if Kuhn can represent some Queen X that he might have checked multi-way on the flop. Or maybe some really good 10x here, the ace 10, perhaps. Kuhn beating a lot of the flush draws, you know, perhaps the weaker flush draws. Maybe a hand like 7-6 of clubs. Doesn't have no showdown, but certainly wants to attack sometimes some of the weaker pairs, but does check back.
And will be disappointed that maybe he didn't reach for some chips there, as Ibinger able to get to showdown with that ace.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate.
So then flipping back over to where Bruno Volkmann sits with the rest of Jungle's chips and second overall behind Danny Tang.
If we're real quiet, I think we can still hear Jungleman talking to himself.
Yeah, does feel as though that energy is out there, doesn't it?
The hero we didn't know we needed. All in. Ace Jack. Flipping against sevens.
JNT flops the ace after the small blind jam. Bruno very easily gives him the spin. Not going to be easy to shower him, though, here on an ace-9-4-9 board. As things stay clean for the Frenchman, who enjoyed that incredible result in the 125K main yesterday, that which we talked about at the onset of today's coverage. Sun runs are allowed, Maria, and I'm not sure I can remember the last time at an FT somebody had one like Torel. That said, Bryn Kenny in the $250,000 Lux on Pay Invitational also had the gods shine down on him against Talal Shakurchi. Had a very frustrating outing.
Yeah, I feel like if JNT and Bryn Kenny got heads up, the deck would just explode. Just burst into flames right in front of our very eyes. Are we surprised to see Sion here playing
Well, I
some
mean,
high-stakes, no-limit hold'em tournaments?
He's British, likes the cash games, but obviously this is his backyard, so if Triton comes calling, and I can hop on the overground, the underground, or a black cab and get out and do what I love to do.
But to my knowledge, more of a mixed game player.
Fair.
But it's hard to resist.
Well, Chun couldn't resist 3-betting Kiat Lee with ace-9 against ace-king, and then binked a 9 on the river, which is how he sits on 1.3 million here. Ace-3, though, he chooses to limp in, and Volkmann and queen-9 are having a lovely little relationship here in the early going as he flops top pair and has Chun betting into him.
Yeah, new favorite hand developing for Volkmann. And you wonder also just how much that call he made against Jungleman will impact the other player's perception of him. It's always nice when people think you're unbluffable right? Once you feel like perhaps people are going to be bluffing you less often based on your image and reputation, that really allows you to find folds and spots more easily, feeling like your opponents will be under bluffing.
No question.
Rivers, queens, and nines, and Chun only left with ace high.
Note that sizing, by the way, of 25K on the flop. And the check, of course, after the board paired on the turn. Here we are in 165K pot with just ace 3 high.
5 seconds.
Ace high, rather.
75,000.
And a futile effort by Chun. Unclear whether or not Volkman thinks that the queen nine is raisable. This sort of texture, 3 clubs, 3 coordinated straight cards, a pair of 5s on board would feel ambitious and very thin.
Yeah, but you also have to wonder, you know, how many incredibly good hands can Chun rep here, raising from the small blind. Unlikely to have too much 5x. Volkman does find the raise.
Rise, please, Donna.
Lost a few players already since the start of the day.
Yeah, looking back down, we started with 35. Orpin Kisachoglu was the first victim, and then Kiat Lee, of course, who we saw. Patrick Antonius didn't get a chance to see his demise. Dan Cates, of course, the victim of Bruno Volkman. Looking at Patrick in the app. He took a king 8 up against Ben Heath's king queen. Defended his big blind against it, both flop top pair and a king high board, and that would do it for Patrick.
But is there, would you say there's a lot of bluffing or not so much?
Yeah, in this game there are way more because the equities are not close this game. So it's pretty easy to have like 80% equity comparing to deuce to 7 triple draw. Let's say that the equities are much closer. It's a little bit more difficult to bluff because the opponent has the incentive to continue in the hand and to the end and bluff catch in the end. But in this game, the equities are not close. So you can be drawing dead a lot of the time.
Button raise, big blind defense. Jorstad and Putra look up at queen 10-8.
In this game, because of course when you have closer equities,
A nice gut shot for Jorstad here, up against top pair.
Big mistakes.
Which game?
We are talking about the difference, but between the doogie and deuce to 7 triple draw. He was asking about the doogie specifically.
It's limit.
Yeah.
20K follow through after Putra checked it.
And limit games are quite tough to.
It's a mystery to me anyway in terms of bluffing.
Yes, and
I
like
think I'm gonna fold anything if you give me 12 to 1.
exactly, and it's so easy to overdo everything, like to overbluff, to overfold, to
Overcall.
overcall.
It's
over
hard to
everything.
overcall.
Yeah, it's harder to overcall than, but yeah. But I mean, it's pretty easy to overfold and pretty easy to overbluff as well. Both.
And Putra just wants to put the remainder of his stack in the middle, just shutting out any equity Espen might have that he could proceed with otherwise.
So a nice
Yeah, yeah. I
little
think
pickup there for the shorter stack of
games that are more
Ferdinand Putra.
learnable, like easier to play, like deuce to 7 single draw. That is a game that has just 2 streets. I think this game would be more popular than Baduli. Like,
Is there a lot of merging on a second draw street?
yes, a lot. Yes,
Sounds like
a lot.
You
Because
can-
it's pretty hard to make a Baduli, you know? So merge bets are
Do you think London
Especially
is the
in
best so
position.
far?
especially in position. Yeah, out of position
City?
as well. It's
Do
kind
you think
of
London is the best for Triton so far?
weird because
It's my favorite, other than Montenegro, but and I might like it more than Montenegro even. So at least you can get out and roam around. But
Vietnam, yeah.
I just don't like being on the same resort all the time. That's the only thing.
last time story took.
Leininger.
I'm not
Queen 10 suited as we've lost Han Xuan in 31st.
On a break, you need to go down again and go up to
Tan made an incredible call late last night with King High against Ibinger, actually.
Vietnam is like a lot of things to do.
This is a pretty common mistake in no limit
Very
poker,
sick play.
in mixed games. They think they have
Very
to
sick
protect
player.
way more than
That's
they do.
true.
And that's a fair way to describe Jason Kuhn. Just look at the intensity
Remember that.
on him here on the button with the ace-4 suited, 3-betting up to 75,000.
So it's kind of weird thing that you have to change in your mindset.
Kuhn with
to play
27
this
big
game.
blinds
It's not
to
necessary
start.
to protect yourself as much as
Certainly looks very strong to be
There's no
3-betting off of that
there's
stack
no
size.
exactly an overbetting and but it's weird. Because it looks too simple, you know? Like,
I think short deck might be fun if it would be something like half pot limit.
Ibinger making the
yeah,
call.
that's, everybody says the same.
8-5-4, bottom pair for Kuhn.
No limit pose, but I really
Always
don't
had the better hand.
the format that they have now. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's not for tournaments.
yeah.
When Ibinger calls Kuhn's 3-bet pre, there's going to be a part of his range that, of course, contains the suited broadways. There might be some
But it's always
pairs
nice to
that
learn a new game.
aren't good enough to
I don't know.
4-bet get in against around a 30 big blind stack,
Challenge
but you would
yourself, and
expect your
especially, like,
opponent to fold, you know, the smallest
Sorry,
pairs,
you're
the
not gonna
4s
start
and the
from zero.
5s,
You have a good way to,
6s.
like you have a good poker mind to see the ranges.
That's going to get it done for Kuhn. Happy to not see another card roll off.
No limit. Because the equities
Content.
are closed, there are a lot of like jams on the flop.
Fire 40K and take it down, understandably.
That we don't find in no limit.
Sometimes.
No, it's rare.
No, we sometimes find them in no limit.
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's like it's not a common
Yeah, yeah,
situation
yeah.
where you would just okay, all in 3x pot.
You talk about short tech now?
Yeah, yeah.
GG in the beginning when we ran PMO tournaments, they had spot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop.
Oh, they still have it.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, yeah.
But they changed it then, and then
No, they still have the same. Like the Omania, I think. No, I don't remember the. They have a series of
but
PLOs.
you used to have the 5Ks like this, but like after a few iterations, they changed it to full PLO without the no limit post-flop.
But tournaments, they still have. They have a series called Omaha something.
But then they did it again or what?
Yeah.
Because you know for a fact they changed it. I played this 5K, I won it.
30.
Ah, okay.
Pre-flop, no limit post-flop.
Yeah.
And then like 2 weeks later, it was kilo both stop, and then I wasn't interested in playing it.
Ah, okay. Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
Just be like,
First time I got surprised, like
Hecklin,
I could
still
roll in,
short,
and I
10
didn't know
big
it
blinds
was no
in the
limit
small
post.
blind
It
with
was,
3s.
What is happening?
which is fantastic for me because if you're not below,
Might he want to take his chances here? Certainly thinking about it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Does still have some fold equity against
Increase the
some of the
variance,
wider opens.
exactly. Increase the variance, and that's it. Good luck.
Does decide to put the 155 in there after the King 10 open from Ponikovs, who will not march forward.
Sounds like you might be seeing Ponikovs in a mixed game near you, Ollie. Asking Yuri a lot about a Doogie.
Come on down, Alex. Would love to introduce you to the delights of double board Omaha best. Maria shaking her head here in the booth.
Circus games.
Blasphemy. Maria, don't judge. We in the mixed game community are sensitive and also insane.
What an early goings it's been for Volkman here at day 2.
Pocket Kings, 35K, Crazy Elior in the hijack. And this is one of those ironic sorts of nicknames, by the way, because Elior plays rock solid by all accounts.
These players are very deep, so you wonder how Volkman wants to respond with Pocket Kings.
280.
Well, we get our answer. His 3
Yeah.
bets become 4.
And finds a good sizing. You know, obviously you don't want to go too big on the 4 bet, even when you're out of position. Want to be able to keep some worse hands in. And it's unfortunate to have ace-10 suited and not be able to see a flop. Not very often are you anticipating getting 4 bet in that spot, but unfortunately for Scion, won't be able to see 3.
Yeah, forced to relinquish. So then, blinds forward 10 and 20,000 with the 20K big blind ante. Here in the 60K, no limit hold'em. Final long deck event here at this festival. 8 max, 8-handed rather. King 8 of Hearts, activating Mikita Badziakuski, came in on the day the chip leader has been dethroned. As Tang and Volkman run in front of him, he currently sits in 3rd. Tang, by the way, up and over 2 million in chips. And up and over the top of the 40K is Wai Kin Yong with King Jack. Bads dominated, but the 2-heart flop is problematic for Wai Kin.
Doesn't love it.
Absolutely not. Board pairing turn. Makita lobbying for a chop in a 240K pot, and instead the ace of hearts will give him the nut flush on the river. Yang wrapping the table there, was in good shape. Obviously needed some spins to work his way back into a better.
Of course not. But you know, of course not. But you know, I'm happy to dissuade people from being greedy, especially if they're sitting at my table and playing pots against me.
I, on the other hand, more on the Gordon Gekko side of things. Greed is good. Awkward lack of a response from Maria suggests that she's disappointed.
I mean, I never really thought that we had similar values. we are just friends because, you know, we've known each other for a long time, have a lot of history. It's kind of nearing the you can't choose who your family is type of stuff.
Oh, look at this. JNT gonna jam 350,000 over the top of a 45K open from Badziakuski, who's got a couple of 4s. TBD what JNT's working with.
Queen 9 maybe, his favorite hand? No. 10s. Certainly going to be happy to call against an 18 big blind stack. Has Makita behind, who once Volkman calls can easily get out of the way with 4s, and JNT's got one overcard.
So then, Bruno ends up the man to take his chances heads up against JNT, something that was so ill-advised yesterday during his second place run in the 125K main. That one overcard doesn't come in, but the smaller 9 does, which provides a couple of extra outs in a 775K pot. JNT on his feet, and the King of Spades on demand.
Sitting back down.
And 9's full for good measure on the river. Big smile on JNT's face, of course. And he does what others don't, Maria. That is the theme for Jean-Noël Torel. Rides it to success there as Yuri, Jack 10 offsuit, opened here at the feature. Alex Ponikov's button, 120, jamming. 5s will get a spin. Like a look of relief almost on Ponikov's face to see that he was up against.
Seems like not busting.
So far, so good.
Mm-hmm. Things stay clean.
They know better.
Smart too.
I was already
Who's they?
mentioning Burger.
Ponikov's looks up at a tidy run out, doubles off the 5s,
Seems
gets a
like
nice
chopped
chuckle.
salad.
No shortage of action as the average stack is 37 big blinds, so certainly many stacks below that line. Around 10 BBs and under. He's going to have to find some spots to get the chips in.
Pocket 7s for Ibinger. Min raise open, being mulled over by the ace-10 of Putra in the small. He's got 285.
With 15 big blinds against the late position open, certainly this is the type of hand that you can consider shoving with. And it looks like Putra is going to put the chips in and find himself flipping.
Where you practice mixed games online?
If I tell you,
More questions from Ponikov's about mixed games? I'll
have
have
a-
to find Alex on a break.
I was going to say, you have a private online poker club you'd like to invite him to?
No, really
Ollie?
don't.
And with this type of laughing and just like
Just a mixed game. There's the Queen 3 deuce board. Doesn't help the ace-10 of
it's
Putra.
only part of the joke.
Nor does the 3 on the turn as Ibinger stands to collect the remains of Ferdinand, and the Jack of Spades on the end does seal it.
It's like you call this like a pure nuts, but it is.
yeah, that's the reason he deserves. Like, boom.
So, another fallen soldier in 29th, Ferdinand Putra, as we flip back over.
Envoyez un message à Fred Delval.
Like 60.
Va te faire masser dans l'hôtel.
5 seconds. Fold.
Juan Pardo dominating your stats 10-8. Offsuit 1 gapper.
seconds.
Bjorstad down to 15 bigs, hoping to be live in this spot, having 2 live cards, but we can see that he doesn't.
Here we are. Little C-bet from Pardo on the Queen High Rainbow board. As Espen makes the easy check fold.
Everyone's got 2 times. Seconds.
40.
Raise 40,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
King 10 offsuit for bats. The opener under the gun, Bjorstad. Little suited connector in the small.
12 big blinds, a very playable holding up against an under the gun open.
5 seconds.
Just wants to see a flop, and if he connects with the board, I'm sure will put the remainder of his chips in. The shorter you are, of course, the easier it is to realize your equity, and suited, connected type of hands are the kind of hands you want to realize your equity with. I mean, this is going to be rough. Bjorstad, a little piece of it, but Pardo flopping the flush, and Makita with an open-ender and a bigger spade in hand. Pardo's flush certainly very vulnerable against 2 ranges.
In a 140,000 chip pot, 2 checks in front of bats with the king of spades working and that 2-way straight draw. He will follow through for 35K. Bjorstad not interested in the gutter and the 8s, understandably. Here's Pardo, flatting, looking for something clean on the turn. Not the worst, not the best, as the board pairs. And the pot grows to 210K.
Pardo, of course, knowing that his flush is a little bit vulnerable, certainly could use a little protection, perhaps might find a lead on this type of turn card. He will have some jack X's, of course, but also doesn't want to risk his opponent checking back and getting a free river.
And these lines always read awkwardly.
I think there's going to be quite a bit of value there as we move over to Ponikov's being all in here, dominated.
Yeah, 8s against 7s. Awful spot for the Latvian, who already managed to spin up. Not looking great here, as He needs a 7 and a 7 alone in a 630K pot. Not there. On the end as Ibinger showers Alex Ponikov's.
As Ali texts Ponikovs, letting him know about the mixed game.
Come on down, Alex.
Later on this evening
a
at
bit disappointed
Ali's hotel room.
Sure. Get you familiarized with some of what's on offer. The mixed game streets, if you'd like.
Looks like Bads just called that turn lead from Pardo and arrives at the river. Pardo still with the best hand. Badziakowski rivering the straight. And look at this small sizing that Pardo is coming with. It's a 1/10 of the pot. You wonder what Bads is going to do against that size. Not surprised to see him raise, feeling like perhaps there's just going to be some trip jacks there that's going small because of how coordinated that board texture gets by the river. Does put this small flush in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation.
I would say more than a little, don't you think, Maria, as played? I mean, the flat on the turn of the 45K is certainly the kind of line that a hand that was very strong would be inclined to take, as well as hands that were simply drawing. But obviously the simply drawing part of the spectrum feels like we can throw it out the window after a downsized 30K, perhaps a little bit too cute. And now we're left to question whether or not this raise is attached to better than a 7-high flush or is in response to the cutesy sizing looking to bully us.
Well, the problem is also just that Bads will have all the boats here. Certainly can have 9s full, 8s full, Queen Jack. Sometimes maybe opening Jack 9 suited. And look, he found his sunglasses just in time. But this is what I'm wondering is I don't think Makita is trying to get flushes to fold. I think his raise was for value.
Agreed.
With the straight, targeting some trips here and just targeting that very small bet size on the river from Pardo.
I mean, it does come with the added benefit of occasionally getting a better hand into the muck, and it does look value-sized. Another 180.
Yeah, and it's also nice to have the King of Spades in your hand to be able to make this raise because you're more easily able to go for value when you block some of the best flushes possible. You know, Bads easily could have queens with the Queen of Spades, even. As played again, all the boats in Bads' range. Quads possible, of course. A little harder to make, but certainly under the gun opening range. Jack's going to be in there. Pardo knows that Bads isn't going to raise, of course, with trips, with the flush out there, with the straight out there. Not even really concerned about better flushes as well. Still feels like the raise is more likely to be boats.
Multiple time banks being utilized by the Spaniard here. And he ends up binning the winner. How about that? Makita Badziakowski, not a bluff, obviously, looking for some value, but again, the argument in favor of not fearing monsters under the bed as he manages to take that one. And we flip it back over where we find Lun Lun with ace-queen up against an ace-king of Jason Kuhn. D-miking prematurely. You see Jason as paint rolled off on the end.
Pause, I was like, I'm fucking dead. Bro, whatever that pause was, I was like, yeah. Thank you, bro. Stop scaring me with those eyes, Phil. I thought I was dead. You looked at me like, "Ew."
Lun Lun goes down.
What do you have?
Deuces. Ducks fly together, bro.
Off to play some short deck, perhaps?
Ace king.
Is
Oh,
Loon?
you chopped it up?
Is he
I would imagine
a
so.
short deck
Oh, okay.
player?
I just thought.
Yeah, it was a chop.
Oh yeah, he likes it.
No, he had ace queen.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, him. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can raise me 40,000. 40,000. Fold.
Dealers in event 13, the 60k competition hand you're on. Finish the hand to Dylan.
Now then, Queen 10 suited open from JNT under the gun as we march on with just 24 left, 17 paid.
5 seconds.
Ace King for Elior.
We raised to 125,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Three bets to 125,000.
125,000.
735 back for JNT and a disciplined muck there.
Guess we're breaking.
Es la peor que tengo para pagar.
Quick peek at the chip counts. As it appears there is going to be a table break here. Rebalancing, perhaps, rather. Matthew Kuski second in chips now. Volkman slipping down to fourth. Danny Tang still at the top. How about Sean Winter emerging now? Third place stack for him.
What's Sean Winter going to do with all those chips? He's much more comfortable on the short stack.
You know, honestly, it is tough to recognize that man when he's got a deep stack. I almost think it's foreign territory for him. And that's not even a slight. Most people end up showered when they have stacks as lean as Sean Winters in short order. He's a guy that can ladder and spin and even work his way into an FT.
Yeah. Forget about it. It's over.
Yeah, because we played so slow, so they count the hands. Yeah. So we're gonna play 2 hands and then redraw. Wasn't me.
Fold. Fold.
Soft hand for hand
Fold.
at present.
Seconds.
Come on, man.
Play all in.
Espen Jorstad wants to take his chances with an ace-5 offsuit. Juan Pardo. Pocket sixes.
Seconds.
Call.
King queen one time.
Makes the call. And another ace-5 into the muck, by the way. Not interested in participation. So then, prospects somewhat grim for Espen Jorstad. He knows it. What he doesn't know is that one ace has no shot of showing up here, but the gut shot does.
He'll take it.
Yeah, sounds that way, doesn't it?
Let's make it an 8 instead. 8 or 9, I think it's better. Better for the viewers, you know? Don't ruin it on the turn. It's so boring to watch them.
Turn is unhelpful, and now sailboats need to pull into the harbor for Espen Jorstad to continue. Instead, the queen of diamonds on the end, and Juan Pardo with a fist bump as he will haul in the 10 bigs of Espen Jorstad.
Espen leading the player of the series. Can't be too upset with how this stop has gone for him.
Oh, I can't imagine he can.
This is the last hand, right?
Yes, sir.
Down to just 23 bigs. "23 bigs," did I say? 23 players. 8-7-5 as top pair and a couple of seats here in a 40K raise pot. Bats from the button. Kiat-Lu Chun defending. And he's got himself some problems. 110K in the middle for the time being.
It's okay, Ali. Yesterday I said 5 + 4 = 11. So, you know, it's
Wow.
getting to that time, the end of the series.
I don't know. That one suggests that maybe a neurologist could be contacted.
for
As
me?
the 3 of clubs here on the turn, not worrisome at all for Badziakuski, who's got the best hand, and now the nut flush draw for backup. Kiat-Lu Chun, check called 40. Now 190 in the middle, checks once more.
Has to be afraid of all the flushes that are possible here for Mikita. Would certainly be raising a lot of suited combos. Can have 2 pairs here as well. Opening from the button.
Check call of 75K, and now suddenly Chun fires 105 into 340, and this is block bet at its finest.
That's what it feels like. I mean, sometimes block bets go for maybe slightly smaller sizing, but either way, Chun clearly doesn't want to be put to the test on the river, doesn't want to have to try to find a hero against perhaps a big sizing, wants to be able to dictate the amount here with this lead, and you wonder how Bads is going to respond. Blocking the nut flush, of course. Wondering how the 10 could have possibly interacted with Chun's holding. Is it possible that Chun maybe flopped a straight or rivered 2 pair and is coming with this bet? So you find Bad's just calling here. And in that regard, the block bet worked out for Chun. Perhaps if he checked it over, Bads would have found a bigger sizing for value.
I'm not sure. It felt like a milky sort of size. Maybe Bads goes with that, especially when the overcard comes in that does connect with some of the straight draws that might have been in there in terms of big blind hand composition. But in any case, a nice pickup there for Badziakuski. And as we are down to 23 players, Maria, it is time for a redraw break. So we bring you back to the desk. Ali alongside, and Danny Tang up top, as mentioned, over 2.1 million in front of him. Bads second behind him, came in as the leader. I touched on it at the top of the show. I said, are we going to have one of these speedy bubbles? We're not quite at the bubble yet, 17, but breakneck pace working our way down here might just be a function of the small stacks never doubling, or is there something in the air?
I think it's more a function of just the short stacks getting knocked out, you know, as I mentioned, as the average stack gets shallower, and we were switching from table to table because there were so many all-ins, and very infrequently did we see the all-in player double up. So far, all of these stacks getting absorbed into the bigger stacks, and I think now it's creating the fact that we're probably closer to the money than we thought we'd be at this point.
Yeah, very early going, still inside of our first frame here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane, where Henrik Hecklund, former Triton main event champ, is all the way down at the bottom with 10 bigs. We talked about Sean Winter, by the way, up there toward the top, not pictured at present, as you see your stats bust out in 24th there. But Kerry Katz, another one of those characters. You know him well. We've both been in the booth and observed El Jefe at work. Short stacks, he is an absolute ninja.
He is the type of player that when he has a short stack, he's able to find ways to see flops, you know, get to situations where he's able to stop and go, double up, and, you know, find low variance routes instead of perhaps what you're used to seeing off of short stacks, which is just the open shoves.
Now, those of you who have the Triton Poker Plus app, one of the delightful elements of it is in real time so much gets loaded in. And in addition to that which you're accustomed to, how about the redraw happening right now? You can see the faces get populated in. There you see Danny Tang is going to be at a feature table. Webster Lim, Oya Masashi also trickling in little by little. Quick peek at the payouts, $1.6 million. Going to be up top, 2 7-figure payouts in total, $1 million in second place as we await the completion of that table draw. Scrolling down to the min cash, which will come at 17. That is going to be 100,000. And you see the flat payouts paired off until we work our way up to a final table, which will take place once we get to 9-handed. And Maria, as you go through the app yourself and you look out at that leaderboard right now, based on what you've seen so far at this festival, based on that which you've observed from here at the desk when you're doing commentary and your familiarity with some of the players, who are the names that you want to circle and make sure that we keep our eye on as we work our way toward that money bubble?
Well, I feel like we have to take a look at Tim Adams coming off of that main event win. And we discussed this at the top of the day, where Tim Adams possibly feeling a little more confident now that he finally was able to get that win. And also just trusting that maybe the decisions that he's made all the way up until now, until he had that, not a breakthrough, but, you know, just being able to finally close one out. Perhaps he's just able to continue to trust his instincts.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tim Adams is going to have his hands full, as I've just seen the feature table draw itself through, and there he is seated with the likes of Danny Tang, who is the chip leader, to his left a couple of seats. Volkman also sitting very deep, and then Kuhn behind there. That's not exactly the card he would have reached into the deck and pulled out in terms of seat and table.
No, I mean, it looks incredibly tough. Not a lot of short stacks there. I do have to also point out, I think Yuri Zavaleski is somebody that I want us to keep an eye on. Somebody who hasn't really had a great series, but someone we know that in any tournament he plays, whether it's online or live, he's a crusher. He's always in peak form, it seems, but just hasn't been running well here. And perhaps this is his chance to turn it around.
Yeah, the Brazilians always show up, and obviously a few of them maybe will find their way into the short deck streets. Unclear as yet. Let's look at the secondary feature table then. The man that we mentioned, Sean Winter, we're not so familiar with seeing him sitting deeper. 72 big blinds right there, but Ivy on his left, and then 2 over, you got Bads, Maria. Again, another one of these seat draws which can kind of be shackling.
Bads to the bone. I mean, this guy is very, very tough to play against. We saw him find a river raise there for value and getting the best hand to actually fold in that spot. And so those are the types of things that I think Bads is capable of.
Keeping my eye on that table, by the way, the name that you just can't gloss over in consideration of all that he delivered to us yesterday is JNT. Very unpredictable. We saw him with King 9 jamming it in there, Maria. One of those spots where, you know, the computers, the books, they don't really suggest that this is the way in which we go about our business. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I go back to it for JNT. Maybe it's his time.
I feel like JNT is always going to be the most unpredictable player in any field that he plays against. And it makes it very tough, especially when there's certain decision making that you said for these pros that are going to be standardized at this point.
Right.
He's going to be the person that's going to make them have to rethink the lines that they take.
Yeah, the solvers haven't really prepared themselves for all that JNT brings to the party. That is for certain. So I'm told that the redraw is complete. The field of 23 remaining runners is set, which means we can take you back down to the arena. And there it is. Slightly a table of death and unpredictability. 34 bigs deep is JNT. Salam already enjoyed that double. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Shout out, by the way, to our Triton photographer, Joe, who really has shown that he's been in the yoga studio.
I was just going to say, he like rolled on out of here.
That entire
Mission
time,
Impossible style.
Maria and I were here at the desk. There was really ninja-like stealth
Yeah, that was amazing.
going on. Snapping some
I
photos.
hope you got some good photos.
Email
I
those
need some
to
for
us,
the
Joe.
gram.
And I'm not having this coaching side with Fedor. And if we get heads up in this event, you're gonna come and do like 30 minutes hand review. Okay, if we have heads up in this tournament, you and me.
Just give him a chance.
It's super unlikely. But
Raised to 40,000.
okay, deal.
Oh.
Polite.
Fold.
King, queen. 40 to go, says KLC. Big blind jack 6 suited for Ivy.
5 seconds. Call.
What a flop. June with the straight.
Nine 10 jackboard, top pair for Ivy. Far more delightful development for KLC, who fires 30,000.
Oh, wow. KLC, we're going to abbreviate this one too, huh?
I mean, you know, it's the theme. Oh, from jacks to jacks and sixes as Ivy came with the check call, 170 in the middle, and this could be troublesome.
No, but
against a double barrel, though, probably not a whole lot of value that Ivy will see in raising.
150.
Certainly a lot of other hands that have him beat. Chun could have better two pairs, Jack 10, Jack 9, all the sets, straights, of course. But Ivy not going to be left with much. Perhaps trying to deny equity to some Queen X flush draw type combinations. He does unblock all of those flush draws, so he might just end up putting it in because of what he has behind. Bit of a setup.
$155K bet. And Ivy does jam in the 425K. You see KLC snap call. The good news for Ivy is that he's not drawing dead. The bad news is obviously he's cooked for the time being in an over 1 million chip pot. So the man with a second and a title under his belt already here in London faces a 4-out spot, and the queen on the end will finish off the mighty Phil Ivy.
Now that one's you.
Kiat Liu Chun. Remember, ace-9 against ace-king against Kiat Lee. Hit the 9 on the river. and has not looked back since.
One.
Now then, we turn our attention elsewhere. And this table is truly nightmare fuel. Nikki P, front and center. O'Dwyer, ace four suited, 45 to go. Now the boss stack of Danny Tang in the big. Defends. Queen 8-7, one club. Gutter for Danny.
Not a particularly good flop for O'Dwyer's holding. Does have some backdoors, has ace high, which could win at showdown.
Oh, gotta chug the water. Let me go for a minute.
Grab some water.
I gotta time it right.
Danny. Check calls 30K. And binks a 9 on the turn. How about that?
Makes it look easy. And O'Dwyer doesn't turn any equity. So, you know, if Danny doesn't come with the lead here, which looks like he does check, I don't think that very often O'Dwyer is going to be putting a second barrel in. Just considering the texture, considering all the types of hands Danny will continue with on the flop. Certainly will have a lot of two pairs, pair and straight draws. Some hands will already be there, of course, as we see with the straight, and just doesn't find too many hands that would fold to another bet.
I got two day before I came out. Oh my god. And she screwed the bite on it. It's just like 8. I was like, maybe I should delay it till I get back. Just
So O'Dwyer now with a pair of fours on the river after Danny was unable to get him to c-bet once more on the turn.
needlessly replaced it. It's like my last childhood film.
Middle.
It's 45. Yeah, sure. 45 pounds.
Going for the sizing that really wants to get called by weak one pair hands. I feel like fours might be too weak. Even for this milky sizing, yes, perhaps Tang will have some floats that are, you know, King X here with some backdoor flush draw potential. Oh, wow, okay. O'Dwyer does feel like to call there with the pair of fours is a little too weak, but to raise is a whole different story.
Indeed it is, and Danny Tang is delighted to see it, as the cutesy sizing from this perspective, Maria, and perhaps O'Dwyer's as well.
Yeah, that sizing, making it feel like Tang is perhaps value betting some 8x, some Queen X, some hands that have a pair and block the straight as well, which would make for nice value bets for that size.
It's actually going to be pretty good.
Dwyer very much targeting those types of hands that won't be able to continue against a raise, but Tang going to be happy to put a lot more chips in this pot.
A lot of people like it when they try it.
Sure seems that way, doesn't it?
How's your World Series, NBA World Series? Is it disaster?
680. The main?
No, the short deck.
I didn't play it. No.
So disappointing for O'Dwyer as he took a shot. And Danny rose up promptly.
I don't. Summer's always like crazy.
The rich get richer. $2.5 million for Danny Tang. A brief chip count and then a quick toss back over to the semi-featured table.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Raised to 45,000.
Sean Winter takes it upstairs, 45K.
See, when Sean Winter has this many chips, it gets him into trouble. Now he has Queen Jack up against Ace Jack.
5 seconds. Fold.
Nikita flatting. Ibinger suited one gapper, small blind.
5 seconds. Fold. Fold.
Comes along. And was that what I think it was? Yeah, a queen high flop as Winter hits the side card. Doesn't want to c-bet. Nikita got the ace of clubs working here.
Yeah, multi-way Winter checking it over. And I think Nikita is going to take this opening. Just enough hand, you know, can profit from some folds. But also certainly has a nice overcard to the board and backdoor possibilities.
Fold.
So then, 10-8 out of the way as Mikita's 45K stab brings the nut flush draw to him. On this turn, Sean still playing it safe.
Certainly the type of turn that could allow bads to barrel through here. If you feel like Winter sometimes can have some Queen X's, but also has some weaker hands like perhaps 10s, 8s, 7s, types of hands that
5 seconds.
aren't sets but have an overcard to their pair.
Bet of 150,000.
Those are the types of hands that you're trying to shake. Winter, because he did check it over on the flop, will probably stick around for this bet and then decide on the river. But again, that ace of clubs, just such a nice card for bads to have to continue barreling through.
150K, what he comes with. This pot grows to 415.
Wow, Winter just gonna fold.
No.
Oh.
Calling. It did sound like fold.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was surprised
running
by that.
clubs there. Badziakuski now makes the nuts with 565 in the middle, and this passive line for Sean Winter has kept the pot small to this point.
Well, when Winter called the turn, deciding, depending on what comes on the river, certainly that is the worst river card to roll off, just completing the 4 flush. Can't imagine Bads is going to have too many bluffs here when he takes the bet, bet, bet line with 4 clubs out there.
Five seconds. Bet 500,000.
500,000.
I think the problem here for Winter is just thinking about how many of the offsuit combos of ace-X with the ace of clubs that Bads will have here, because Winter probably believes that with some of the suited aces against a cutoff open, Bads would have 3-bet from the button.
Seconds.
Sean chewing on it,
I just have ace-deuce of spades.
Fold.
but he does throw it away correctly. So he got Bads to put chips into the pot behind. Called him when he was ahead and folded when he no longer was. Nikita.
Oh, so you're saying he played it perfectly then?
Yeah, yeah.
Not a good run out for pocket queens, is it?
Not quite pocket queens, but queens. As Winter getting a little cheeky here at the feature table. Nikita getting a little jiggy. 2.2 million. The only other 2 million plus stack in the room right now, Danny Tang's, which rests above Nikita's. Winter, 5th in chips.
Probably just not flush.
Raise 45,000.
Sean, suited one gapper, back in the saddle, up to 45,000, and the queens that he was talking about have slid in front of Ibinger.
5 seconds.
135,000.
Raise to 135,000.
Upstairs we go. 3rd floor. And Sean forced to send chips elsewhere once more. A much more modest sum of 45. Pocket 9s for Winter. He's going to be involved again here. Makes it 45.
Raise 45,000. Plus. Fold.
Ace 10 for KLC, and he downs the 9s on an ace-high board after defending the big.
Not a particularly bad flop for 9s, though, especially against a big blind defend. Just one overcard, and
30,000.
there's obviously going to be a lot of other hands in there from the big blind. that don't contain an ace in it.
Four of spades on the turn. Spadeless are both holdings.
There will, however, be a lot of suited combos that defend from the big blind.
Check. Check.
And checking through to the river.
So Winter grappling with a small run of chip hemophilia, as the bleeding is uncontrolled for the time being. You didn't know I had that Doogie Howser in me, did you? The crazy part is you got to be of a certain age to even know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm of that age. I'm not sure our viewers are, though.
Look it up. King, queen. Ibinger.
Raise.
Taking it upstairs.
45.
Ace 8 being mulled over by Pardo in the big. King 7-5 as the defense puts 120 into the middle and Ibinger in front. Top pair.
$25,000.
25,000.
Pardo sometimes might feel like ace high is going to be good against a late position open, and does have some backdoors.
So he calls. 25K price deemed right. Now, one of those backdoors gets a knock at it. Open ender, courtesy of a 6 of hearts. And it is Juan Pardo who comes out swinging for 35,000 into 170 as the tiptoeing becomes his.
Yeah, could have hands here like 8-7 perhaps, some 8-5s of the offsuit and suited variety, sometimes two pairs even, you know, 7-6, 7-5, all defendable from the big blind. 8-6, another potential combination. Of course, Ibinger can't fold with top pair.
And so to the river we go, which is a 9, giving Pardo the straight. .240 in the middle. Will Pardo size up?
Yeah, the backdoor flush misses, so certainly nice to also have some leads on the turn that don't get there on the river.
No doubt.
Even without the 4-liner, certainly can go a bit bigger sizing. I think at this point, it's pretty clear to Pardo that Ibinger will have top pair quite often as he bet the flop and called the turn.
Bet 180,000.
180, 3/4 pot exactly. That's the number.
Definitely with the 4-liner, it is harder for Pardo to have bluffs. But again, could certainly be some misses there, but for that size, Ibinger feels like he would just be paying Pardo off.
So Matthias correctly finding the muck there. As Juan Pardo heads northbound. Currently 11th in chips, just behind Ibinger. Both of them resting above the average stack of 964K. 48 bigs as it stands.
Raise 45,000.
Sure, and what is that a stack of?
40 bigs.
Heath asking Winter for some intel.
Well, Winter not complying with the 20 stack there as you see the tall stack of whites.
Double height. Ibinger faring a bit better on this occasion with the ace-6 suited, granted courtesy of the fact that nobody gave him any action pre.
40 bigs, yeah. Well, now it's... Here, I'll... Now it's 30.
So 10 and 25,000 now are the blinds here in this final long deck event at the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series London, where the short deck part of the program will be taking place elsewhere in the room. As we bring this one toward the money bubble, 22 remaining, 17 will be paid. And that King Queen is paying another visit to Ibinger, this time suited and up front. Then raises at the new blind level and gets flatted by Sean Winter's nines. Second tour of duty for that holding. Ace-7 deuce. Two diamonds. Badziakouski came along for the ride from the big, has connected with second pair. Beaten, of course, by the nines.
You wonder if Matthias wants to come with the continue against two opponents. Winter's small blind range will often contain some of the suited ace-X's and some of the more premium offsuit ace-X's. And of course, these pairs going to be in there as well.
So after the round of checks, the 6 rolling off. Not a complicated card for either Sean or Makita, but they continue to respect the fact that Matthias raised it up front. Ibinger, no pair, checks back once more, not looking to represent. Five on the
I would
end.
like one half rush chicken.
Yeah, just one side with it.
With mushroom.
If you're Sean Winter, do you think now's the time?
Yeah, I think that Winter probably doesn't feel like Ibinger would check twice with perhaps, you know, a weak ace or something, and also hands like kings and queens and jacks, the ones that are afraid of that ace, would probably find a delayed c-bet. So Winter does come with value now, and Bad's pretty interesting. Has second pair, but also blocks the straight. But does feel pretty strong. One Winter is willing to lead into two players, especially one that opened from under the gun, and King Queen not really beating a whole lot, you know, only can beat some missed flush draws from the flop. But again, it just looks so strong when Winter is willing to lead into both players on the river.
And that lead will earn him the pot, as Ibinger's not going to be a customer. Pocket eights now for JNT.
$75,000. Right. Plus.
$75K to go. 3x open sizing. Pocket nines popping up once more, this time for Juan Pardo. And the thing about JNT that we've always noted, Maria, is the fact that he comes with these bigger sizings often and creates some discomfort in terms of people being forced to play larger pots than they might otherwise.
Yeah, and the bigger sizing off of 25 big blinds up front from under the gun certainly is a little concerning for Pardo. You know, even holding nines feels like top of the range is certainly possible for JNT. And might be shook, like JNT, who doesn't he hold over? When doesn't he just have a better pocket pair than the rest of his opponents, if the main event was any indication?
So a flat from Pardo will allow Ibinger to defend the big blind and flop kings full of tens.
Wow.
Eights and nines are not going to like this texture, obviously.
Wow.
But oh my.
JNT just going all in. A little bit
You're ahead for now.
ill-advised.
What a flop.
Incredible. And this is the double-edged sword. Maria, just 0.1% is JNT. Gonna need not one but two eights. And that'll do it for the Frenchman as he exits stage right. And
that would have been the worst
Matthias
piece
Ibinger
I've ever seen, I think.
hauls in a big one.
I mean, I've seen it on TV before, but in person, I've never seen it.
Well, that's how it goes when you play the style that JNT does. As we flip it back at the feature now, we find Tim Adams with ace-9 up against Elior Sion's 10-8. check on the flop. Adams was the raiser to 55,000. Scion defended the big. Neither player connecting with flop nor turn as Adams has a check to him once more.
A brick turn card that doesn't fill in any potential straights from the flop allows Adams to go for the delayed c-bet.
And
I can tell this is the
an
end of the
uneventful
trick.
exchange there.
This is so embarrassing. I thought we all had half as many chips as we had. That's why I was so confused when you flattened the button. I was like, hold up, he's got 18 bigs and he's flattened the button with 21, 4 out of the money. I was so confused.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, so I still had a pretty good hand.
Yeah.
But like,
It was
I was
38, 48.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It literally just occurred to me because I was trying to count how many big blinds I had, and I was like, oh shit, we all have a lot of chips.
I did think that would be a very selective couple hands.
Yeah. No, it just completely.
The app says carry has 300 big blinds.
Bro, like, it's so funny. I mean, I would have
Tang
just
triple
flat.
2,400 big blinds.
I mean, I had a good hand, but
Yeah.
obviously wasn't worth all in first.
Dude, you thought the blinds were 50?
Yeah, I thought the blinds were 50.
Happens to the best of them. This brain fog that you get towards the end of the series, and you know you're already wearing the same clothes that you wore a few days before, all out of clean clothes.
You might be wearing the same clothes that you wore a few days before.
It was for sure, obviously, a misclick, like, since he had a shit hand.
Kuhn, suited connector.
That is crazy. Like, honestly, I'm shook by that.
Raise and take it.
Why did I do that?
I was set mining.
Does baby brain happen to
I think you had 2 out.
the man as well? You know,
Yeah, you had 2.
that's-
Baby brain, Maria?
Yeah, when women are pregnant or, you know, shortly after having a kid, they forget things. Things are a little bit cloudy, brain fog. I wonder if it's just
Well, Jason did just
sympathy-
have his second child.
sympathy. That's what I'm saying. It's the sympathy baby brain.
I would say it's more the product of said baby not allowing us to get adequate sleep.
I instantly just ordered an Americano. I was like, give me a coffee.
Nothing that a little caffeine brain can't fix, says Kerry Katz, says get it fixed to Tim Adams, who opened for 55 with this King Jack. 290 total.
Senor Carey.
No, Nick, I think I still would have written 9 instead of 5.
Senor Carey.
Just the way you were saying it.
Yeah.
You're safe.
Good fold. Just let all the guys on the street be like,
So Adams relinquishes
No, it's good.
to the boss over at Poker Go. Hence El Jefe, Spanish for the boss. Christened years back.
I don't care.
Look how loose he shoves. Dwyer looks you up with the 8, you're going to look. How am I doing?
If I'm just on the button with like ace
can't
queen
breathe,
suited,
he
I'm
had
just
ace.
like, oh. You're just
He had ace, he
I
can't
got
breathe.
pair sixes. You're like, how do you have ace queen suited?
Yeah, what are you doing? And then you're like, how do you have 6s?
Is this trip somehow like more play? Like I feel like it hasn't stopped the 1 and the 1 command jerseys.
Are you saying the better structures?
No, I'm saying it seems like you play so late every day. Start at 1 again.
We didn't play that late last night. Only 1.
What? Yeah, last night was like one of the earliest endings.
Elior. 55,000, and now Adams. Big blind. Ace-8 more than enough. Queen-5 tray, lovely stuff for Elior. No cause for excitement for Adams as he checks, and Elior will check back, allowing the wheel draw to show up for Tim.
Yeah, pretty sneaky check back by Elior. Definitely opens the door here for Tim to not only feel like ace high could be the best hand, but that additional equity.
Adams checking once more.
With the backdoor flush draw possible as well. You'd imagine that Elior is going to find a nice sizing here on the turn.
You don't know how long that Monaco is.
I don't know, but I'll have them send me the schedule and send you the schedule.
60K bet. And ace-8 into the muck. Elior only ever played Triton on one other occasion. That was back in 2019, the last time we were here in London. Played 2 events, a 25K pound 6 max turbo. His first ever, finished 5th in that one for over 200,000 pounds. And he played the 100K pound main, did not cash in that. And here he is looking for another cash as we close in on the money with just 20 left. Most recent eliminations were those of JNT, Henrik Hecklin, Phil Ivey, Espen Jorstad, also Nacho Barbero out in 25th. Didn't see that one. David Mishakowski, 28th. Started the day with 35.
No limit.
Dwyer opening off of 33 bigs with Jack-10 suited, and Adams has a very nice 3-betting hand, especially given the position that O'Dwyer has opened from. Does end up calling here. Sometimes you might see Bruno finding some squeeze opportunities, but with King 3, just not going to be good enough.
I've got a lot of 20s. I'll get you back.
So, heads up to a King 9-6 board.
Thank you very much.
As Adams defended from the small. Backdoor diamonds, some straightiness. Gutter. And backdoor hearts for O'Dwyer. Betting lead, check to him.
A lot of times when your opponent calls your button open from the small blind, they can certainly have some worse suited connectors than Jack-10. You know, the 10-9 can be in there, the 9-8, the 8-7 suiteds. There will be a portion of their range that will also contain some small pairs that they don't want to 3-bet with.
Now, all of a sudden, after the check back, it's a double gutty for O'Dwyer and the nut flush draw for Adams. Things getting much more interesting.
Yeah, Adams could potentially feel like his ace high is the best, beating, of course, all the other weaker ace highs that might check back the flop, and also does have that flush draw.
No, they used to call him Push-Up Dave.
I think you can find
Between hands, hammer, push-ups.
mixing between betting here and checking.
Does settle on a check back, O'Dwyer, after Adams checked his nut flush draw. Now he's hit the ace. This one feels very likely to be over.
And an ace is obviously a card that, even if O'Dwyer doesn't have in his hand, could potentially try to rep on the river. Some ace-X's, of course, will just check flop and turn as well. But Adams trying to get value, of course, from worse X's, from worse ace-X's.
45,000. O'Dwyer showed some pause and ends up into the muck, as we might have predicted. Taking a look at how Steve has done so far here in London, Maria. Just one cash in 10 attempts. That one cash was 12th in the 250K Luxon Pay Invitational, though, so a handsome $501,000 was attached to it. But
I mean, there's certain levels that for
obviously
sure, like, break my brain.
festivals get expensive.
But I think it's a result, just more a result.
And you run into a cold streak. And not at all expensive are the satellites that are run over at GG Poker that would allow you to work your way into a Triton festival. The only site that hosts such stuff, as well as the 2023 World Series of Poker online. Pay them a visit over at GG Poker, and if you do as a new player, use the promo code Triton2023. Can't overlook the GG Millions either. Such a tremendously popular event. As we see Ibinger, the unpopular, being 3-bet after we open, as Pardo has woken up to 2 aces.
Pardo started this hand with just over 30 big blinds. You know, you wonder if Ibinger wants to continue with this type of hand, or if he's hoping for a little better, you know, King 10 suited plus to continue against this stack size. Also, maybe thinking about putting more pressure on. Close to the money, having your opponent covered, but you don't think Pardo's going to come with very many light 3-bets here, given the situation of being on the soft bubble.
He goes all in, you fold kings?
Yeah.
Well, good thing he had aces then, because
Yeah.
he wouldn't be folding those.
Little needle there from Winter.
We trust it.
Is it a needle if he was correct, though? Like, I feel like that's more like giving him props.
Well,
like if someone's
No,
like,
but come on. Like, it wasn't like he just all of a sudden sniffed it out with it without a big
I
assist.
think many hands went till the river the last orbit, right?
It was still tough. He had to be exactly right. Spot was a funny one, though, wasn't it?
I was saying that I have never seen a final table like that one ever, I don't think. And I think that's going to be one that will be talked about for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That video has to have gone viral, right? I mean, how many views is it up to? The clip of that hand?
I don't know. The unclipping of the retainer, though, there from Pardo. That was pardonnez-moi. Didn't mean to take a shot of that.
Oh, you send it or send it?
I did post an excerpt that was associated with the hand, of course. The moment that I showered myself, that which we slow-moed. I wish I would have had the slow-mo video.
So
that version
good.
was really kind of helped one appreciate how much liquid I dispensed in disbelief over what we just borne witness to. No disbelief required. As we see Ben Heath, ace-8 suited, under the gun.
430.
55 and Bads looking for a count. Small blind, 2 kings.
Heath trying to get away with a bit of a light open from under the gun off of a sub 20 big blind stack, immediately gets punished.
Uncertain whether or not he wants to spend another 75. Will have the benefit of position, of course. But that's a decent amount of his 380 back. And obviously we know Bads, as a ball stack, can make things uncomfortable. As such, Heath will bin it.
Things slowing down here as we get closer to the money, and a couple of short stacks, but not super short.
The other tables are still just three. Oh.
Shortest in all the fields with 15 bigs.
I mean, they know on the apps anyway, so then we'll just be ahead. But
the other table.
Well, they should be
playing. Yeah. I think
they're standing. I mean, they waited for us to play 2 hands.
But we're done with 2 hands.
I know, and they're still standing. I don't understand the point of us getting ahead. Can you call the floor?
You see the players wanting to make sure
We
that
had to make up 2 hands. We made up the 2 hands.
This is hand number 3.
But they're still standing. Are they playing?
So we catch up 3 hands because you set up 2. This is the third one.
This is the third.
When I came over, that was the first or the second hand?
The third. It's
Don't talk.
I'm asking for
Okay. But we can count.
Okay. When I came over, you had to do 2 hands. Okay, so if that one was the first hand, this is the second hand, you're good to finish this one, and then they can continue.
No, this is.
This is the third hand.
When you came over and said 2 more hands, we finished 2 already, and this is the third one. Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, this is okay. If
Yeah.
this is the third, then this is the button. Where's the button? I can just double check.
looks like they were right to call the floor over.
The one we were
She said
What
2.
exactly is going
She
on?
said 2 again.
Soft hand for hand?
I mean,
alignments?
So we wait or we play this hand?
Well, this is generally where I ask the dealer to deal 4 piles of 13 cards.
but they have to start playing. Yeah.
Play a hand or 2 of Chinese poker while we wait.
For the
Don't
spot to
believe
come back from the bathroom.
that's allowed. No, we didn't need to go and, you know,
Yeah, just wait.
blow up
if you
the
didn't
spot.
see your hand yet, then
I didn't.
Then you have no advantage.
Maria,
so.
yeah, we like to keep our chips in motion at all times. Maybe several players are at the bathroom, perhaps some weak bladders.
You're one of those
in the
people
field.
that when the spot gets up from the game, you just immediately stand up. You don't even give the guy the time to walk away.
That's not true.
He's like,
When the spot
he's not
stands
even
up
out
in
of
the
the
game,
room.
I help him take what few chips he has left to the cage, put my arm around him and say, tough luck, pal. You played great. We'll see you here tomorrow.
Then the game immediately breaks.
You sure you want to quit? I can let you borrow. Your credit's always good here. So, Ibinger, 10-5 off. Able to raise and take it from the small.
So what about the hand? What about the hand you wanted to show? Okay.
Sort of a, I don't know, how do I describe it, Maria? Just sit around and wait vibe that we've got over here, literally and figuratively, with 3 away from the money.
Yeah, certainly players just stalling a little bit with their folds pre-flop, but also not wanting to play big pots at the moment. And just making sure that, of course, all the tables are playing the same number of hands. Never want to be at a disadvantage if your table is playing faster than the others during this time.
Little suited connector. Taking it up again is Ibinger. Ducks for KLC. Jack 9-3. The deuces are actually best. Issue with this sort of kit is, of course, the fact that when we don't have a set, we're looking up at overcards. And perhaps some murky procedures moving forward.
Same thing here, roasted chicken with mushrooms. Okay. Okay, thank you.
35.
Check call of the 35K C-bet from KLC.
I've got to say I'm a little surprised. I just don't think that there's very many places for the deuces to go. Not very many turn cards that you are happy to see come off.
No. That one's not a bad one, though, there, in terms of if the deuces were good before, they're good now.
Yeah, and it does freeze Ibinger, I think, because Chun will have a lot of 9Xs that will call on the flop, defending from the big blind, especially these types of middling cards will be in there quite often. And Chun always coming with these types of block bets on certain textures and runouts, just leading in on the river.
I mean, you get it, though, in terms of the check back from Ibinger on the turn, and maybe an ace-X finds itself curious.
It's a weird sport because sometimes when you're
Onwards, as we flip back over to the semi-feature. The feature, rather, forgive me.
Yeah, my thing was like the weight distribution. Like I kind of lean into a turn and then it just flattens out like a pancake.
Yeah, it's like kind of like skiing.
Kuhn, ace-jack. No cats, ace-9. Not getting curious at all.
Oh my god, I almost died. That was awesome.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Scion. Flopping trip eights against the jacks and eights with an ace kicker. This could get hairy.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for Kuhn to get away cheaply from, considering there's going to be a lot of straight possibilities on this texture. The 10-9, the Queen 10, 10-7.
35K C bet. Gets flatted. Another 70 in the middle as the pot goes to 205,000. Fairly textured 9 of diamonds on the turn.
There will also be worse Jack X's, of course. But as you mentioned, Ollie, not a great turn card. Filling in, of course, Queen 10, 10-7. You wonder if some of those hands might have opted to raise on the flop.
Oh, yeah.
130,000 as Kuhn is undeterred by the check call from Scion.
No, but I mean, like, not when I don't drive, but like, I tell taxi drivers all the time, like, I'm not in that big of a hurry. You can slow down.
As the board gets more coordinated, you wonder if Scion's gonna raise at any point, or if he is perhaps afraid of Kuhn being the one holding Queen 10 in this spot. Oh, wow, this is gross. Scion with quads and Kuhn with eights full of jacks.
Elior with the flat call now was already ahead, but might he be able to extract more? And these are not lean stacks. 465 in the middle, 765 effective. I think we safely remove queens, kings, and aces from the equation. Quads are oh so hard to hit, and while it's disappointing for the ace kicker to no longer play, one can't fault Kuhn for hunting value. 200 into 265 then.
Yeah, especially because, you know, whereas you might have been afraid that there will be some straights in your opponent's range on the turn, now you're really hoping that a straight would potentially find the payoff. We'll be chopping with, of course, the Jack X, but also, you know, 10-9s that turn 9s and 8s, and now rivers 8s full of 9s in there as well. But gonna hear from Scion. I think with the sizing, Scion might just jam 765K against the 200K bet.
Well, he's going to take his time before he does anything. And there's that sinking feeling. You see the smirk on Jason Kuhn's face. Oh, wow. A snap fold, Maria.
I think he just knows that Scion's never going to check jam there with the same full house that Jason has. So certainly not going to be hands in there that he's going to have beat once the check raise comes in.
So often it feels like Jason Kuhn knows exactly where he's at.
After
that's yet another
any
occasion.
actions, it becomes normal.
Meanwhile, picking up the action here, KLC. Ace Queen opens. Seven, 7, 10, 2 hard board as Bads came along for the ride with the dusty 6 tray.
Bads. Interesting.
Yeah,
to find the lead here.
Yeah, choosing to lead the 45,000, and oddly enough, it's the kind of trick we've seen KLC pulling more often than not. As we see him peel and hit the queen.
You don't expect your opponent to fold very often when you lead into the pre-flop aggressor. And so Bads was probably hoping to turn some equity in the form of a straight or a flush draw potentially. Here looks like he's about to wave the white flag. Chun with the check back does imply some decent showdown.
It feels like Bads took a shot, hoping he might be able to find a decent turn to barrel through on, or maybe even just get KLC to lay down. But instead, after it goes check-check on the turn, Chun, a lovely development in terms of getting Bads to lead for 60,000 with just 6 high. Of course, he snap calls in case the trip sevens or better were lurking. So credit where credit is due. A pot that rated to be all said and done.
Thank you.
If Kiat had fired at the turn or had raised the flop, ends up yielding him added spoils. So, look at the leaderboard. Ibinger over 2 million, currently second in chips overall. Bads in third. Danny Tang, chip leader overall. Ace King for Ben Heath now.
55.
We'll make it 55. Ooh. Pardo. Ace Queen. Cut off.
Well, Heath opening off of 13 big blinds from under the gun, especially as we draw near to the money, is something Pardo is aware of. But again, we saw Heath come earlier with the ace-8 suited open from under the gun, trying to go for a little bit of a light steal there. So Pardo, ace-queen, just too good against that stack size.
3-betting it to 110,000, and this is bad timing. The good news, of course, for Pardo is that he does have Heath covered. Not sure what Sean Winter is thinking about for Trey. Into the mug, 4-5 as well, and now Ibinger with a couple of 9s. Maria, is it even cuspy?
It's cuspy. It's a little uncomfortable. It's a lot of things when it is 3-bet to you and you find it in the big blind with Heath to act behind. Again, you know, you feel like, sure, would you be happy to just get it in against Heath for 13 bigs? Possibly, but what happens when it gets back to Pardo, who has 32 bigs to start the hand? Is this the type of hand you want to take up against the cold 3-betters range?
He decides no. Ibinger with more than enough chips, by the way, to get involved.
Yeah, 315.
So we see the jam come in from Heath, then a reluctant call from Pardo, who digs in. Things looking great for Ben Heath for the time being in a 700,000 chip pot with 20 players remaining and 17 paid. He looks for the double up. Top 2. And Pardo's got himself problems. Look at Ben. Doesn't want to see the prepay.
Wow.
Queen on the turn, and suddenly Pardo goes from no outs to 2.
Oh, all right.
And the river stays tidy.
Thank you.
And on that note, the players will be headed for a scheduled break.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to get you later.
work their way away from the rail. We work our way to one last glimpse at the chip counts. Not a big change other than Juan Pardo losing that pot right now and going down to under 20 bigs. Blinds, of course, will be going up when we get back from that scheduled break. As Madziakuski, chip leader coming in on the day, finds himself in second. Danny Tang up top. Matthias Eibinger in third overall. Not to be overlooked, of course, as we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Maria, is Elior Sion. You talked about him being a mixed game player, but here he is, 2-card, unstructured in terms of it being no limit, and showing that card sense can go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't played any hands unconventionally that I've seen. He hasn't done anything that I would think would lend itself to one being like, oh, this isn't a no-limit player that I'm dealing with. Certainly understands poker well enough to show up here, and so far, you know, doing a pretty good job of making some chips.
Another guy that always does a good job when he's on the short stack, Kerry Katz, finds himself exactly there with just 12 big blinds and 20 remaining, 17 going to make the money. We will step aside and see how Kerry and company work their way toward this bubble in the 60K 8-handed after this. Stay close.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site. Larger than all of GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump. No way.
Are you a PKO player? Do you want to learn how to play the optimal strategy in progressive bounty tournaments? GTO Wizard has you covered. Dive into our high-level theory articles and get the optimal solutions you need. Learn to balance the lure of bounties with ICM pressure. Practice PKO spots at every phase throughout the tournament. Master the game and take home the gold with GTO Wizard. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
chips off today. I didn't feel that one coming.
Not at all. So Bruno Volkmann, Queen 9 suited, playable kit, blind v blind.
Both players over 50 big blinds
50.
deep.
Kate's toward bottom of range with a little finger wag up to 50.
Volkmann
All right.
clearly limping in
Guess I
with
can't
this
cheat,
part
guys.
of his range with the plans to call a raise. Certainly too good to fold.
No cheating today, fuck. It's not good.
Top pair against bottom pair here on a queen high board as Volkmann wants to see Jungle deliver some more chips toward the middle. It would appear he's going to oblige. Confirmed.
Kate's happy to bet this bottom pair just to deny some equity. Obviously, any 2 cards in Volkmann's hand is going to be over cards to this pair.
Bruno makes it 115,000 with the check raise. That's a bit annoying, of course, for Kate's, who does have a piece. 5 of hearts does work as well.
Certainly some good turn cards for Kate's and possibly, you know, value in
I'm gonna
floating.
make it 250.
Wow.
Power poker.
Kate's, instead of just calling there and waiting for some favorable turns, he is going to just put the pressure right back onto Volkmann with this 3-bet. Now, somewhat unconventional in the sense of you're not going to see a lot of 3-bet pots on the flop, blind versus blind. Volkmann has to give credit to Kate's for a very strong range here.
That said, he will make the call. Was hoping perhaps for a spade on the turn. Instead, it's a king. And now all of a sudden, as we see Crazy Elior moseying up into the 3-hole, Kate's has ballooned this one.
Kate's doesn't block any clubs, wondering how often does Volkmann check raise a flush draw and call the 3-bet. And now this is a very interesting run out because 4 clubs showing up, neither player having a club, definitely puts Volkmann's hand in a position where he's not going to know where he's at very often. And it almost feels like if he checks to Kate's, this is a bit of a mandatory bluff spot, I think, as played for Kate's. Has to try to rep top of range and some of the hands that might contain the ace of clubs.
Well, he knows that deuces aren't exactly what he wants to show up with on the end here, but he also knows that there are worlds in which Volkmann's line here does contain some clubs.
Right, but how often does it contain the nut flush?
Good question.
And are you able to fold out smaller flushes with this line? Could Kate's possibly have ace-queen here with the ace of clubs that he would have 3-bet on the flop?
And how much
Ready to move it in, most of it.
is it going to be? 485,000, virtually all of Kate's chips. Awkward spot here for Volkman, truly just bluff catching.
Yeah, but Volkman knows that if Kate's had some medium strength flushes, he might not go this sizing. He might not even bet the river. And Volkman is tanking here with just one pair because he feels like this is much polarized towards bluffs or ace of clubs, jack of clubs, but never, you know, the 10 of clubs really, or the 8 of clubs, or 9 of clubs. Those middling flushes might not be willing to effectively go all in here on the river. Whether or not this gets through, just hats off to Jungle Man for taking the spot, making your opponent burn through time banks.
And he finds the call, Maria. Does leave Jungle with
dude.
25K. And some questions. Kate's looks a bit insulted.
Yeah, visibly.
10K jungle.
I'm just really salty. To make like fucking 10 assumptions to call. Everything I did was pure posturing. It wasn't like I wasn't thinking. Let's make a surprise. The other day, I did something similar. I bluffed the turn with no. It's just fuck.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at JW Grosvenor House on Park Lane, London, England. Ali Najad, Maria Ho, and 20 hopefuls looking to punch their way into the money here in this 60K 8 Max event, the last of the long deck that we have on tap here at this 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. So, Kerry Katz is on the short stack. As we mentioned, when we get back to the action and up top, we find Danny Tang. Danny Maria is the guy I want to focus on now, not simply because he is the overall chip leader at present. Obviously, poised to make a deep run, and a guy who has stated his intention. He wants to be player of the year here. I know it's your first stop with us, but you've had a chance to watch him play out there. Do you get the sense that he's got the metal and he's got what it takes to cash deep here, FT, maybe even hoist a title, and then carry it through the rest of the year en route to a POI?
I've actually played with Danny before, you know, at the World Series and at other events, and certainly I know that he's a great poker player and someone who I feel like never gives up. I've seen him in all sorts of situations, sometimes with his back against the wall, sometimes working off a short stack, and here against a group of very tough players, but he will definitely be able to hold his own.
All right, so that said, Mikita Badzikusi, who came in as the chip leader on the day, finds himself currently in second. As I'm looking out at the two feature tables, we do find Bads alongside Winter there. And we do have a secondary feature table not up yet on the screen. Let's get it loaded if we can. All right, there is the actual feature table. That's the one where we find Danny alongside Webster Lim, Seiji, a newcomer from Brazil, Masashi, Lewis Spencer. There's a name that we haven't really called yet, playing on home soil. So things could get interesting as we work our way toward this money bubble. 100K, the min cash. Blinds will go up to 15 and 30,000 with a 30K big blind Annie. You see Danny Tang, Bads, and Elior Sion. The boss stack, Stan Smith, Juan Pardo, and Kerry Katz. The lean ones. Smith going with the bucket hat, which has been a popular accessory here at this stop.
I think it's a little too popular now. I think, once too many people start wearing it, it's immediately out of style. That's how fads work.
I'm sorry, guys.
Are you showering the bucket hat before it's even had its moment in the sun?
You're not going to see me rocking it. That's all I got to say.
Maybe you can't pull it off.
I definitely can't pull it off. I'm not really a hat person, to be fair.
I think you would do it with overalls.
I think that's overkill.
I mean, that's going way back. LL Cool J round the way vibes as we see Rodrigo Seiji taking the first pot of the new blind level. Seiji, Brazilian delegate, coming off a 23rd place finish in the main for 207,500. Here at his first festival, first cash, and
They were all
7
playing
efforts.
late last night, weren't they? So like
There's 27 uniques, and you need around 60 for it to be first to top. So I think I win. I think. 5 seconds. I just did that to Kerry. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Mucked around to the chip leader.
5 seconds. Raised to 60,000.
Danny makes it 60.
A bit of bubble abuse in terms of opening range here from the cutoff.
Oh. Oh.
You see getting Lim to fold the suited ace behind him off of 16 big blinds. Players off of shorter stacks certainly tightening up here. Smith, only off 13 big blinds, is going to take this king 7 as a defend.
10-6 tray all hearts. Smith up against bottom pair, but does have the only flush draw. Checks it over.
Bet 75,000.
This C-bet, very profitable to just get the random 2 cards to fold and pick up what's in the middle. Smith unable to continue. Just one of the perks of having a big stack on the bubble.
Dan not wanting to wade into murky waters against the almighty stack. And might that set a little bit of a tone or a precedent with regards to what we can expect from Danny, given the spot he finds himself in here?
Especially when you look at the chip distribution at his table. Certainly a great table draw for Danny, as you see 4 stacks sub 20 big blinds here, and seated pretty far away from the only 2 playable stacks posts of Zivaleski and Spencer. Lim going all in here from the cutoff.
Doesn't look like he's going to get any patrons out of the blinds.
needed change.
You change?
I had a 25k out the small blind. It was 1530.
Definitely. Every little bit helps when you are playing a 10 big blind stack.
No, Webster. Snap throws it out there.
Fold. 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 Raise to 60,000.
Yuri taking his turn. Do abusive things.
You can expect Smith to take max time pre-flop, running down the clock.
There's a look at Lewis Spencer. Spends a decent amount of time out in Vegas. I've run into him out there playing no-limit cash games and doing quite well. Now Japan's Oya Masashi wants to try his luck with 9-4 suited. Just 15 bigs coming into this one. Flops himself a pair and is out in front of Zivalevsky, who's got the 2 overs and the gutter.
Zivalevsky wondering how wide Masashi is willing to defend from the big blind when he was playing only about a 15 big blind stack pre. Double gutter now for Yuri. Can certainly put a lot of pressure on one pair hands, given this turn card. Masashi trying to get to showdown with bottom pair, doesn't turn any additional equity.
Of course, a different story for Zivalevsky, and as such,
100,000.
in comes a barrel. 100 dimes.
Just so many bad rivers for Masashi, where if you put 100K in here, you're not going to know what to do on most rivers. And 100K of 385K, very significant, especially 3 away from the money.
5 seconds.
And this is why sometimes you do get in trouble with the weaker part of the suited hands that you're going to defend with. Is you're not really trying to flop one pair. You're trying to flop flushes. You're trying to flop flush draws. You're trying to have straight equity, but here just left with bottom pair. No real hopes of improving. Most of the cards in the deck are just going to be over cards to your pair on the river. Yuri, on the other hand, can, of course, have a lot of 10Xs here. Opening from the cutoff, could have checked back a hand like Ace 10, King 10, Jack 10, Queen 10, trying to realize some of that overcard equity.
5 seconds.
Multiple time banks being utilized by Masashi.
Thank you.
Understanding that the 100K call here leaves him with 285 back, and that sub 1 SPR that can often find your opponent putting you in. Nevertheless, He wants to take a peek at the river. Consider that this is bottom pair, Maria. And it is still the best hand.
I think I also don't love Masashi's hand with the 9 as the second card because it does block 9-8. It does block some of the natural bluffs on the turn. But here, Zaleski bricking the river. Can he potentially rep any flush draws here, having played it as a check back on the flop? Does he bet 10x's for value when the Queen of Hearts rolls off? Those are the questions being asked. But I think it should be pretty clear the type of hand and the range that Zaleski is trying to target does very much feel like the weak one pair hands, the 4x, the 5x. And he's going to go for all of it.
Wow.
Masashi. Quick fold on the end. Was hoping for a brickier river.
Certainly was. So Zivalevsky able to jam, and that's exactly what Musashi didn't want to see. Yuri taking it down. Nice bluff there with the jack high, as we see Pardo with 7s elsewhere. Little takedown. Pardo, 1.7 million in career Triton earnings. All of it coming here at his first ever festival, where he is 3 for 5, 6th place in the main yesterday for 970,000. Trying to notch his 4th cash.
I think it's fair to say we'll see him at the next one.
70.
Feels possible, let alone probable.
I didn't think it was probable that I could put some sweets in front of you and you not even attempt to have one yet.
Sweets in front of Ben Heath, those that pique our interest for the time being. Your indescript generic gas station candy. Not quite piquing mine. 2 queens, making it 70, under the gun. Now Matthias, ace 10. Defends and flops top pair. This is going to be problematic for the Austrian. See checks with 175 in the middle.
Especially considering how dry that texture is, you'd expect 2 overs to just continue to barrel. Of course, you will give Heath credit for having all of the over pairs here as well, raising from under the gun, but certainly not the only part of his range that finds a C bet here.
$175,000.
175, please.
And this check raise is going to be met with resistance. We'll see if Heath decides that he just wants to call here.
I mean, the board is so dry.
Right.
What are we worried about truly on the turn, other than perhaps a 10? And even then, we can't necessarily assign that specific hand as the only one that Matthias would be check raising here. There could be some air, but nevertheless, Heath decides that he wants to shoot it up some more, sees that deep stack of Eibinger, thinks maybe Matthias can make bigger investments.
Yeah, it feels like he's just happy to try to get it in here, especially because we are close to the money. Perhaps doesn't really want to mess around.
All in.
Oh, wow. We're not messing about. Heath going to double check, make sure the queens are indeed there. And you see he's not thrilled. Thought maybe he was up against a set. Kings and aces felt like they weren't really a part of the equation. But a delightful ace-10 turn face up for him as the queens are in front. And they stay that way on the turn. 1.6 in the middle. Heath looking to stay a part of the conversation and does just that. And he'll wash it down as Ibinger takes a blow down to 1.2.
725.
Thank you.
So dealer push and chip push as the ACH from Ibinger over to Ben Heath. Today's event is brought to you by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series and the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. With no fees on any purchases as well as guaranteed winnings, PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the reward of big victories. Check out PokerStake.com now and stake your champion. On the topic of stake, by the way, the other night, myself, Maria Ho, Elke, Doron Zayani, were all directed toward a particular steakhouse. Don't want to name any names here in Mayfair. 34 is the name of the establishment, where not one steak that came out of the kitchen, Maria, at that suggestion of yours was cooked properly.
Wow.
Nor was the meat particularly good.
I have to admit, Yelp / Google / TripAdvisor steered us wrong.
Now, I could have let you know that TripAdvisor and Yelp are not really where one goes to get reliable intel when it comes to food. In fact, some of the dustiest reviews come from such places. Dusty 5-6 offsuit going to defend against the button open and come up empty on the ace-10 tray board. Bads morphing into a diamond draw. Something he can work with.
Yeah, ace-high texture, something he could work with as well. Easy to represent this type of board as the pre-flop aggressor, and oftentimes won't even need to hit his flush in order to win the pot.
5 seconds. Bet 35,000.
Did I not make up for that by bringing you Chipotle today at least? You've been wanting Chipotle for days.
I have, and I'll tell you what. That burrito you brought me, chicken al pastor for the record, better than the steak that I had over at, don't want to name any names, but 34 is the name of the establishment.
Well, good thing you didn't have to pay for it either then, huh?
Tell you what.
You would have been real upset if that was the case.
I mean, they took my stuff off the bill, if you'll remember. I ordered my steak medium and a briquette was served.
They didn't take those donuts and ice cream you ordered off the bill, did they?
Relax. Put me on blast with the donuts and ice cream. I don't remember you shying away from dessert. As Bats not shying away from this opportunity here with a deep stack to continue to hack away as we see Jack 3 suited, the kit with which he's choosing to do so on this occasion, but a finger wag forthcoming from the button of Ibinger, no doubt about it.
200,000. Fold.
There it is, 200K.
Fold.
That'll make matters easy for the blinds. It should stay fairly easy for Badziakuski, though we have seen some savage things in terms of people 3-betting and all of a sudden guys looking up and saying, you know that we're closing in on the bubble. The 4-bet lean, not on this occasion, of course, with the Jack-3 suited. You see Makita. A little bit of an irritable plop of the open over to Matthias. But you know what I'm talking about, that spot where all of a sudden somebody looks over and goes, buddy, you're breaking from protocol here. I'm the boss stack. I'm the man that's going to be out here putting pressure on, not you.
Right, I do feel like Bads just knows that Ibinger, knowing that, isn't going to be messing around, and also there's probably going to be easier spots to push around than Matthias. Gonna be a little give and take sometimes.
Well played.
Raise to 60,000.
Upstairs. This time Heath leaning. Suited 2 gapper for Juan Pardo. Comes along. What was Sean Winter doing there? I mean, talk about. He's the kind of kid that you could have just put in a room with a couple toys and for hours on end, I feel like he'd be just fine. Meanwhile, ace 6-4, bottom pair for Ben Heath, and a lack of toys for Juan Pardo.
I would love to just go to dinner with Winter and just talk to him. I mean, I just want to know what goes on inside that head of his.
Perhaps the conversation would be shorter if we asked what doesn't go on inside of that head of his, but nevertheless, C-bet and take it for Ben Heath here with the queen high. Flipping it back over to the feature, where Dan Smith's fashion accessory choices being questioned by Maria Ho, who predicts that perhaps the bucket hat goes out of style. That is a new piece of merch. It ain't going out of style anytime soon. And I think Dan looks great in it, for the record, as we'll agree to disagree, Maria.
I just think that once everybody starts catching on to what's cool, it inherently becomes a little uncool because of that.
Well, if you want to talk about cool, we should maybe consult Yuri Zivalevsky, whose opinions will be infinitely more useful than our own.
Agreed.
As nobody cooler on tour, perhaps, than him. Seiji, calm and cool up front, A7 suited.
Let's see if Tang is going to do what we think big stacks do nearing the bubble. But Seiji just looking so strong, raising off of that stack.
Even the muck was cool. Did you see that? Now Masashi, who was bullied into a fold by Zivalevsky when he dug in with bottom pair on the turn and always recognized that perhaps that was a spot he would be put in. Had to concede. Here he is, not conceding. Smothered spades, 2 clean cards, out of position to an ace-6 tray board. Seiji well in front. Nice and cozy.
No.
No.
It's too fast.
King with spare. Almost. I need one more spare.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excuse me?
This, I think, is this yours? Sorry. Go ahead. No, you can take that. Thank you.
Service?
Easy check fold for Oya.
They have a coffee, and black coffee, and water.
Get a look at Lewis Spencer there with phone in hand, Maria. I had an amazing night at the opening of Resorts World in Las Vegas a couple of years back. Dylan DeStefano, Lewis, myself, found our way to a Baccarat table. I was on cheerleader mode.
Okay.
But both Lewis and Dylan were present as we actually met the Oracle of Baccarat. King Vincent was what we christened him, as the man correctly led us to 14 straight Baccarat wins. Bobbing and weaving, by the way, player banker. Flip a coin 14 times, see whether or not you can guess it right. Shout out King Vincent, wherever you may be.
I mean, I hope you guys were pressing the bets.
They were pretty phenomenal, as we see Tang dominating Seiji. 7-6-5, not connecting with either of these holdings.
Tang probably doesn't like how coordinated the flop is. Does have showdown with ace queen and the 2 overs.
Hence the check back. Range advantage deeply in Seiji's favor here.
Yeah, but Seiji might feel like he's got a little too much showdown to necessarily start betting. He would only be trying to get better ace highs to fold. But ace 10, pretty strong.
Proceeding with caution, Rodrigo. Checking a second time in front of Danny, who checks back. Oh, wow. 3-ball corner pocket as the 10 of clubs smacks Seiji for the best hand.
Why'd you choose the 3?
3 outer.
Oh, I get it.
Wow.
I'm a little slow this morning. I was like, why'd you choose 3 when it's a 10? Okay, no, figured it out. Only after you explained it to me.
You know, that's one of
I
those
got
where
there.
during the break you pull me aside, but now everyone knows that synapse failed to fire. Seiji, however, firing 130,000, understandably. And this is potentially going to be identified as a bluffy sizing by this ace-queen high.
But how many bluffs are there really? Sure, 8x, 4x. Maybe those hands start barreling the turn. This one feels a little more like 6x or rivered 10x's.
You see the payoff by Danny. That's a gross feeling. Credit to Rodrigo, obviously, for not leaving meat on the bone.
I did have a conversation with Dan Smith about, you know, his beautiful silk pajama set from Vietnam. And he said that he's not really into rocking both the top and the bottoms together. He feels like that's a little too much. You know, individually, a statement piece makes for 2 separate outfits, but he says you're not really going to see him wearing the whole set together, which I personally would like to see it.
Well, he's wearing ace queen of clubs, and that is a nice set. Especially when you smother the clubs of Yuri Zivalevsky, the opener.
Yeah, only 5 big blinds. Puts it in. Gonna be at risk. A few spots away from the money. But the shortest stack in the entire tournament has to find a spot.
So, in it all goes for Dan Smith as Zivalevsky doesn't appear particularly alarmed, especially given they're only playing for 155 ahead. 385 total into the middle. One off the top. And a king jack 8 board leaves Yuri in front. You see Dan. Despite having Broadway and a pull at an ace twice for now, beginning to prepare himself for the disappointments associated with a soft bubble and the 7 of hearts. Makes it official. See you at the next one, says Dan. Next one as in festival, or next one as in short deck? I feel like Smith does not play the short deck events, so festival rates to be that which he is alluding to. Would be kind of cool if all of a sudden a guy that never plays the short deck events just shows up.
It wouldn't be the first time somebody plays short deck for the first time at one of these series.
Tapping people's shoulders.
That's not shoulder, it's like the arm.
So Zivalevsky up to 1.5 million roughly in chips, 49 bigs. 9th overall currently as we are down to 19 runners with the elimination of Dan Smith. Kerry Katz, sub 10 bigs elsewhere in the field. Oya Masashi, second shortest with 12 bigs here at this feature. As Zivalevsky goes to work once more. Spencer has been a spectator.
Nobody home, says Lim.
Now to put a button on the Baccarat evening, aforementioned, involving Dylan DeStefano and Lewis Spencer, at one point, and I've got video of this, we thought that we had lost one of these bets. And then all of a sudden, when the dealer pressed the button to verify banker or player as the winner, the computer suggested that our hand, the losing hand, which we had been handed to squeeze, was actually the winning hand. Now we can see that it isn't. But what had happened? The dealer incorrectly handed us the banker hand.
Wow.
And kept the player hand for themselves. Now, of course, this required a call upstairs to surveillance. And being the degenerates that we are, we asked the floor person as the game was paused and everyone's bets hung in the balance to indiscreetly and with no emotional response, once surveillance advised whether we actually were going to be paid or not, write down a B or a P on a slip of paper for banker or player, fold it in half, and then let us squeeze the surveillance ruling. It was an amazing moment.
I mean, it's hard to believe you could just be a spectator for all of this.
It was one of the most fun nights I've ever had. Ask Lewis about it if you see him. I encourage all of you. He certainly hasn't forgotten. As Seiji, not going to feel like too much fun is in his future, given he's out of position against the flat-calling big stack of Danny Ting, who might have a pound of flesh on his mind after that ace-10, ace-queen. Suited one gapper turns into the stones on a 9-7-5 board. Seiji pumps the brakes understandably with a naked queen 10 high.
Checks to the power of the big stack, who can certainly, with that call pre-flop against the cutoff open, have a lot of sets, straight draws, you know, all of the smaller pairs, the 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s, all have some connection to this texture, as well as, of course, you know, Jack 10 suited type holdings that will have gut shots, flush draws, all of the above.
Danny will be a little bit disappointed that he didn't get some action. Maybe a check back there, Maria, with so much hand? And I don't want to question Danny, but why do we need to bet it? Especially with that texture against an opener who's saying, maybe I don't want.
Yeah, sometimes I think you can find checkbacks there, but I do feel like you expect that the biggest stack at the table is just going to have their foot on the gas a lot, and in fact, perhaps making his hand look weaker when he just c-bets, or I guess bets in a spot where it's check to him.
Here we are then, Webster Lim, King Jack, says this is the one, and pocket eights for Lewis Spencer. He will give him a spin. His buddy Danny.
That's fair, right? Seems fair.
Rooting for a sweaty flop.
What is it?
Webster wouldn't mind just hitting the king or jack now, and he's done just that. But note the coordinated nature of this board. Gives Spencer tug at a 7 or an 8. Oh, the queen, not the one that Spencer could use, as Webster hits the king, but then they end up chopping it.
What a roller coaster. Can't lose on the turn, can only chop, and
You just
ends
wanted
up
to tilt him more, Yuri.
with the split.
You just wanted to tilt him more.
No, like, do you mind if I stop?
No, I'm joking.
I just said because they're gonna see anyway in the stream, so. I think he's not happy. I had a jack, so yeah.
Is that Webster groaning?
Bad shape.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
One jack, one king.
One king. Yeah.
Okay, I got lucky.
Danny.
Danny.
Oh yeah, ace-4 suited, obviously worth continuing. Everything is so delicate though.
Cool.
Oya, the second shortest stack left in the tournament. Trying to make something happen. Not a great board for Masashi against an under the gun open.
Not a great board for Seiji either, of course.
Bit of a probe here from Seiji. Just going for the min bet. Masashi wondering if ace high is good. Even though Seiji did open from under the gun.
What just happened?
What did we miss?
I think something happened when he threw in the time bank, and I don't know, there was something with the chips.
He's thrown in the towel as well.
Yeah. You do have to respect the under the gun opening range from Seiji, especially with Danny Tang right behind him with the big stack. Yeah, there it goes. He threw the time bank into his stack. Bad aim.
2 away from the money here in the 60k 8 max, the final long deck event here at our London festival. Blinds of 20 and 40,000, leaving Danny Tang 58 big blinds deep at the top of the leaderboard. Behind him, Badziukuski elsewhere in the field with 2 million. Good for 50 bigs. Heath, Petrangelo, and KLC in that order, rounding out the top 5. Sivalevsky second in chips here, 6th overall. Short stack in the room continues to belong to Kerry Katz.
Go.
Danny, loaded for bear. No takers.
A good start.
Ace four, super. Grab. Yes, no, not easy to play here. Forget.
Tahan.
This one?
Yeah, that's one.
Oh, you had now.
Yeah.
The versus Denny versus
No, you.
Yeah. If you go all in. No, yeah, I think it's pretty hard to play in these positions. Right?
Ace, huh?
Before? Ace 4 suited.
Against me?
No, in the 10, 10, 9.
Crap.
Folded around to the 9-5 suited of Oya. No interest in tussling with Seiji and Tang, but these two have locked horns on multiple occasions, and with ace-10 from the small blind, this rates to be at least another invitation from Seiji, who drops one of the red time banks toward the middle there to give himself an extension on the 10-second pre-flop unopened pot limits and jams. And of course, that's one way to get King 5 into the bin.
Yeah, just going to hope that Tang doesn't wake up with something to call off with. Certainly if Seiji raises, it opens it up for Tang to take it off him pre.
Be careful, are you?
Yeah.
For the king will
Little warning issued by Danny, by the way.
Yeah, you want people to cooperate with you, to give you more leeway.
I wish you would have cooperated with me, Maria, in terms of the candy situation, and perhaps the responsibility for this dusty candy here at the desk is mine.
I just don't understand why you won't even try it.
Well, here's
you
the
put
thing.
worse things in your mouth.
Easy. Wait a minute. Kerry Katz pulling chips toward him, and that is certainly a good sign for him.
I feel like I'm pretty bougie when it comes to what I consider good candy, and I actually think that it's quite good.
Okay, well, last night we missed yourself and Henry Kilbane at dinner. Myself, Randy, and Marianella went out to a lovely Persian restaurant in the Bayswater area to the west of us here on Park Lanes. We see Yuri, Queen 7 suited, going to have his hands full against a King Queen suited potentially for Seiji,
All in.
who will jam once more. Webster going to wake up with anything? No. This one should be done. So we went out to dinner all together, walked our way over. After the first spot, which was closer, ended up having a 1 hour wait. Can't call in, can't make a res. That was Kolbe. We were on the hunt for Persian food. So now we wrap up dinner and we're walking back through the neighborhood. And I had a craving for sweets. So we go down the street. I go into no less than 4 convenience stores and can't find the specific type of Oreo ice cream sandwich that I was looking for. And then suddenly, we find an Asian supermarket where they had Pocky sticks, Yan Yan, Kasugai gummies, all the greatest hits.
The best.
And I look up at Randy, and he's in a fog. Just like,
How much is that?
didn't even move the needle for him.
200.
And I realized in that moment that I am the most Asian person on the broadcast team.
I mean, you're certainly beating Randy, but maybe you're second now that I'm around.
Well, Seiji definitely beating Masashi, as pocket 7s have the A7 sashimi'd. A flat call from Rodrigo, and that's going to look strong to anyone behind, including Webster. King Jack, never any hesitation. Yuri out of the way as well, and you can see Oya understood that the flat was always going to show up with something, and that something dominates Masashi. 610,000 chip pot. Can Oya find an ace? No.
I think I got mine.
Now, a card over a 7 would be good for him on the turn. As were it to pair, the 7s could get counterfeited. And we've got that opportunity on our hands. So you see the outs double. Ace or a queen will do the trick now. And instead, it's a deuce. As Oya Masashi eliminated in 19th place, Maria, leaving us on the stone bubble, which is $100,000 thick.
And 3 sub-10 big blinds in the field.
Flipping it back over to the secondary feature table where Badziukuski flops 9s against kings. These are 2 of the deeper stacks in the field at present.
Bad's really trying to leverage this bubble situation and has a hand that he can check call with. Respecting the range that Chun is going to call with pre-flop. Oh.
From 2 9s to 3 9s as Bads leaps out in front of KLC. 380 in the middle already. Second and third in chips, respectively, Bads and Chun.
And I think given the fact that we are on the bubble, you actually have to give Bads a few more 9Xs than you would expect him to have normally opening under the gun. Certainly going to be wider, considering he will be trying to take advantage of this spot. And comes with the lead, which is not going to get a fold from Chun. Again, even though he has to give Bads more 9Xs because, you know, normally without the bubble, Bads might only be opening, you know, ace-9 suited and some ace-9 offsuits, but never the king-9 offsuit, some king-9 suiteds, but never, you know, a hand as wide as 10-9 suited, 10-9 offsuit, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, as the opener, min raising up front, maybe we think that that's not a part of the equation, but Bad's oh so aggressive and rewarded on this occasion as Chun can't find the necessary king. And I feel as though, Maria, in spite of the backdoor diamonds showing up, that Bads may very well have KLC zeroed in on a King X combo. And if he does, there's a lot of value to be hunted with 880 in the middle.
Yeah, and some problems do arise considering the backdoor flush does get there. So Chun might be afraid of that type of holding, actually, you know, an ace-X of diamonds. But Chun, not actually a great bluff catcher in the sense that he has the queen in his hand, so he does block, you know, some queen jack, queen 10, some natural bluffs, some hands that might possibly have a gutty on the flop and lead the turn. But really great folds coming out of Chun. I think if the river didn't complete the backdoor flush, might have been more curious about the line that Bads took there.
550K, deemed too rich for the king-queen to continue as we flip back over and find Nicky P looking like he might be in a tough spot. Pre-flop action. Limp small blind by Elior. Check back from Petrangelo. Queen Jack 8 board. Both players checked. Four-liner showed up on the turn. After a second check from Elior, Petrangelo bet 40K and got called. Here we are, board pairing Jack on the river. Elior checking one last time and facing a bet of 70,000. No call.
So?
Breaking news from the desk.
Yes, I'm waiting.
Allegations of Dusty Candy may have to be rescinded.
Thank you.
As I've indulged in one of these lovely little watermelon delights. And while I'm sure that diabetes is in my near future, I'm going in for another piece. Delicious.
Texture, great. Fresh.
Soft.
But chewy.
Sugary.
Subtle on the watermelon flavor, not too strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delightful.
I knew you'd like it. You're welcome. I have provided all the sustenance you've had in this booth today.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Coon, Cats, Lim, all with 8 big blinds, all trying to avoid the fate of being the bubble boy. Hands are going to be tied. It's just about really waiting out another player for those types of stacks. Not much they could do.
Nicky P getting a little leg work there, it would seem.
Realize that it's going to be tougher for them than to them than compared to us. Like it kind of works both ways.
Plenty of leg work left to do. For those on the short stacks here on the Stone Money Bubble in the 60K 8 max. As Maria mentioned, multiple sub 10 big blind stacks are out there. And a couple of 11 big blind stacks as well. So 5 very likely candidates in O'Dwyer, Pardo, Kuhn, Katz, and Webster Lim here on your screen at this feature. In the on-deck circle, trying desperately to nose their way into a payout. Min cash, 100,000 for 17th. Same story for 16th. Obviously for the big stacks, chipping up more so what's on their mind than sliding into a min cash. Seiji has been quite active. This time with the goods. 2 jacks. Danny respects, but you see a little scowl over there. Maybe you think Seiji's sus?
Seiji has been quite active, and I think Tang is wondering how often is he getting hands where Tang feels like very often at this stage it will get folded to the big stack and give way for them to open the action. And Sivileski going to test that here with the 3-bet with ace-10 suited. A nice holding to find against the hijack open. Not expecting Seiji to be quite this strong.
5 seconds.
All in.
All in announced.
Yuri with the 3-bet to 280 gets piled on by the 2 jacks.
I pull it back.
No worse for the wear.
Yeah, never mind. It wasn't a 3-bet. Say it. It wasn't a 3-bet. Never mind.
Oh.
He flashes a smile.
28, right?
Yeah. It was 80. Yeah, I said 80.
Call.
Now, they're both members of the Brazilian delegation, Maria, I suspect, given the close-knit nature of that camp. But these guys have talked poker strategy with one another from time to time.
Not too
Maybe rumbled around in the online streets as well, where a lot of the Brazilians do their work.
There certainly are a few different countries where the high-stakes players have become very aligned and certainly study together and have group chats and are really trying to help each other succeed at the highest levels. Brain trust. There's a lot of information out there. It's better to have a few people working on it together.
Danny Tang working on it alone with the offsuit 1-gapper from the hijack. Lewis, King 6 in the big, just content to wait out the bubble, it would seem, unless the hand absolutely doesn't permit. Respectable approaches, of course. Once the bubble does burst, get back to a little bit more of the poker playing, as the ladders are fairly modest at the front end.
I'm going in.
Unable to resist the lure of the watermelon gummy.
I never get wet.
Never get folded.
We've lost Maria
You know?
to the next 45 seconds of
2.5 right?
Yeah.
chewing.
Some hands are supposed to fold.
Yeah.
But don't you think in like lower mistakes, they just don't fold?
They don't fall there.
They just always fall.
You want that? Or something?
Well, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes not, right?
Isn't it better just to always win? It's like raise and you 3-bet, they just fold.
But it's going to be good that I don't get check raise a bunch anymore, you know?
Okay, that's different.
That's fair.
How we doing on that gummy?
It was delightful, and I'm done now.
It feels like the kind of thing that you may have picked up inside your mini bar in the room.
Normally, that would be a decent read, but it's actually available right here at the venue upstairs where the coffee shop is.
Oh.
I've been eyeing it for several days, and today's the first day I decided to pull the trigger, actually.
Expressed differently the first day that your willpower failed. Spencer, small blind, limping in as producer James nods his head in affirmation. Look at Seiji. Jack 3 offsuit. Wants to see what's what over in Spencer's world.
Spencer is certainly deep enough to come along You know, it's going to be out of position, but suited, somewhat connected here with the Jack 7. Going to find the limp call. Plus, Brazilian factor in full effect.
Dominant Jack 7 on a Jack high board, and this is a good spot for Spencer. Seiji's hand in a bad way. 320 in the middle.
Spencer certainly expecting that Seiji, as the pre-flop aggressor, is going to see bet at a pretty high frequency. Certainly doesn't mean that he has a piece of this board.
So a check call of 60K. You can see Rodrigo darting a look over. Spencer picking up the diamond draw, but respecting the prospects of ace-X.
Yeah, but Spencer certainly could have limp called with some ace-X of his own. Considering Seiji had him covered, perhaps wanting to take a low variance line with some of the weaker ace-X's. Seiji with showdown value with the pair of jacks, gonna check back, and Spencer with the best hand, but only getting better with that river card.
Flush coming in just in case there were any issues, though they don't rate to be, considering the check back from Seiji. And Lewis choosing a very milky 80. And Rodrigo with the kind of hand that can do nothing other than call and be shown the diamonds.
Flush is good.
Note that it would have been a chop were it not for the fact that that 8 was a diamond. Meanwhile, we flip back over to one in progress. Over at the secondary, 3 diamond paired and coordinated board where the jacks of Sean Winter continue to reign with 460 in the middle. Juan Pardo started the party with his ace-9, making it 80 to go. Getting flattered by both Winter and Bads after he pumped the brakes post-flop. Winter, who was under-repped, bet 40,000, got called in both seats, in spite of the fact that Bandzikuski has just king high, no diamond. Now here we are on the turn where Sean takes his turn checking after firing.
Wow.
And Bahad stabbed at it for the 80,000, allowing Winter to flat and make jacks full on the river.
I mean, even better than the diamond coming off. Now Winter feels invincible. Hopes Bads has a flush in this case. Bads only with king high. Trying to shake Winter off of some of these middle pairs that aren't going to love this run out. Perhaps the 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. No blockers to the flush though. But has Winter well covered. Winter with just slightly less than pot back. We'll see if Bads is willing to put max pressure on the stone bubble. Oh, and he does. And Winter Loves it.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
You have quads? You do?
Oh, hang on.
Are you serious?
Winter asks if he has quads.
So because we're on the stone bubble,
Cool. Oh shit, man! Stop fucking with me. Fucker.
we're not able to turn the hands face up, and Mikita taking advantage of the opportunity
That seems so genuine. Did it not? It
to
did me.
potentially put Winter into cardiac arrest there as he asked, do you have quads? Mikita said yes.
Tell you what, if Bads tried that with the 4 flush out there and a lot of other rivers.
He's not going to call 4s, and then he's going to say it, whatever he has.
I mean, he might. He called King 10 suited.
Hard spot to pass up when you show your hand and ask that.
Huh?
Like, it's a hard spot not to take when you show your hand and then ask if he has quads. Like,
Well, I mean, we're all in.
yeah, I'm just saying he's going to say yes.
There could have been a lot of rivers where Bads would have put Winter in the blender.
That, of course, wasn't one of them. Bads down to 1.6, still second though.
Thanks. $135. Yeah.
Heath gets after KLC, but does it with the dominated Queen 9. And the 3-bet comes in. Queen 9 is mincemeat. Now, since your arrival, Maria, have you had a chance to go out and sample any of the British cuisine, local fanfare? Perhaps shepherd's pie?
No, but I do love shepherd's pie. Do you have a good recommendation? The only thing I really wanted was fish and chips.
Now, Randy and I did go out to a place called the Golden Hind. Not far
Just so
from
people
Mayfair.
don't get mistaken, the app's saying like forms out.
I did a little bit of research. I did the haddock, he did the cod. We went halvesies. Bowl of chips. Obviously, I rejected the Revile tartar sauce, which was also brought, opting for a lemon wedge instead. Anyhow, fish was great. And the chips, as Randy said, reminded him of In-N-Out fries,
Well, he said
which
he had
anyone who's
quads.
ever had In-N-Out knows is the worst thing about In-N-Out. But Randy, being the sick pup that he is, said he liked them.
I don't know.
If you like
I'm
salted
such a
cardboard,
sucker, I believe in him.
sure.
Is it 5 white chips?
Must enjoyed it twice more.
The white chips, is it 5?
Yeah, 5 here.
Huh?
Like, I mean, you probably enjoyed it way more, you know. When
You
find
seem
out
so
that-
genuine. Such a great,
That's
such a
for
great
you.
liar.
That's great for you. You know, you already felt like you're out of the tournament, and now you're free rolling.
I did think I was out.
So now it's a free roll.
It's a free roll, yeah. It's a free roll for you too.
You know, Baz might have.
No,
Baz might have lost the pot, but
It's an all-in.
Oh, I guess the stream.
No, it's all in, so both has to be shown.
I know, but we could have not been able to retrieve it or something.
Heath, King 9. Got 3-bet moments ago and had to fold. Not sure whether or not that's what's on Juan Pardo's mind, but he is going to use a time bank here.
And 790.
Yep.
180 total.
Thanks.
Pardo down to 8 big blinds.
But up to a pair of jacks
do a
on
lot
an
of
ace-high
funky stuff.
board where both players have the straight draw. .220 in the middle. No betting. 7 rolls off, and how comfortable do we feel with the jacks and king kicker now? After a check back from Ben, who we would expect is going to be leaning a little bit.
You feel pretty comfortable, although he sometimes will have some weak ace-X's that he might check back here. But Pardo, less than pot back, will have to commit here on the turn when Heath goes for the bet.
Just 55K.
Yeah, Heath looking for the queen or the 8.
And instead, it is the king on the end after Pardo makes the call, and it's not the right way to make 2 pair as the 4-liner shows up.
Just about a 3rd pot back here for Juan Pardo. Goes check, check on the end, and Pardo will be very happy to win this pot. Get him out of immediate danger, still certainly at risk with one of the shorter stacks in the room.
Just looking to eke his way into the right side of this money bubble is Juan Pardo, and that'll certainly help his campaign. Well, if you want to help yourself to some of the most elegant and opulent surroundings available to anybody seeking the classiest of gaming experiences, head on down to Les Ambassadors Club, located on the south end of Park Lane, east side of Hyde Park. Private gaming areas and delightful cuisine abound. I did bring my Les umbrella today to work.
Oh, you stole it?
Relax with the S word, Maria.
I didn't know they were just giving those out. I would have taken one.
Listen, Les prepares for every eventuality one of the evenings that we were there.
Pretty sure they're expecting you to return it, though.
On my way out, they handed me one. Didn't even ask when or if I would be bringing it back.
You didn't have to leave your credit card there?
No, it's not that kind of operation. Membership club. And membership has its privileges, as does Ace King suited. Bats. Taking it upstairs. Winter with the suited king of his own.
Winter.
Go ahead.
With the brow furrowed permanently, it feels like always seems to be a stressful situation for him when he enters a pot.
Oh.
No. No, no, no. Bad timing for Winter, thinking that Bads is just trying to abuse the bubble, trying to punish wide opens that could potentially come from Bads at this stage. electing instead to 3-bet versus call a hand that certainly has playability, and this is immediately shut down.
So Makita welcomes back some of his babies that Winter had adopted.
You didn't realize from it was still?
Good to have the family back together, says
Really?
Bats.
Someone who just blasted it off? That takes some willpower.
So, stone bubble hand for hand. Look, Vivaldi says, deal him. And Ibinger is going to be saying raise momentarily as he looks down at these two jacks. Well, he actually didn't say anything, but he let his chips do the talking as he makes it 90,000 to go, 10K above the min. Ace 5. Winter. Binning it. Now Makita King Jack. Going to defend. Oh, and a king high board, but not one, rather two overcards to the jacks. With 240 in the middle. I believe a quick check from Bads. Let's see if Ibinger opts for the safe route.
Ibinger with the min bet, just trying to get folds from perhaps some hands that will still have a little bit of equity, some ace X's. Doesn't want to just give a free card off, but very much looking to shut down, I think, when Makita comes along. Just on future streets, Ibinger not going to be willing to put more chips in, but Bads won't even give him that chance, immediately coming with the check raise, 3x, Ibinger's bet. Really punishing Ibinger for c-betting in this spot.
You surprised to see the c-bet?
Sometimes I would think that on the stone bubble, there's just so much value in just getting to showdown when you're playing a 25 big blind stack.
Oh, and now look at this. Ibinger calls the extra 80,000, Maria. Unconvinced. And an absolutely inconsequential deuce of spades. Leaves Makita. Looking up at 480 in the middle. Looking over at 840 back. Decides that the call from Matthias is cause for perhaps some concern.
Yeah, I mean, Ibinger will have all the nutted hands here as opposed to Bads. You know, Matthias can have set of kings, set of queens, aces, ace king here, whereas Bads isn't very likely to have those given the way the hand played pre, and Ibinger like recognizing the value of just being able to get to showdown with jacks, checks the turn, but I don't think that Bads is going to let this river go. Check, check.
Well, let's see.
Some hands that might continue to a check raise that Bads has beat, of course, is ace queen. Bads does end up checking, and Ibinger with the quick check back.
On the call table number 3, this is the only player and it shows ace king, ace 5 king of clubs. Bruno Holtman shows ace jack, ace of clubs, jack of hearts.
Coons due for a suck out.
We're going to see a flop.
Coons due to losing all in pre.
Well, here we are. It looks like Jason Kuhn has got his chips in the middle up against Bruno Volkmann here. He raised most of what he had. Bruno then from the big blind pushed back. And ace king against ace jack. And Kuhn holds for the double.
You can hear the hands.
Ace king versus ace jack.
Board never a threat.
Jason had 8 blinds.
So the bubble remains intact as the all too pesky 8-time title winner Kuhn will vault away from the shorties. O'Dwyer and Webster, 8 bigs apiece. Pardo with 11 bigs. Those the stacks upon which eyes are cast.
Is this part of the tournament boring for you, Danny? Or whoever?
No, that wasn't Danny. Nothing boring when you're willing to get excited about king deuce offsuit, as Danny did here from the hijack. Spencer defending the big with the queen jack, flopping 2 overs and the gut shot straight draw in this paired texture. Checking it over with 220 in there.
Neither player improving. King high still best. You wonder if Spencer wants to try to get some of these ace X's and weak king X's to fold, though, with the gut shot, the 2 overs. Certainly enough equity should he get called, where there will be some favorable rivers, but also can represent some 8Xs, 9Xs. Defending from the big blind. King deuce perhaps a little too weak for Danny to continue.
And so the turn barrel from Spencer.
I wasn't gonna bluff, but you didn't growl at me, so I did it out of spite.
Go so cheaply. Really? Really? That was a bluff.
Not really sure.
Fold.
Adams surveys. Stands down. Yeah, Spencer. That hoodie is almost ascended to a cloak-like state.
That's how I feel about it.
It is a bit menacing.
It's kind of giving me Harry Potter vibes.
Yeah. Although no sorcery taking place for the time being, as Spencer limps the Jack-8. Seiji says, let's see it. 9-6, and both players with a piece on the monotone Jack 9-3 board. Advantage Spencer.
Well, Spencer did get the better of Seiji. Last time they were in a blind versus blind confrontation, and this time Seiji again, second best.
Oh, what were you saying about being second best, Maria? How about second pair?
Well,
Courtesy of the 6 of clubs, putting him in front.
Now I think some sorcery is welcome.
Oh yeah, bring the abracadabra, Lewis. Into his bag of tricks he comes and pulls out 40,000. 1/3 pot.
Lines up.
Seiji knows he doesn't want to let a cheap spade roll off of this one, so he takes a minute and then 3X's it to 120,000. And
Yeah, and it makes Spencer wonder what type of hands check back the flop and find a raise here on the turn. Are there going to be any flop flushes in that range? How possibly could the 6 have helped Lewis blocking some 2-pair combos with the Jack? Does come along. Feels like perhaps Seiji has some semi-bluffs here with that raise on the turn.
so Lewis calls the extra 80, and neither of these guys like what they're seeing here, as that 4th spade does show up. Card that maybe saves Lewis some chips. I mean, we do presume that with some high amount of frequency, Maria, that anybody calling the turn raise is going to have a spade in their hand?
Yeah, I feel like a pair with a flush draw makes a lot of sense. You know, some of the naked flush draws that are big flush draw possibilities, and that's why you see Seiji with the check back, just wanting to show down the 2-pair.
And he'll be thrilled to be hauling this one in. Meanwhile, on the topic of in, how about all in here? Steve O'Dwyer got called by Jason Kuhn. O'Dwyer with the King 10. Kuhn with Ace 10 on the King 6 Jack board. Steve jumps out in front, but has to fade the Broadway stuff. Spade draw as well, maybe, for Jason? Yeah, indeed. But somehow, Steve able to double through, and you can see Jason obviously disappointed along with the rest of the field not to be bursting this bubble, as the shorties have proven resilient. On this occasion, Shaman O'Dwyer. Good luck figurines, trinkets, amulets. The most superstitious man on tour. It all comes together for him there.
Oh, sweet. Running hot.
So blinds are still to 2040?
Onwards we march. 18 left. You see Danny trying to make sure Rodrigo pays attention to the right things. So the limp.
You're just crushing them on the bubble as usual. They're opening, you're 3-betting. Okay.
Tang checking his option.
(954) board. Delivering top pair to Rodrigo, but he treads lightly. Just king high.
Tang gonna stab with the king high and some interaction there with the 6 for the backdoor potential. Seiji prepared with the bluff catcher, exercising pot control. Well, 7 on the turn certainly produces more outs for Tang's king 6.
Rodrigo
180.
facing now a bet of 180 after checking. And this is one of those spots where you begin to get annoyed if you're Danny and you expect that the ICM implications, this bubble situation, trying to get on the right side of it, should all be leaving Rodrigo a bit more passive, and yet he digs in on another street.
I do think that with the 8-6 blocked here, oh, well, Tang does just end up getting there, but I was going to say, if he didn't, still believe he was going to empty the clip, and then Seiji would have really been put to the test. But here, Tang finds the straight on the end. 4-liner makes it a lot harder, I think, for Tang to have bluffs.
Incredibly fortunate is Danny to go from king 6 on a 954 board to a 7 high straight. Runner, runner. And let's see how much discomfort he's going to deliver Rodrigo's way.
$600K in the pot, backdoor flush draw misses. Obviously, Tang will have more stabs than normal on the stone bubble. Certainly that is a consideration here for Seiji, and Tang wanting to get paid off. Seiji has played this quite passively with the check call on the flop and check call on the turn. Does feel like more 1-pair hands than 2-pair hands.
Here's the thing. 3/4 pot from Danny. And Seiji just knows that if he can find something heroic here from time to time, the spoils would be great.
Well, given this sizing, it's somewhat unlikely that I think 2 pairs would go this sizing with the 4-liner. So does feel a little bit more like you're looking at a straight or nothing. And as I mentioned, given this stage of the tournament, Danny will have more stabs than normal on the flop, you know, stabbing wider. But also this was a limped pot pre-flop. So Danny can have all the 6s checking back pre-flop. No real significant blocker in the 10 for Seiji. You would much rather have 9-8 here than 10-9 because you do block 8-6.
Reconstructing it. Limp blind versus blind. Check back from Danny, so this board texture obviously could still be contained. And the check call of 60 and 180K, followed by the check fold to the 3rd barrel from Danny. The one street in which he actually had it. Nice pick up there for Danny. A little lick of the lips.
Did I use 3? No. Oh, okay. You bluffed me?
You see the paranoia for Rodrigo?
The green. I had a good hand. You bluffed me. 1 pair? 1 pair. Thank you.
Everybody synced up. Cards back in the air.
It's close.
Eights for Yuri.
Toji, what's that?
Bluff, right?
Bluff?
I'm sure my pronunciation is horrendous.
How do you say?
What?
Bluff in Mandarin. You speak
Toji? Yeah.
Toji.
Yuri wanted to raise, it looked like, but I think didn't realize that the blinds went up a couple hands ago and then only put out enough to be deemed a call.
Well, 80K would be enough for a raise, would it not? At 20 and 40, that would be over half the required added chips.
I don't think he put, I don't know, but the dealer ruled it as a call and you saw Yuri grimace a little bit, not happy.
Oh, you think he's not happy now? Just wait till Lewis Spencer
Well,
acts on these 2 nines.
Here's the interesting part, though, is that Yuri knows everybody else at the table knows that he intended to raise. So Spencer's certainly going to take that into account. If it's unclear whether your opponent wanted to limp or raise from under the gun, you see with just the fold, Spencer.
Whoa.
And this is what I'm saying. It kind of did work out for Yuri. I don't think I would have folded as Spencer, but I might not have wanted to come for the raise, right? Because what if you come for the raise and get limp re-raise now because you know that Yuri wanted to open from under the gun?
Can't we flat?
You can definitely flat, but I think Spencer just decided that he also didn't like that as an option.
Because it entices some of these bigger stacks like Danny Tang's to activate behind and put the squeeze on?
Yeah, I feel like if Spencer comes with the limp, then certainly it would have been a little more attractive for Tang off of the big stack to get aggressive.
So some definite meta going on here in this one as Danny with the king, queen, limps and flops top pair on an open ender. Gutty for Webster, who checked back from the big backdoor clubs. And of course, everybody keeping an eye on Yuri Zivalevsky, who appeared to want to raise up front. Raises on the stone bubble like this, off of a stack like Yuri's, which isn't the biggest in the room. Should be attached to high caliber weaponry. Pocket eights, certainly a weapon of sorts.
The 8 of clubs does allow him to bet here. Not even a C bet because, again, this is a limped pot pre. And Danny possibly not a lot of turns that he's going to love, going to be cautious here.
Yeah, board reading 3 clubs, but obviously Webster folding the ace of clubs. That never would have happened if the jack were a club, which it is not. It is a spade, and now we see the driest of turns, as Yuri feels like he may have just taken his one and done with the underpair.
Yeah, you wonder if he thinks Tang will have hands as strong as ace-queen even. Again, knowing that Yuri was trying to open from under the gun, not trying to limp, or if Tang is absolutely going to be 3-betting that always and doesn't have kings, doesn't have jacks, shouldn't have 10s very often, would be 3-betting all of those premium pairs pre-flop. Follow through quite dangerous, I think, now from Zivalevsky. When you think about his range under the gun, on the stone bubble, and his willingness to follow through against 2 opponents.
So, Zivalevsky keeping the gas on. Again, the jack is a spade, not a club, as shown in the graphics here.
Is he willing to empty the clip with what he perceives as range advantage? Again, knowing full well that everybody at this table knows he had the intention to raise from under the gun pre-flop. Does just give up.
Yeah. Decides that Danny calling that 250 on the turn meant business. And that'll be a blow to Yuri's stack that will leave him rolling down the leaderboard.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there is Tang. Up and over the 3 million chip mark here is our chip leader. Blinds 25 and 50,000. Do have one more hand that we're going to be dealing. And I believe
Yeah, I'm supposed to be way weaker.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, obviously, way weaker, but not as weak, just because like this. Yeah. But still weak. Obviously, you just have just like Jack 7 of clubs.
Yeah. You play like 7-5, is it?
thought perhaps we had lost one at one of our outer tables. Not yet, however.
Think it should be yours?
No.
Rodrigo. Cutoff ace.
You already won a big hand, trust me, so you're good for 2 orbits.
I was told that I have to dip.
I'm out 4.
You're out 4. There we go.
Zivalevsky 14th of our remaining 18 runners right now after dumping a chunk to Danny. Danny always keeping a watchful eye on the Triton Poker Plus app, as we keep an eye on Juan Pardo, who finds himself all in here over the top of a raise and call from Bats and KLC respectively. Bats recognizing the King-Queen's prospects lean out considerably in a spot like this. KLC asking for a count.
No intention of folding this strong of a hand against a sub 10 big blind stack.
So then, call comes in, and the pot grows to over 1 million as Juan Pardo, 9 bigs to start this one, 2 smaller stacks than his elsewhere in the field, and Jason Kuhn and Webster Lim both very much interested in the outcome here. Pardo in front for the time being, dodging an ace or a queen, and doing so successfully thus far. Things stay clean on the turn. Oh! And then a big stain on the river as Juan Pardo ends up with the dubious distinction of Bubble Boy.
Tough way to go for it to come on the river, but a flip is still a flip.
And 100K is locked up by the entire field. As we're in the money here in the 60K 8 max.
Oh, I didn't brick the whole series.
I bricked like every tournament. I bricked like all the tournaments. And this was the only day because I thought it was ending. I booked the theatre with my wife for 7 p.m.
I have a flight in 30 minutes.
Did Sean Winter just say he had a flight in 30
minutes? Yeah, I believe him.
Like maximum just like 3 p.m. day 2. And like for this day I booked the theatre at 7 p.m.
It's
I
good
booked
luck.
like a theatre
It's
at 7
win-win.
p.m.
Booking win-win scenarios are always good.
Aren't you still have some time?
Yeah, I have like an hour. If I bust the next hour, I'll make it.
Well,
It's not something you can show up late.
Sounds like he has an extra ticket to the theater.
Yeah.
Which one of us is going to take it?
Not it.
So I guess I could go for the second half.
That's not your
I'm sure
jam?
you're meant to like walk in halfway through.
Nah, I'm good.
Normal.
I love Makita, by the way, though. When Ben said he's not going to make it to the theater unless he busts, Makita promptly a sporting offer to let's try it.
Where's
Let's
your
see
what?
if you can bust.
Where's your what? Queen 8. Queen 8.
Winter, of course, if you thought having a theater ticket was bad, he's got a plane ticket in a half an hour. Suspect we're going to have to rebook that one. This is Sean's first cash in his 9th attempt here at this series. Maria couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to just go over at these series. But always nice to have a series saver potential.
Yeah, Sean doesn't play the short deck events, so this was the one he needed to cash. Maybe it's like that reverse.
First is really bad.
When you're all in and you're drawn super thin, you stand up, you D-mic, you book a plane ticket. It's like next level pessimism.
Right, but it's got to be fully refundable, right? It can't be worth it monetarily if you go non-refundable.
I would agree.
899. How's that?
So then, the wheels are greased for Webster Lim as he's on the inside of the bubble, and here he is in front of the two deuces of Lewis Spencer, which gave him a spin for 200K. It all stays tidy with 475 in the middle. Rooting against a canard on the end.
Don't understand your strategy and just call down with top pair, you know. He could
And it
have
stays
ace
duck
queen.
free
I know.
as Webster
I was like, don't bet river. Don't
gets
bet
himself a
river.
little double.
Fucking don't bet river. No, no, no. Don't bet river. Bet river, what do I beat? What do I beat? But it's fucking Yuri. He might just like blast off with like,
Oh, no.
ace nine.
Oh.
Shaman O'Dwyer on his feet, reaching for the backpack. We know what that tends to mean. Pocket jacks he had. All in against the aces of Eli Orsaya. The board was never anything that gave him more than a 2-out sweat. But at least that collision took place after the elimination of Juan Pardo. And as such, it's worth $100,000. That's still going to be the payout for 16th place as we bounce around the room. Now, we find Matthias Eibinger. Blind versus blind. Limp pot pre. With an open ender up against the fours of Bats, who fired 50 on the flop and got called. Now decides to check.
Do we have a dinner break
I think the next break is the dinner break.
in 23 minutes?
Yeah. If I'm not wrong. I'll check for you.
I hope that's not true.
50.
Huh?
I hope that's
Oh, that's
no.
bad for you, yeah.
I think another 2 hours.
nice.
Yeah.
So a check back from Eibinger, and the 7 promptly arrives to give him a winner.
Yeah, that was rough. That was the most tournaments I've gone in a row, lifetime and live without cashing.
Yeah? How many?
Uh,
Please don't say 6.
no, it was 7, but I think it was 9.
That's quite
0
good.
for 9.
What?
But you haven't
Well,
done more than
As
1
the
for 9,
longest
0
streak.
for
Rarely
8.
more than 3.
Oh.
but it was-
Well, that's not bad
When
at
it starts
all.
getting 3, I'm
That's
like,
actually a
what the fuck's
brag for
going on?
most people.
what a life.
Exactly.
But I
Eibinger.
chose like to do it in high buy-ins and that.
Going for value based on the way that this hand has played out so far. Doesn't expect Bads to have very strong value. Eibinger certainly giving Bads something to think about with the pair of 4s. Could there just be some floats on the flop that really have not connected with this board?
Hard to
Could
say on
2
mine.
pairs bet the
You could
river
easily do
here?
more than
Or is it
that.
more just straights or nothing? Eibinger doesn't have to have the 5 here. I think even a hand like 7-6 that perhaps backed into 2 pair
Yeah, I mean,
can
consider
still
the
go for value.
Consider the fact that Eibinger did call a 50K bet on this board texture from Bads. Suggests that
Thank
he's
you.
got
Sorry, I
something.
don't have any money on me right now.
I think some king highs will just float there,
Straight.
you know, against the
Wow.
bet.
Bads
Does get the call.
pays off the 165 and a bit of a spicy cut out of the chips here.
Another big blind special for
Nikita.
Matthias.
Redraw.
If you leave the table, you can no remove only.
Displeased.
Okay.
So for now it's
Just switch up.
Understandably, but still sitting oh so pretty as the bursting of the bubble means it is time for a redraw. Down to 16, hence. So, lines 25 and 50,000 still when we get back. KLC. Over 2 million in front of him. Currently sitting second overall. Bad slipping down to third. And we welcome you back to the desk here at the JW Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Ali and Maria taking you through a second frame of play shortly. But how about it? Danny Tang still at the top of the leaderboard. Found himself on the wrong end of a pot against Seiji there. Recentered himself. Things have been going well. Obviously the King 6, a very fortunate situation for him. But the unfortunate Juan Pardo, Bubble Boy, out in 18th, and then Shaman O'Dwyer able to notch the 100,000. And as you can see, we've got 2 empty tables in the Triton Poker Plus app right now, but we do have all of the chip counts. Kerry Katz, Maria, 920,000 in front of them. Spins have been acquired, 18 bigs now, hoping to ladder up toward one of those 2 7-figure payouts.
Yeah, and if we keep going through the remaining players left, of course, some of these new faces, Elier Sion, who isn't here much on the Triton circuit, and then Lewis Spencer also showing up here and making a deep run in this event, you know, the last No Limit Hold'em event of the series.
Yeah, very much so. Short deck part of the program will be forthcoming, as will continuing coverage as we send you to a break. Stay close. More after this.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all other GTO traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
What's the best way to master GTO poker? At GTO Wizard, we have blogs that will teach you the art of learning poker, starting from the big picture and working your way down to the finer details. Then we teach you how to implement these new skills at the table step by step. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And we're back now with the bubble having burst in the final long deck event of the Triton Super High Roller Series London Festival. Ali Nejad, Maria Ho, and 16 remaining players. Current payout $100,000, and we're going to be working our way up that ladder. 105.5 is the mini jump from 16th to 15th. It'll stay that way to 14th, and the jumps don't really get all that significant, Maria, as is standard and customary, until you see that 9th place finish. No longer will the payouts be paired, as the big jumps are available to those who make their way to the final table. And with 2 tables remaining, we can glimpse now upon the way the redraw came down here in the Triton Poker Plus app. Just quickly, we'll be going out to it in just a moment. There is your feature table. Anything jumping off that page?
Well, I definitely think that Tang still maintaining the top spot through the bubble period, obviously able to have that commanding chip lead right now, but Adams always dangerous. And of course, we see Heath, Petrangelo, Volkman, who had a very nice start early on in day 2.
Kuhn also. Small stack, just 7 bigs, but happy to be in the hunt. All he needs is a spin. Something Kerry Katz has enjoyed on more than one occasion here as he worked his way into the money with 18 bigs. Webster sneaking in there as well.
I mean, was there ever any doubt El Jefe would make it into the money when he was one of the shortest stacks in the room, 3 away from ITM? Now, with a very playable 18 bigs.
Oh, that's a short deck. Oh, short deck. You're missing out, Danny. What? Short deck.
Who are you?
Oh. Nice stack. Good chip leader.
So Jason's not going to waste any time here in the small blind. Will jam 370,000, and how does King 6 suited perform? Ben Heath decides adequately.
I just felt that. I can't even explain how. I just felt like I had dominated.
Looks like a premonition for Kuhn.
How did he know? Spooky.
Oh, stop that. How would you? Oh, wow. Talking about shopping, sharing the money together. He starts talking about scalping me. Yes.
Now suddenly the opportunities are very limited. Sevens and deuces for Kuhn. Dominated and held on. Good thing a second spade wasn't on that flop. Would have been a problem.
Well, the countdown is on for whether or not Heath is going to make the theater or not. 18 big blinds. I think he's got, what, 40 minutes left?
Are you suggesting that the theater would take precedent over the opportunity to enjoy one of these top 2 7-figure scores, 1.6 million for first?
Of course not.
1,080,000
But
for second?
it's like Sean Winter said, it's a win-win, right? It's always nice to have plans with a loved one after you bust. Take the sting off.
Yeah, but he hasn't busted yet, and he's not trying to bust. And by the way, not all plans are created equal. Theater, meh. Depends, I suppose, on what piece of theater.
Well, here in England, when they say theater, do they mean like
not the
musical
movies.
show? Okay, that's what I thought he meant. I just wanted to clarify, though. No. You don't like
I mean, I saw
good
Hamilton
West
as the
End.
last thing that I saw.
You didn't like it? Oh,
it was all right. It was good.
It was all right.
Freaked out.
I mean, ask Seidel how he feels about Hamilton.
Okay, we already know. Ask Jason Kuhn how he feels about suited kings. Performed well for him a pot ago, and here he goes to work with it once more. Top 2 against a gutty, though, is Petrangelo, the customer. Got a stranglehold on this one. Checking it. Kuhn fires the 80. Just hoping for a fold. We know that's not happening, but with that coordinated texture, some incentive for Pietrangelo to raise here and now.
Yeah, especially considering up against a button opening range, certainly doesn't have to have a lot of strong holdings here, but will have a lot of draws.
And there it is. A couple of diamonds being on the board also factoring in, I would imagine.
Yeah, and Kuhn would have really liked to see a cheap turn card, especially off of 16 bigs to start this hand. This is asking for about a third of his stack, and he is going to call, perhaps without the presence of the backdoor clubs possibility. He might have let it go.
Oh, and right on cue, there are those backdoor clubs.
And now Pietrangelo's move is really just all in if he wants to ask for it.
And he does. Pardon me. 1.5 million in the middle.
Just hoping. Yeah, just hoping that he's up against the weaker part of Pietrangelo's check raising range, perhaps.
My hand's too big anyways. How late can we get in the short time? How late can the bridge will be open for the short time?
I don't know. 8?
Now, it's not actually 1.5 in the middle because they're playing 465 effective, Maria. But Pietrangelo's jam of 815 is what makes it look that way.
Yeah.
Covering stack.
And you hear Kuhn hoping that Pietrangelo has some of the semi-bluffs, the king X of diamonds, the 10X of diamonds, where Kuhn would actually be performing really well against those hands, but not as well against Queen Jack. And noting that the pay jump isn't all that much.
Are you click and call?
I mean, I think if I feel like I have a lot of equity, meaning perhaps sometimes if I'm up against the semi-bluffs, the draws, you know, the king X of diamonds, the 10X of diamonds, then my hand's going to be performing really well. But if I'm up against top 2 and...
You have like fucking 10-4 of diamonds or something, man. 10-5 of diamonds.
Go on.
If all of those hands are in there, all of Pietrangelo's semi-bluffs, including some of these 2 pairs, then yeah, I think you have to call given what you have invested and the price you're getting. But if you don't feel like Pietrangelo has, it's definitely not a punt to call, but you're in worse shape than you thought.
So, Jason grappled with it for quite some time. And in the end, his chips were wrestled forward by the jam from Pietrangelo. With the call, the pot officially 1.65 million, one that needs to go Jason's way if he wants to fight on here. And the 10 on the end gives him the king high straight.
It's 550. Roughly. No, it's a little bit less.
And hopes for a 9th title remain intact.
Yeah. Oh, I might have slow rolled you. Sorry. 465. I thought it was a little bigger than that.
It's 465, right?
Yeah. Thanks. And a bottle of. Oh, they brought it.
Looks like Jason's still
Give me 10 back. 10 back.
trying to work it out in his head.
Yeah. It would strike me as incredibly cuspy if Jason's going to be struggling with it even after the call and the double.
Yeah, I mean, just because you got there, you know, he's not going to be results oriented. He still wants to make sure that he did the right thing by going with it.
Always the case.
Got me?
Yeah. Fold. Plus.
Too much to fold, you think? Probably, right? Yeah. And hiking that.
So Kuhn, with that double, Maria, finds himself fourth in chips overall.
And now Pietrangelo, after losing that pot, moves all in from the small blind. Volkman certainly has a hand to call with.
Queen 10 suited up against ace 7 off. Nikki P. Dealt the initial blow by Jason Kuhn there as his top two was felled. And now he plays for 750 with the lead. But that is no longer the case on a queen high board where the 7 of spades works and the hunt for an ace is on. Spade no longer working, and it is just a lone needle in this remaining haystack. It would have bailed out Nikki P. GG's, nevertheless, as the warrior, Pietrangelo, bowing out in 16th, collecting the second 100K payout, 105,500 now. What's on tap? And what's on time? It's the people at Jacob & Co. Genève, our official timekeepers here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just feast your eyes on what it is that they put together, transcending wristwatches to an art form. And also delivering our main event champions a special collaborative timepiece, one that Tim Adams claimed yesterday in emotional fashion.
Raise 100,000. Fold. Fold.
Here we see KLC with an ace-king. Going to work, and Seiji awakens to red jacks in the small.
Seconds.
27 big blinds. Can go for the 3-bet non-all-in sizing and call off, or just go all in. Either way, happy to get the chips in the middle with this type of holding.
How much you have?
KLC asking for a count. We could be playing a big one, as 2.5 million back is more than enough
360 is the total.
to dig in.
1,360,000.
Yeah, slight reluctance there, but seeing that he's got 2 overs against the underpair, things certainly could be worse. Seiji, vulnerable.
Okay. King the flop.
And now feeling a little bit more cozy on the 8 high board. Thought it was an 8. Indeed it is. Not the 9 of diamonds. Board pairs on the turn, and now we simply need to fade an ace or a king and double if we've got the 2 jacks, and unable to do so.
GG.
Rodrigo, the river dagger. 105,000 and change, as now suddenly just 14 remain.
Running hot, running hot.
That seat's hot. Lupita was winning in it. Ace king, ace king, ace king.
Yeah, we're always getting ace king suited from this thing.
It's probably up by now. Smoke. Jason Kuhn, chip leader.
I feel like I run so good against Nick. He's such a good player, and I just always get him.
I feel like everyone's run pretty good against Nick recently.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. He always handles it well.
Yeah, he does.
Some admiration, I
He's one of
believe,
those,
being
like,
expressed toward
in maybe in the next 3 years or something, he'll just
Nicky
go
P.
on one of those fatal heaters, you know?
He's gone on some pretty sick heaters in the past. He's just done it kind of quietly. He's had some mega wins.
Yeah.
And he's put a lot of them together. Like, I think last year, the first half of the year, he won everything.
certainly an easy guy to root for is Nick Petrangelo. Just a pro's pro. Maria, head down, doing his thing.
Yeah, I think people view him very similarly to, you know, Tim Adams, just well-liked and a great player.
Well, not a great spot for El Jefe. Diamonds were smothered. Now here he is, bottom pair up against top pair. As Jason, fresh off the double, which left him with a top 5 stack, goes to work, and there is a bothersome card for Katz. As a release is not in his future. As the pot has grown to 275K.
Yeah, Katz might think he likes having the backdoor flush draw, but he doesn't know what he's up against quite yet with the quick call.
Board pairing Jack on the end, now improving Kuhn to trips. As 50K became 100K from flop to turn, how big will he come on the river?
Katz taking a little pause. Does he want to try to represent the river trips? No, it looks like he is going to check with a little bit of showdown with jacks and deuces. And Kuhn can definitely come with a big sizing, considering he also had that backdoor flush draw. Could have had backdoor flush draw that misses, that does not contain a jack. And you see that's why he does, in fact, go for 400,000 into 475,000.
Fucking tired, man.
Huh?
So fucking tired.
You didn't mean to limp.
I accidentally limped. I had a fucking huge hand, so it doesn't matter, but I accidentally limped. Today's a bad day for me, boys. These cash games are killing me.
You played last night?
No, the night before I didn't even sleep. I mean, I played till 5, 4 in the morning, and then just didn't get to sleep. Came in and played day 2 of the other bird. Jumped in this afterwards. I need a good night's rest.
That's my daily thing.
I know. I don't know how you fucking do it.
Well, Jason's suggesting
until like 4.
he's been working overtime.
Min raise, Gary? I might have accidentally picked you off for an extra 150. Sorry to tell you, buddy.
Playing the cash games and then putting a little frosting on the wound for Gary.
I need a breather.
misclick limp forcing Cats into that one, and Jason recognizing that maybe the min raise, something that Kerry wouldn't have been interested in with that hand.
Who knows? Trying it versus Kerry with his own weapons.
Yeah, I hit him with his own tricks.
Now then, Volkman, cutoff, ace queen, Tang on the button. Playable kid.
You had like 5
Bows out.
diamonds, didn't you?
I had a hand that could have fucked you up, man.
Well, I could have fucked you up. Worse. If you had diamonds, you were dead.
Diamonds.
Oh, okay.
Confirmed.
So if you had diamonds, you were dead.
I also had a 2. How much did it?
125. I had ace jack of diamonds.
Really?
Yes, Kerry, you were in very bad shape there.
Of diamonds?
No, I had the 2-4 diamonds.
Adams relinquishing the 9-5 suited.
So we both had a flush and a pair and a flush draw.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, diamond would have been a painful way to go out.
Oh, nice. Food's here.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's crazy.
Thank you. Yeah, take the shoulder.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Flipping back over to the semi-feature table. Sean Winter, 900K. Ace Deuce, hijack. Truly the most animated player on tour, on any tour that he's a part of.
He even just looked surprised that it was his turn. Just always a little confused. Like, what am I doing here? Where am I? What year is it?
I think I've got a read on the Lewis hoodie cloak vibe.
Okay.
I think he's rocking a Triton blanket in reverse over a hoodie, hence the regal sort of vibes. It blends in, all black. Meanwhile, all black for Webster Lim. Spade in variety, Jack 5, defends, swing and a miss. Spencer, top pair. Check in front of him. In comes the barrel.
Guys, we got time for one more hand.
Easy fold for Webster. Lewis really hasn't had to do much on the day from what we've observed, Maria. Just kind of coasting, 6th right now.
Hasn't had any very difficult spots or big pre-flop coolers. Really just winning a few small pots, couple of BVB confrontations.
Just a break. 15 minutes.
I don't know.
15.
I don't think so.
15 minutes.
5 seconds.
You think that was Sean trying to tell everybody it was a dinner break so they don't come back in 15 minutes? Or did he really not know?
Little sporting misinformation by Winter. Everybody shows up late. He's sitting there Raising and taking it.
All in.
Webster jamming a king high into KLC's ace high, and this could be an extended break for Lim.
King deuce deuce.
No. What? Yeah. I was like,
900,000 in there and 2 hearts out there.
King
Ace high. And the nut flush draw, which comes in on the turn, and Webster's top pair gets showered. GGs are issued, and as suspected, the break will be a protracted one for Chinwei Lim, as he is bounced out in 14th, and 13 will be rejoining us after a short break. KLC up to 90 bigs, overall chip leader, vaulting well ahead of Danny Tang by over 1 million in chips. And what a delight it would be for Kiat Liu Chun to be able to notch a second cash so far here in his 6th effort at his 2nd ever Triton Festival, part of that Malaysian delegation, which always shows up in force. So far, he has impressed. Maria willing to take some spots, willing to take the risks maybe that some of the pros are more cobbly and grindy about, but having done so to great effect. Obviously unfortunate for Webster being bounced out there. Let's hold the thoughts till the back end of the break when we return, continuing coverage with just 13 players left here in the 60K 8 Max.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker, main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GTO traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Elevate your poker skills to a whole new level with GTO Wizard's free study plans. These step-by-step guides are designed to help you master MTTs and the fundamentals of game theory optimal poker. Each step includes assignments, resources, and videos to help you master MTTs, implement ICM into your strategy, and help you utilize our software. From engaging drills to insightful articles, each step is a journey towards mastery. So what are you waiting for? Try it today. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
call against an 18 big blind stack.
5 seconds.
Has
Cool.
Makita behind, who once Volkman calls can easily get out of the way with 4s, and JNT's got 1 overcard.
So then, Bruno ends up the man to take his chances heads up against JNT, something that was so ill-advised yesterday during his second place run in the 125K main. That 1 overcard doesn't come in, but the smaller 9 does, which provides a couple of extra outs in a 775K pot. JNT on his feet, and the King of Spades on demand.
Sitting back down.
And 9's full for good measure on the river. Big smile on JNT's face, of course. And he does what others don't, Maria. That is the theme for Jean-Noël Torel. Rides it to success there as Yuri, Jack 10 offsuit, opened here at the feature. Alex Ponikov's button, 120, jamming. 5s will get a spin. Like a look of relief almost on Ponikov's face to see that he was up against.
Seems like not busting.
So far, so good.
Mm-hmm. Things stay clean.
They know better.
Smart too.
Who's they? Ponikov's. Looks up at a tidy run out.
Fold. Fold.
Soft hand for hand
Fold.
at present.
Seconds.
Come on, in.
Player all in.
Espen Jorstad wants to take his chances with an ace-5 offsuit. Juan Pardo. Pocket 6s.
Seconds.
Call.
Call.
King queen 1 time.
Makes the call. And another ace-5 into the muck, by the way. Not interested in participation. So then, prospects somewhat grim for Espen Jorstad. He knows it. What he doesn't know is that 1 ace has no shot of showing up here, but the gut shot does.
He'll take it.
Yeah, sounds that way, doesn't it?
Let's make it an 8 instead. 8 or 9, I think is better. Better for the viewers, you know? Don't ruin it on the turn. Like, so boring to watch them.
Turn is unhelpful, and now sailboats need to pull into the harbor for Espen Jorstad to continue. Instead, the queen of diamonds on the end, and Juan Pardo with a fist bump as he will haul in the 10 bigs of Espen Jorstad. Ninja-like stealth
Yeah, that was amazing.
going on. Snapping some
I
photos.
hope you got some good photos.
Email
I
those
need some
to
for
us,
the
Joe.
gram.
And I'm not having this coaching side with Fedor. And if we get heads up in this event, you're gonna come do like 30 minutes hand review. Okay, if we have heads up in this tournament, you and me.
Just give him a chance.
It's super unlikely. But
Raise to 40,000.
okay, deal.
Oh. Fold.
King, queen. 40 to go, says KLC. Big blind jack 6 suited for Ivy.
5 seconds. Fold.
What a flop. Tune with the straight.
Nine 10 jack board, top pair for Ivy. Far more delightful development for KLC, who fires 30,000.
Oh, wow. KLC, we're going to abbreviate this one too, huh?
I mean, you know, it's the theme. Oh, from jacks to jacks and sixes as Ivy came with the check call, 170 in the middle, and this could be troublesome.
No, but
against a double barrel, though, probably not a whole lot of value that Ivy will see in raising.
150.
Certainly a lot of other hands that have him beat. Tune could have better two pairs, jack 10, jack
less.
9, all the
They must
sets,
have miscounted. 100,000
straights, of
less.
course. But Ivy not going to be left with much. Perhaps trying to deny equity to some Queen X flush draw type combinations. He does unblock all of those flush draws, so he might just end up putting it in because of what he has behind. Bit of a setup.
$155K bet. And Ivy does jam in the 425K. You see KLC snap call. The good news for Ivy is that he's not drawing dead. The bad news is obviously he's cooked for the time being in an over 1 million chip pot. So the man with a second and a title under his belt already here in London faces a 4-out spot, and the queen on the end will finish off the mighty Phil Ivy.
Now that one's you.
Kiat Liu Chun. Remember, ace-9 against ace-king against Kiat Lee. Pocket eights now for JNT.
Right. Plus.
$75K to go. 3x open sizing. Pocket nines popping up once more, this time for Juan Pardo. And the thing about JNT that we've always noted, Maria, is the fact that he comes with these bigger sizings often and creates some discomfort in terms of people being forced to play larger pots. Back at the desk here at JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane, Alina Jad and Maria Ho, and a bevy of players that work their way from 35 down to what is now 13, and as such, find themselves in the money and in the hunt for 2 7-figure payouts, $1.6 million up top and $1,080,000 for second place. Payouts once you get to the final table, at least $159,000, and at present, we're paying out $114,500 as we take you inside the Triton Poker Plus app there, available, of course, to those of you at home for download, free of charge, the exact same stuff that we're using here at the desk, and the players out there are using to keep firm fingers on the pulse of the proceedings. Proceedings that show Kiat Liu Chun up at the top of the leaderboard with $4.5 million, 1.3 ahead of Danny Tang. But obviously both of those guys very much in prime position to find themselves amongst the final 9.
Right, and Danny Tang, who started the day as the chip leader, able to get through that bubble period very smoothly and hasn't had to face a lot of resistance. But now as some of the stacks get shallower, I assume that chips will be going all in pre-flop at a rapid pace. And because of that, you know, some of the bigger stacks will have to play some big all-ins.
Did you notice who's on the short stack right now?
Oh, would you look at that, Kerry Katz?
There he is at the bottom. 13th place right now, 11 bigs in front of him. Managed to work his way into the bubble and has picked up a couple of ladders. So obviously outperforming the fact that he was on the shorty on the outside of the bubble. But as we've alluded to, this is a guy who understands how to eke out even the leanest of stacks, very much from that Sean Winter sort of DNA. So then we send it back down to our final 2 tables inside the arena here in the 60k 8 Max, the final long deck event of this Triton Super High Roller Series London Festival. And as we do, we'll find blinds of 30 and 60,000. There are those 2 aforementioned big stacks presiding over each of these respective tables. Nice that they don't find themselves at one another's tables, Maria. Because obviously Danny can behave in ways that he might not have been able to if he were over at Kiat's table.
Yeah, as the pressure of ICM and the implications become even stronger, we will see the big stacks using that to their advantage. We also just have a couple players that, you know, must have been pretty pessimistic about their outcome in this tournament. Winter apparently has a flight to catch, literally, and Ben Heath said he had tickets for the theater, which I think it's starting at 8 o'clock, so 20 minutes away.
I don't think the theater or the flight are concerns for these boys at present, nor do I think Danny Tang is concerned with pocket tens as he makes it 125,000 to go.
What up? If you have one like a day, it's not going to affect you. What? Diet Coke.
Carrie, really?
Sure. I just wrote an article about the test they did. Is completely stupid.
Wanting everybody to know that it's okay to consume a Diet Coke from time to time. His favorite go-to beverage.
Can't believe you're skipping the short deck today.
Danny gets no takers.
I hope I do.
Huh?
I hope I do.
Yeah.
I can't believe these guys who still don't play it. I really don't understand it.
I don't either.
Since they come to literally every Triton, you might as well learn the game.
Yeah, exactly. You can make it a requirement. You can't play the no limit events unless you play at least one bullet
No.
every short deck.
No.
If you're a pro.
Triton's value will go down like this.
Yeah, I guess you can't force people. You got to persuade them.
Kerry, not the first person to suggest that short deck participation be mandatory. You heard Danny say, no, we're good. Leave the super pros out of it. Although quite a few of them do jump into the short deck events, just not all of them.
I got 3 tables now.
Now then, mucked around to King Queen for Ben Heath. Rips it right out there. Volkman, not interested.
I sold some of the action.
Huh?
Bruno currently 3rd overall in chips.
I sold 2K to Kia.
Yeah. Gonna save you some money, it looks like.
Jason thinks I'm cooked, so
Yeah, I think
I'm a bit scared.
Well, look at this. It's going to be less than this tomorrow.
I think you're what?
You think I'm cooked for the 1 mil bet, right? The 1 mil payout bet.
You're going to need probably 60 entries.
Yeah,
in the 60
which I think we will get, but I don't know.
Maybe you know something I don't know.
I think it'll be close.
Folded around to JK with KJ. You gonna say something about his bucket hat, Maria?
Oh, what a good look. Love it. Very fashionable. But is this like a mid-tournament bucket hat situation? Because he wasn't wearing that earlier.
No, he wasn't. Although I'll take the over on mid-tournament.
You think his head got cold? It's a little chilly out.
Happens. His hand just got cold too as Danny piles from the big. Can't take it. Into the muck it goes.
A lot of chip.
Yep. Too good. So let's not play with you.
I'd imagine they're going to balance the tables, right? One table playing 7, the other 5.
So a 7th player is going to be bounced back and forth between the two tables in order to...
That would seem fair, and it's kind of what they've done in the past. We're down to, I think it says 13 on the app, but
yeah,
it looks like 12 players are left, actually, so we will just do a 6-6 split in that situation. I don't know. Maybe it was just that graphic. That graphic had it 5 players on the red table.
Wonder who it is that we lost, as I'm still seeing 13 in the app myself.
Yeah, maybe just the graphic was wrong, but again, they're going to make it very fair here and always will balance when we reach an even number.
All in.
Danny rips it right into carry. Don't think Queen 8 is the candidate.
Can't even show one, can you?
No.
Thanks, so.
Cannot. Cannot.
Feast and famine in that blind versus blind, as it has been good eats for Danny on the day. The carry stack has been fasting. Jason going to try the king jack out once more, this time suited. And Danny's got medicine on the button, king queen.
Cats with an ace and a mystery card, but Getting short on chips. Decides to just call. I would imagine with the top of the ace-x range, he would just put it all in so that he could c5. And this is some of that maneuvering that we were alluding to, Ollie, about how Carey navigates a sub 10 big blind stack.
Recognizes just how precious stack maintenance is. Queen 10-9 board. Jason flops the joint. Top pair for Danny. And whatever it is, it's not good enough for Carey Katz.
Pretty nice to not block any of the top pairs. Two pair combinations. You know, certainly Tang could have continued with hands like we see, like King Queen or Queen Jack or Queen 10 suited.
Knuckled around. Jason hoping that Danny had flatted with that board texture and would be able to bet, but Danny does not bite. Side pot stays. Well, no side pot, as Carey still has chips back, forgive me.
Somebody breathing very heavily into their mic.
Yeah, Vader vibes.
And Tang definitely a little suspicious at the fact that Kuhn checked the flop and now is leading the turn into two players. Just gonna come with the call.
So another 320 in the middle as Katz bows out, and consider how things may have taken shape if Katz had elected to jam there. Wouldn't have been ahead of either of these holdings, under the presumption that one of the two of them at least would have given him a spin. Now then, 800,000 in the middle. Backdoor clubs arrive.
Taking the time to size this river properly, 800K in the pot. Again, unblocking the good top pair hands. Looks like he ends up checking. Perhaps does this open the door for Tang to go for value? Does block the straight, has the king of clubs. Certainly an enticing proposition for Tang.
It really is, and credit Jason Kuhn for recognizing that Tang's willingness to call the turn for 160 suggests that there might be a value bet in Danny's future if checked to.
Tight check.
Oh. Ooh. A rewarding check.
Tang pretty pleased with himself, you could say.
Yeah, also displeased that King Queen against King Jack. He was in good shape.
Bluff when you maybe were going to bluff, or you had a good hand?
He had a good hand.
You just had a queen. It might have been.
I think maybe he was going to bluff. I hope. That's what I'm telling myself at least.
Tang is tight-lipped as Jason speculates as to what exactly was afoot across the way. Unable to induce.
You got a big one, huh?
Queen Jack suited.
Maybe like ace of clubs queen or something. I can see that being a tight check.
Yeah.
close?
Pretty much. Very similar hand strength.
I looked up and I
Volkman,
just
speaking of
saw
strength.
Animal, you know, doing this. You know? As if like I was like, I don't know, one of those, one of those, what, I don't know, like a zebra or something, like ready to.
A gazelle.
Yeah, something, I don't know.
How much?
Like, you were there,
140?
like,
It doesn't matter.
ready, you know? I just thought, fuck that shit. Run. Let's go.
Cats finding the call off of 7 big blinds now with ace-9 suited against Volkman's hijack open.
An ill-fated time to find that flat, Maria, given that he's dominated. And now an opening for Ibinger to set mine. Accepts the invitation, but comes up empty on a 9-7-5 board, where Cats has hit his coveted side card.
Yeah, with just about half pot back.
All in.
Quick all in from Cats once check two.
Boy, there is a measure of exuberance on this jam too, Maria, that if I might otherwise feel like maybe I could make a call, I would be more dissuaded to do so. You with me on that?
Yes, and I also feel like in general, Cats has a reputation for just getting it in good, right? Not really putting the money in without it. So
Pre-flop here notwithstanding, but
right. But for his tournament life, still just a great price for Volkman.
Oh, good.
says, I sure hope you have an ace.
Sorry about that. I'm not folding.
And Volkman obliges,
6-8 of diamonds.
showing the ace-king, calling the 265, sending another 530 forward. And Cats looking to fade a king. He's done so, but suddenly the grimace, courtesy of the spade, and you see the outs balloon for the Brazilian. A lot to fade for Kerry. Oh.
Damn it. Every fucking time. You ever want to fuck? Every fucking time. It's always got to be max torture.
Unlucky carry.
Lucky and then ridiculous.
Such a competitor. Maria is Kerry. You see the emotion there as he gets showered in 13th.
Yeah, the man hates to lose, and you can certainly respect that sense of competitive spirit.
There was this epic moment. We were in a short neck tournament, this huge bubble, and Makita's the chip leader, and Kerry's in second place, and it's a spot where Kerry can only call in with aces. And Makita puts him in, and Kerry snaps him with ace-king, and Makita goes, "What are you doing, Kerry? What are you doing?" And then the board runs out where Makita has Jack-9, and it's like the safest flop ever, and then it just runs out Jack-9, and Kerry's like, "I'm losing, that's what I'm doing," and just gets up and walks away. I was crying. I'm losing. Oh, he's so funny, man.
Well, Cats notches that cash there, Maria. And he's fresh off of a second place in the 60k No Limit Turbo. So obviously fell to Phil Ivey in that one, but 715,000 went his way. And then here another 114,500. So maintaining a little perspective.
It's been a long couple of weeks.
Straight beats Pat.
Yeah, you're right.
Two bets have become three from a couple of mystery holdings. Volkman, the party starter in the hijack, cut off Danny, the 3-better. Matthias surveying things, and he is reaching deep, Maria. This is a 4-bet.
Yeah, 16 big blinds. Eibinger left a little bit back.
But he left a lot more forward.
You have total.
Oh, well, he's going to like that this isn't a snap call from the 3-better.
Yeah, Volkman has already conceded.
This in?
Whatever, just put it there. Yeah, 250. And then what's this?
Does seem like Tang might have been 3-betting a little light, but somewhat priced in, depending on how strong he believes Eibinger's holding is going to be here with a 16 big blind stack.
How much more is it? No,
What are you doing, Kerry?
They are in the box.
Spread them.
Generally spread them, something one hears in a carceral environment, not at a poker table, but nevertheless. Tang concedes, and suppose we'll never know
Take it every day.
what everybody had there.
Yeah, really great result for Eibinger to not have to sweat
Need a call.
a run out.
Good.
Win-win.
What?
Say, you were happy that you folded, I mean.
Yeah, if you have ace king, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
You had like 950 total, right?
975.
Yeah. You had me crushed. Oh. But I had a good hand.
Looks like Danny clicking fold at the right time yet again. I suppose the last time he clicked properly, it was a check on the river, not a fold, but you get the gist. In the zone is Tang. And in the saddle once more is Volkman, opening the pot with the ace-deuce. Mucked around the bend. He's got an ace in the big.
Yeah, you wonder how happy he is with his kicker against an under-the-gun opening range, though a lot of times it will just be dominated.
We don't wonder how happy he is. We know he's not happy with the kicker. It's a measly 5 of diamonds, but it is better than the 6 in terms of being able to make a wheel. Nevertheless, it finds the muck. So, flipping it back over to the Eliosian and Company proceedings. Zivalevsky, ace-5 suited.
Play
It's time. 12 bigs. Not going to get better unopened spots. Spencer with pocket 7s. Easy call.
Indeed. And Lewis will get a look at an ace-5 suited.
Careful when you're peeling your hand.
Yeah,
I saw
sorry.
a jack of clubs, but obviously you didn't.
I
have
just
jack
did
of
it.
clubs.
I just did it lazily because there was
Oh,
like
okay,
no
okay.
other action. Maybe I
Just gonna
should
say-
expose it if you saw the jack of clubs.
Lewis does have Zivalevsky covered here and does have the lead. 1.5 million in the middle. And no diamond or ace, leaving Zivalevsky in a bad way. Turn makes things worse in terms of equity, 7%. A needle alone would bail out Yuri.
Thank you.
The 9 of clubs. will end up sealing his fate as the 12th place finisher.
Yeah, I cover. Cool.
He too will collect $114,500 like Kerry Katz before him, and with his departure comes a pay jump. It is $130,000 and change. Is now secured. Theme continues for Lewis Spencer, Maria.
Doing quite well at his very first Triton series.
6 and 5, we're going to balance your table at a random amount of times.
As far as his background goes, I mean, I know he's played a lot of cash games, right, in Vegas. Some live cash, but
he's played a little baccarat out in Vegas as well.
I mean, I heard your story. It's an incredible story, but not much info that I personally have. I don't think I've played with Spencer more than once or twice in a couple of cash games in Vegas.
Solid player by all accounts.
5 seconds.
Obviously, if we're to have to make an assessment based on what we've seen here so far today, there would be no reason to doubt that. 2 10s
180
for Lewis. Small blind into the big. Elior looking like he had his doubts, but Queen 4 not enough, kid. Lewis currently sits 5th, just below the average stack of 1.9 million. Elior right behind him in 6th. KLC still chip leading. This crew having to play 5-handed while the other plays 6.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Fold.
Limp now from Elior. Into bats. Nikita says run it. Suited 1 gapper. Turns into a gut shot straight flush draw. The hearts are smothered. This one could get a little interesting.
Yeah, Sion could just elect to bet his equity.
60,000.
Bads might be thinking there could be some hands in here that are just stabbing, that of course he's not going to be beating though with 8 high, but if he were to put a raise, can just deny those hands equity, can take over the betting lead. Some good things that can happen when you have this much equity. Again, perceived to have more equity than he actually does. Comes along with the call.
How about that card? The 7 of diamonds, so much more welcome than a heart, other than the 7 of hearts. As Bads fills in the gutty after flatting the Elior 60K lead.
And Sion knows that there's going to be quite a wide range continuing. You know, of course, there will be some pairs in the mix, but also certainly some high cards, you know, perhaps the ace-x, the queen-x with some backdoors. So really just hoping to fold out some of the weakest parts of that range that beats 10 high, and it would appear Bads is just going to slow play here.
Who can blame him? Has the prospects of a 3-barrel bluff, which is exactly what Elior is presented with here. After the king pairs on the turn, deemed too attractive for Bads to put the raise in as another 360 slid toward the center.
Well, you wonder if that river pairing the king is a bad card for Scion. If he believes that Bads calls twice with a lot of 9x's, sometimes have weak kings there, of course, that don't see a ton of value in raising, but also just shows up to the river with 10 high is never fun when you don't feel like you have much showdown.
But when we don't have much showdown, a lot of times we feel like we got to dig in. And now, that burning smell enters your living room, courtesy of the incinerated 360,000 that Elior has pushed forward.
Hả? 4 條幾啊？
And Bad's just really hoping that Scion has something as strong as trip kings. We'll try to get max value. Looks like he is afraid that his opponent there could have some boats.
Well, I suppose that's part of the equation. But the other one is whether or not he thinks that he's going to be able to get value out of any of the combos that aren't boats once he does raise, right, Maria? Because we do need to be able to identify hands of that nature when we set a course such as that. Well, if you want to help clarify Merc and help your game become even sharper than it already is, you know where to go. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players, where you can analyze played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and solve any spot in the game. We'll give you free access for the next 24 hours and a 10% discount on your first purchase. Just head on over to gtowizard.com/Triton, the #1 app for poker players. I feel like Uber Eats is also perhaps up there in terms of apps for poker players. DoorDash, Grubhub.
I mean, they clearly have Dash Pass, all of those things where you don't have to pay the delivery fee anymore.
No,
you know?
I think that they actually
They're
just punt
fish, they're
on the
huge
delivery
whales.
fees. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. Can't be bothered with nickel and diming. Just feed me now. Feed me fast. Bruno Volkmann, suited connector, as again, suited combos could potentially clash.
Just among gold pairs, the next break will be at the end of level 8 for 45 minutes in a break. Registration and re-entry also closes at the end of the day break at the end of level 8.
Matthias did fold. Now he's in the small blind as Volkman opens Queen Jack. Tang choosing to flat the pocket sevens.
Adams, 10 big blinds. Nothing to go with. Oh. Well,
Pocket kings for Ibinger.
that's going to be good enough. And it looks even more sus, you know, when you've got the raise and the call. Certainly wouldn't need as strong of a hand as kings here to go all in, especially when you have fold equity and a great spot to squeeze with so much dead money.
930,000, I believe, but not
You wonder
entirely
if
sure.
Tang might look this up because
I think so. But
a lot of times we'll be up against just 2 overs here. Premium ace-x holdings. Perhaps the king-queen suited, sometimes offsuit.
930.
Doing pretty well against that part of Ibinger's shoving range.
Call. But then call on 2.
So, Ibinger shoving, Tang can't afford to be a customer, but
Him dealing, my chances of winning has gone up by like, I don't know, at least 17%.
he is in awful shape in a 2.1 million chip pot. Jack 9-6. The kings are clear of any trouble.
10. Oh no, 10's no good. 10's good.
Skies look clear.
Not that. Definitely not.
Turn is clear as well.
7 then.
As none of the straight draws form. And now 7 dodging successfully. So a little hiccup for Tang. And a nice chip up for Ibinger. Been a bit of a series, or festival rather, for Ibinger. Maria, this is going to be his 5th cash. He's played the full schedule, 10 events to this point. Two-time Triton title winner. 4.3 million plus in career Triton earnings prior to this finish.
For me?
Hasn't quite converted this series to some of the big money payouts and the top spots, but of course Ibinger always a threat. Repping Poker Code, of course, him and Fedor Holtz's poker training site.
Kuhn repping the small blind and a couple of 5s, as well as GG Poker. In it goes, Ben Heath, big blind ace-10.
Got a good one, actually.
Yep.
Call on 2.
Chips get in. Kuhn covers. 1.67 million. Suddenly, pre-flop collisions becoming more frequent. It's 5s. Holding.
Oh?
Calls of It's Never Easy, perhaps now, as 4 kings added to the repertoire for Ben Heath to stay alive. And the 10-outer does not come in. The 9 of spades on the river.
Can't make the theater either.
I'll tell you what, I hope that every time in my life someone feels sorry for me, It's the product of me cashing for $130,400.
That would require you playing one tournament lifetime.
You think
Ollie.
Heath wants to give back the 130 and then go to the theater? I don't care how good that play is. I don't care if they're handing out loose diamonds to everybody seated in the first row. 130,000 over the theater.
I think most people in life want a win-win, and he would have liked to cash for this and also make the theater if he isn't going to final table. And there was a world in which he could have done that.
I wonder what show he was going to. I know what show he's not going to. The final table of the 60K 8 Max, where just 10 players remain. And that steady 130,000 and change payout will be going to the 10th place finisher, and then a jump of almost 30,000 up to 159. So you see the chip counts across both five-handed affairs with the blinds at 30 and 60. So then, Maria, if I force you to reach into this smattering of players and pull a name out of the hat that you think you want to hitch your wagon to rise to glory at present, who would it be? The obvious choice and favorite in terms of chip lead?
Nah, I'm not going to take the easy route, but instead, I think I want to take Jason Kuhn. Why not? The man winning his 8th title here at the London series. Why not make it 9? Why not continue to keep that separation up? At one point was a short stack, but managed to find a couple double ups and also make some more chips with that flop straight against Danny Tang's King Queen. And certainly somebody who knows how to close one out. So maybe it's cheating for me to pick Jason Kuhn, despite him not being the chip leader.
He is 3rd in chips right now. He's already got his 8th title under his belt here. You consider the way he finished things out in Cyprus to overtake Stephen Chidwick in the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award race. Strong finishes are a bit of his calling card.
That's not a legal question.
It's not a legal request, did you say?
Yeah, like how should I cannot take my glasses off.
Race 125.
Why not? I'm not asking it during the hand.
Yeah, that's true. Good.
Tang, having had that chunk taken out of his stack, undaunted, ace-4 suited open.
Volkman, defendable Jack 10 here. A flop that sometimes can be perceived to connect well with the big blind defend, but actually not bad for the under the gun opener with the gut shot. Backdoor clubs. Gonna check back. And you wonder if Volkman wants to try to rep this type of texture with the check back, knowing that Tang will have a lot of ace-X here, a lot of overcards that Jack High will not be able to win at Showdown.
He's thinking the same thing you are as he reaches out and touches. 155,000. Now, mind you, ace high plus the gutty for Tang.
Yeah, I could think of worse hands to have here than this one. especially in position, can certainly call and also rep some rivers, and that could certainly be one of them. Now beating all of the one pair hands that Volkman could have led with on the turn.
Hearts have arrived as well. Uncertain whether or not that's going to be a concern as played. And Volkman does block a heart.
Bruno refusing to give up, though, also can have hearts himself, you know, playing in flow with the check on the
9-0.
flop, leading the turn. But this type of sizing doesn't feel like a flush, but it does feel like Volkman trying to keep in some of the 7x and 6x that he could have here, even with the king appearing, trying to go for some thin value, trying to get calls from ace-x precisely.
5 seconds.
So downsized, and the intention is to make it look so milky.
Yeah, just keeps all of his weaker value in there. You know, not going to be hands like two pair or flushes with this sizing unless it's meant to induce. It's just too good, though, for Danny to pass up.
Finds the call, Maria. And you wonder, once Bruno gets shown the ace-high call, whether or not he's lamenting his sizing on that river. Surely Danny can't call half pot, right?
I don't think Danny could have called even a third pot, maybe. I think that was just around the sizing that you saw Danny with his cards hovering over the muck as he put the chips in. Just not expecting to be good there very often.
Now, blinds at 40 and 80,000.
Fold.
Pocket queens for Jason.
Raise 175.
Upstairs we go to 175,000. Note. It's north of the min, but not by that much here. That we've gone to 40-80. Danny will defend and flop himself the nut flush draw. Spadeless are the queens and facing an ace-high texture. Quick suit check.
And Kuhn wondering, does he want to check back here? Play a small pot? Does he want to bet and fold out some equity, but never going to be folding out, I think, one spade hands? Opting for just slightly over min here. And you expect that on the monotone board, Kuhn will still stab here as the pre-flop aggressor. So king high, even with or without the king of spades, can certainly be decent for showdown.
Danny chooses just to flat the 90K C-bet. 650 out there. These two are running second and third in chips going into this one.
And Tang wondering if King High could ever win here at Showdown. Does he need to try to turn this into a bluff now? What type of hands is he able to get folds from, and what sizing is he going to need to take? Looks like he does just opt for Showdown, and Kuhn will do the same.
So got one street of value, let's call it, out of the flush draw. Maria, do you remember when Jason Kuhn had 7 big blinds before the bubble burst? Now look at him.
Right, he was my pick. How am I doing so far?
Not as good as KLC, pictured here. He's been in that flow state on the day. Struggle continues for Sean Winter, sub 10 bigs. Or as he might describe it, plenty of chips.
What's your favorite in Vegas?
Sorry?
Favorite casino in Vegas?
Hello,
We've been there.
Aces.
Next year. Next year.
Next year.
We'll be going there for WSOP and visit
Yeah.
Vegas as well. Have to.
That's me with Macau. Like Macau, like later in this year.
Yeah, but Macau is better, right? In terms of weather.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they say the weather is damn bad.
Look at the little trap being sprung. Set, rather. Whether or not it gets sprung is going to be up to Makita, and he jams. Music to Elior's ears. And Bad's incredulous. This is that moment you're walking down the sidewalk, and then suddenly you step into something a little soft and a little slippery, and then you realize dog poop.
And not able to turn their cards over yet, as there is another all-in here.
Channeling the Force, perhaps, Tim Adams? Not since John Nash and A Beautiful Mind have we seen pigeons in the park being evaluated.
Well, Adams certainly feels like this is close for 8 big blinds. If it were a pip or two higher on the suited end, certainly going to be a call. These spots very close.
Adams leaning toward a call.
Does make the call. Is slightly ahead.
Remarkable that he is. And Danny, obviously not necessarily expecting Adams to take a stand with Jack 6.
I feel like having 2 pair and you have a set.
Nevertheless, here we are with not one but 2 all-in situations. Of course, the one Makita finds himself with King 9 against 2 aces. What we left behind.
2 pretty hands.
And they're still in a holding pattern.
Pretty to slap his hand. Would you?
As these boys on their backs.
What's exactly the equity here, please?
I think it's almost a deadlock. I would say 54 to 46.
Yeah, I think 50.
That's not deadlock. That's like 4%.
Yeah, okay, man. Mr. Casino.
King 5 deuce, and now certainly far from a deadlock as Adams. Jack high, performing well.
Ooh.
Hang on a minute. Spade draw added to the 10 and the 8. As Tang has plenty of ways to ruin Tim Adams' day. And that is not one of them. A pair on the river for the man who just took down the $125,000 main event. And he isn't going anywhere just yet with 10 remaining.
55-45 is definitely way better than any odds you could get in the casino.
Well,
even playing perfect strategy, blackjack,
yeah, but
can't even get the edge more than 2%.
I mean, I have a live card and a straight draw. That's the best I could get.
more on the casino situation later, as this very much feels like a house always wins spot for Casino Sion. 9-4 deuce. Bads.
Oh, yeah, right.
Has a path. 5 immediate outs.
5-4 suited. That's why you need it.
$1.5 million plus in the middle.
5-4 suited.
And
That's hand.
running fives.
750 exactly. Ay, ay, ay.
You see Makita frustrated to have run into it. Credit to Elior, by the way, for setting the stage for that moment by limping pre.
Now we're even. We're even now. Ay, 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 ay.
Well, you wouldn't know it from looking at him, but Elior
Oh, the short stacks doubled up.
doubling up there.
I'm at 40.
Now will find himself considerably deeper than he was moments ago. 7th out of 10, but the key there is staying above the waterline and off of the short stack. Now then, Spencer, suited ace, cut off.
Raising into the big stack overall chip leader of June.
KLC flops bottom pair up against a nut flush draw on a king high board. 440 in the middle. Check to him. Lewis understandably delivers 110,000.
I'm sorry. He doubled.
I mean, that's a pretty decent turn card for bottom pair from the flop, because you expect your opponent to c-bet a king high board on the flop pretty often. I do feel like Spencer has a lot of reasons to go for the bet line here, but doesn't take it.
And does not improve on the end. And let's see if KLC is going to
We've seen these block bets come from Chun so often.
155.
Even as some semi-bluffs get there on the river, some of the Jack 10s, you know, that might bet the flop, check back the turn. But it's just going to work again.
Obviously holding the hearts ourselves. Prospects of bluff catching with that ace high are quite poor. And again, a sight that certainly has been one seen by everyone sharing the felt with KLC on the day. Him hauling in a pot.
Yeah, that's taking a while.
Every hand from the river.
Oh, you can see the.
They have more chips. No, I can't see the cards, but I can see 5 cards. every time.
Well up and over 5 million
5 cards is
for him.
pretty rare, huh?
They have more chips. You think we're ahead in hands or something? But we're hand for hand.
No, I'm saying every hand they see the river on that table.
I mean, they got chips.
But the river, every time?
The table quite
They're
even.
like-
the chip. Like 2 million.
They got
everyone.
2nd through 6.
Yeah, but you expect some folds every now and again here and there. You see the river every hand.
Right.
Ha. Folds.
Be
None of these
serious.
players are folding.
Well, some of them are. But I could see some frustrations if it feels like you're out at the glue factory. Everybody's being a little sticky. No stickiness between second and first as a better than 2-1 lead for KLC over Lewis Spencer, the two Britons running 2-3, followed by Bads and Sean Winter. 7 big blinds. That's his happy place, Maria.
Now this is where Winter really does some damage, doubling through a few people at this table, finds himself at the final with the chip lead. Everything going according to Winter's plan.
Don't you worry about Winter.
And it all starts with getting a walk in the big blind with 4 deuce. Again, everything going according to plan.
Service? Hey, can I have just a spoon, please? Yeah. Small teaspoon.
Yeah, done. Thank you. Can I get a bottle of still water, please?
Wow, what a gift. It's all folded to you, huh? It's a good moment to get a walk.
Bad's having walk envy. He's like, I run into aces. They limp the small. You just get a walk in the big. Okay. Makita. Straight away into the muck with the deuces. Now Jack 5 suited. Does big stack things with the puck in front.
160.
160.
Oh, Spencer's clubs are covered. Suited 1 gapper. Looks like he wants to tussle.
Perfect, thank you.
After the defense. An open ender. And now a club draw on both seats as it went check blindingly fast on that King 8-6 board. 440 in the middle. plenty of equity for Lewis, but the line taken by KLC certainly could contain some ace-x, save for the fact that he's the big stack with the button, and we expect a huge range to be opening.
Yeah, Spencer just feeling like he has too much equity, that even if Chun does have some ace-x's here, probably won't be able... Whoa! I was going to say, probably won't be able to very often find raises here, except with a flush draw, shutting out all of that equity for Spencer in a little bit of a disastrous situation when you are Spencer with that type of hand. Really wants to realize the equity, but perhaps good news was actually dominated on the clubs.
Savagery from KLC there.
He came second.
So aggressive things in the air at the secondary feature table. Back over to the feature.
Fold.
Check.
Dirty Diaper up against the Jack 10 suited. As Volkman limped in. Now has the flush draw.
Check.
And the gutter. Checks over to Danny.
Dirty Diaper never really goes away. Follows us everywhere.
Check.
Unless, of course, Mom comes and changes it. Has to turn. Delivers the gutter to Volkman. Nutted here. 240 in the middle. Feels like an uneventful one on the horizon. Never know, though. We've certainly been left eating our words on more than one occasion.
120,000.
Not on that one.
Yeah.
So we had 13 normal events, or there's no event 4?
No, there's no event 4.
So what does that mean? So there's 12 events. 12 events.
Also, new event number 14 should be said at every Triton stop.
And I cashed 4 of them. That's pretty good, right?
Oh yeah, it's really good.
Rhetorical questions from
Right?
Tang. No, Tang,
Is
that's
that good?
terrible. Only
Is
4 of
that-
them?
I'm not sure. You tell me.
Oh, Danny, step it up. Why are you slacking?
Right. 180,000 fold.
Aces for Volkman. Can't get any action. Quietly mucks them, picks up the orbit's worth.
Sean Winter, the immediate short stack, 7 big blinds. Just shy of a 30K pay jump between 10th and 9th.
Flipping it back over to Sean Winter and company. Bats mucked around to his small blind, suited one gapper, dominating the 8 deuce off of KLC. Does need to be wary of that Reaper stack. Direct left. Problematic, of course.
It feels like the 8-6 of diamonds would love to see a flop firmly in the limp call range.
A little over.
Not call off for the stack, but call against some small raise sizes.
So to the flop we go. Rainbow King high. No pair anywhere.
And Baz can certainly have some traps here, limping in from the small blind off of his stack. So not necessarily a board that he's not able to represent. That's why limping with a balanced range is important, because then you can also rep some of those high card textures.
Exactly as accomplished there. King, queen suited for Elior.
6 point X bigs. A little over 6 bigs, like almost 6.5 bigs almost.
180. Race 180.
$180. Sean Winter uninterested with queen 10. Raise and take it. What are we working with here?
Huh.
Doesn't appear to be domestic fanfare from the facility.
Feels like maybe Makita got tired of ordering from the menu.
So my read on the #2 poker player app, Uber Eats, perhaps accurate.
Although everybody knows that here it's a Deliveroo reigns supreme.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Winter with a real hand to go with. Just 5 bigs. Not going to get a better spot.
Agrees with you. Club coverage and pipping
How much you have behind Sean? Just
5K.
All in? All in.
Lewis is going to give him a spin here. As breaks.
We got the same hand?
Put on.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Oh, you just call it 7 deuce?
Also
You
no.
have 7 deuce?
Flipping it back over to where Jason Kuhn is in control in a limp blind versus blind confrontation. Under-repped, aces up, check, check, turn. Nothing cooks for Volkman. Presumably would be happy to get to showdown with the king high.
Sorry that I'm doing this.
$160K.
Now Kuhn looking for some value. King 7 could be ahead of the draws. You know, there's two-tone texture here. So, of course, some diamonds, some hearts, perhaps some 5X, some 3X, some 7-6s, but Volkman does block that type of gutter.
Makes the call, Maria. Just keeping an eye on whether or not Jason has actually got anything. Would imagine the next barrel is going to lure a bit more respect.
Yeah, and you can understand why Kuhn checked the flop, just blocking all of the good hands here, blocking the top and the middle pair from the flop. So really gave Bruno a chance to catch up, but Bruno just left with king high, although all the draws did miss.
Well, Jason doing his best to make this look like it might be more trepidatious and apprehensive than it is, as he's always feeling snuggly. Comes with the 560. The size ups, you know what they do to people.
Well, it polarizes Kuhn's range to really these types of holdings or bluffs. You know, does a top pair, one pair type hand go for the sizing? Probably not. If Kuhn was just sitting there with, you know, ace X, he might come with half pot, 3/4 pot. But for this sizing, certainly leaves some bluffs in there, but Volkman's hand just a little too weak to play sheriff on this particular occasion.
Back over to the holding pattern. Cleared for landing are the king 8 and queen 4. Advantage Sean Winner in a 950K pot as he's looking to stay a part of this 10-player field. 9-10 jack. Both players with straight draws. Just look at the outs for Spencer, though. King 8 or 4. None of the above. On the turn is Winter's club coverage. Looks cozy. And then on the river stays that way.
Yeah, a long one.
Took a second, but Spencer hits the wrong pair. As Sean.
And this is how it all
I
starts.
think I was short. We'll play a fun one.
No shortage of
That
snark.
was a fun. That flop feels wasted.
Price 160.
Cut.
Yeah.
Takes it up. Doesn't need ace-9 suited to do it. We've seen that.
June certainly giving some vibes, you know, with that snap jam on the turn with the flush draw of someone who is going to continue to push the action as long as he has chips. And some of these other players may not know exactly how to respond.
Pocket threes knows how to respond as Elior defends. Board texture that isn't all that alarming. Zero hesitation from KLC to c-bet.
Wow, Sion not gonna let Chun just c-bet close to 100% of the time on these types of one high card, couple of low card textures that people go after as the pre-flop aggressor. Not necessarily a line that a lot of players would take, especially against the chip leader, but Sion was hoping to deny some equity.
Yeah, the test comes back positive, though, in terms of the call from KLC. But as we can see, just backdoor hearts and ace high. Club is a bit pesky. The 4 perhaps not so much.
Depending on how wide your opponent continues to your check raise, certainly still some showdown value available for Sion's holding. And you see the check over to Chun and slightly over pot back for Sion. Is Chun going to test him? Chun with a pretty small sizing.
I have a peppermint tea, please.
Just under a 5th pot. It's gonna work. Chun is kind of getting away with murder in a lot of these spots where players find themselves with a pretty weak range, trying to get Chun to fold, but Chun being very sticky, and it's paying off so far.
I mean, you can obviously understand why, as so much deference has to be shown to the big stack here. If you're hoping to punch a ticket to the FT, Elior took a swing at it on the flop and then decided, where am I trying to go? Once the club rolls off on the turn, once the check raise gets called, the 3s do begin to shrivel. Nice activation on the turn as KLC recognizing the opportunity before him. And if it didn't work out on the turn, obviously he reserves the right to barrel again at the river, and he can do so affordably on a stack as deep as his. Now, follow-up act, ace-10 suited. Queen 10 suited for bats in a way here.
And now Bad's going all in. 16 big blinds, certainly enough fold equity. But you wonder if the ace-10 suited.
And look at Bads, frustrated once more as he tries to pick on what he imagines is going to be an overly active chip leader. But But it's going to be dominated once they're on their backs. But before they can get there, we flip back over and find Tim Adams and Bruno Volkmann got themselves tied up. Bruno opened to 180 from the button. Adams defended.
Long.
Gut shot straight draw here. Following through for 125,000. Queen 3 of hearts lacks a future, and into the muck it goes.
Good hand. Good board for my hand.
Do you have a queen?
I think there's all in it. Both?
We have a 10.
Oh.
Looks like Chun did make the call.
20 questions getting played by Bads. Do you have a queen? No. That's good. Do you have a 10? Yes. Damn.
You guys have one too or no?
How are you done?
Look at the size of this pot, Maria, as Bads has really been trying to force his way through. Been on the wrong end of it on more than one occasion, and he rates to be in a bad way here. Jason with a sympathetic shoulder rub, trying to will something in, and the gut shot straight draw is better than nothing. You see the other table gathering around, and the queen rolls right off, but hold the phone.
King of diamond.
Double gutter for KLC. 9 or a king. An ace would do it as well, and there's the 9. Overlooking the fact that it creates a chop, but nevertheless a disappointing outcome. Perhaps better than he could have hoped for, given that he was dominated. But once the queen rolls off.
Yeah, what did you think was coming on the turn, Sean?
Queen of hearts.
Nice job.
The blessing.
So everybody back to their seats at the feature as Makita shares one with KLC. As deep into the wilderness we roam with 10 left in the 60K 8-handed, no limit. $11 and $12 big blind stacks respectively for Adams and Winter. Would have been so disastrous, Maria, in terms of ICM, with Makita being 6th in chips at that point in time, out of 10 runners, to work his way to the exit.
Can't blame him for going for the shove there against the chip leader, who's been very active.
That's got to be one of the craziest. I've had some insane deck reads, but that one's got to be pretty high.
That's so crazy.
100. You didn't see that? I just know one of the craziest deck reads of all time. Makita got it. Raised to 160,000. Queen 10 suited to ace 10. And I said, "Do you want my lucky blessing, Makita?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Queen of hearts on the turn." Queen of hearts on the turn, bro. Ended up chopping, but I called the exact turn card. The 5 seconds? Strong.
Kuhnstradamus, by the way, recounting what took place over there at the other table, as we see Adams picking a terrible time to rip it in with this A7 over the top of the Danny Tang 160K.
In very bad shape, but usually not going to be this crushed by the button opening range of Tang.
Tang practically beating Timmy into the pot. $1.9 million in the middle. And Adams wearing a much longer face than he did after picking up the main event title yesterday, because the prospects are bleak. And they've gotten a touch bleaker here as he hunts spades or a 7. Board pairs. And might we be looking at the man who won't join the other 9 at the final table? Without a 7, we are. And the 4. Making it official.
Yeah, dinner break.
Timothy Adams. out of there in 10th. Maria, but still a very impressive follow-up act to the main event victory in the $4.1 million that he picked up yesterday, as he adds another $130,400 to his career Triton track record. 13.2 million plus. No third title, though. His 12th career cash. And there is a look at the 9 who will merge as the redraw and the FT are on here in London. So on that note, we bring you back to the desk where Maria and I are just moments away from a dinner break for the players, and we will be handing things off to Henry and Randy to take you home. But before we do, sum up today for me, Maria, as you would. We began with 35 players, the breakneck pace as we got down toward the bubble, and then maybe a pause, and suddenly then freewheeling behaviors once the bubble burst, perhaps from stacks that we wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, there certainly seemed to be a lot of players willing to play big pots. And of course, you know, as we saw, Tang, who came in with the chip lead, managed to retain the chip lead for much of the day until we saw Chun start steamrolling his way on the approach to the final table, really putting players in tough spots, you know, also showing up with aggression in situations where other players might have taken a more passive route with those holdings. But that was a great time to do it, because as these players are trying to preserve their stack, getting to that final table, Chun was able to continue to chip up and up and up.
He very much was. And another player who chipped up and up and up was the guy who had the 7 big blinds, 8-time Triton title winner, Jason Kuhn.
Jason Kuhn, who, you know, I think with 12 or 13 left, I chose to win the whole thing, I might add, because not only is he clearly in peak form, taking down another title this series, but also finding his way, finding good spots to now being second in chips with 9 players left.
And wouldn't you know it, the man who will be on the short stack when we get to the final table, Sean Winter, just 10 big blinds, or as we like to call it, his happy place.
And never to count Sean Winter out, especially when he's on the short stack. And, you know, throughout the day, we saw Winter really pick his spots well. And Makita, unfortunately, had a bluff against Sean when he rivered boat with jacks full of 4s. And so that's how Sean Winter's day has gone, really.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a day that he wouldn't trade in, as he's got the opportunity to hunt a title here amongst the final 9. The dinner break will be abbreviated for those of you at home. We're going to cut it down to about 30 minutes. Maria and I, as I mentioned, going to step off. Thanks for joining us here on the day, passing it off to the night shift of Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu. So do what you got to do. Come back and see us in about 30 minutes' time, continuing coverage of the 60K 8-handed from right here in London.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GTO traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Elevate your poker skills to a whole new level with GTO Wizard's free study plans. These step-by-step guides are designed to help you master MTTs and the fundamentals of game theory optimal poker. Each step includes assignments, resources, and videos to help you master MTTs, implement ICM into your strategy, and help you utilize our software. From engaging drills to insightful articles, each step is a journey towards mastery. So what are you waiting for? Try it today. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
From Jungle.
I don't know. Pardo
Not any
always looks
concern.
concerned.
What about
I've
now?
never seen him look comfortable when the chips are in.
Hang on. Jack on the turn, and suddenly Jungle could double with a 10. But the 7 will finish him off. GG's issued. You heard Jungle say last time I 3-bet was 4 years ago on the flop. Bruno just quietly soaking it in.
A little amused.
King 8 of Hearts activating Mikita Badziakuski came in on the day the chip leader has been dethroned. As Tang and Volkman run in front of him, he currently sits in third. Tang, by the way, up and over 2 million in chips. And up and over the top of the 40K is Wai Kin Yong with King Jack. Bads dominated, but the 2-heart flop is problematic for Wai Kin.
Doesn't love it.
Absolutely not. Board pairing turn. Mikita lobbying for a chop in a 240K pot, and instead the ace of hearts will give him the nut flush on the river. Yang wrapping the table there, was in good shape. Obviously needed some spins to work his way back into a better state. Shortest stack in the room going into that one, and now out in 30th with 17. Oh, look at this. JNT gonna jam 350,000 over the top of a 45K open from Badziakuski, who's got a couple of 4s. TBD what JNT's working with.
Queen 9, maybe? His favorite hand? No. 10s. Certainly going to be happy to call against an 18 big blind stack. 5 seconds. Has Mikita behind who once Volkman calls can easily get out of the way with 4s, and JNT's got 1 overcard.
So then, Bruno ends up the man to take his chances heads up against JNT, something that was so ill-advised yesterday during his second place run in the 125K main. That 1 overcard doesn't come in, but the smaller 9 does, which provides a couple of extra outs in a 775K pot. JNT on his feet, and the King of Spades on demand.
Sitting back down.
And 9's full for good measure on the river. Big smile on JNT's face, of course. And he does what others don't, Maria. That is the theme for Jean-Noël Torel. Rides it to success there as Yuri, Jack 10 offsuit, opened here at the feature. Alex Ponikov's button, 120, jamming. 5s will get a spin. Like a look of relief almost on Ponikov's face to see that he was up against.
Seems like not busting.
So far, so good.
Mm-hmm. Things stay clean.
They know better.
Smart too.
Who's they? Ponikov's. Looks up at a tidy run out.
Fold. Fold.
Soft hand for hand
Fold.
at present.
Seconds.
Come on, man.
Play roll in.
Espen Jorstad wants to take his chances with an ace-5 offsuit. Juan Pardo. Pocket 6s.
Seconds.
Call.
Call.
King queen 1 time.
Makes the call. And another ace-5 into the muck, by the way. Not interested in participation. So then, prospects somewhat grim for Espen Jorstad. He knows it. What he doesn't know is that 1 ace has no shot of showing up here, but the gut shot does.
He'll take it.
Yeah, sounds that way, doesn't it?
Let's make it an 8 instead. 8 or 9, I think it's better. Better for the viewers, you know? Don't ruin it on the turn. It's so boring to watch them.
Turn is unhelpful, and now sailboats need to pull into the harbor for Espen Jorstad to continue. Instead, the queen of diamonds on the end, and Juan Pardo with a fist bump as he will haul in the 10 bigs of Espen Jorstad. Ninja-like stealth
Yeah, that was amazing.
going on. Snapping some
I
photos.
hope you got some good photos.
Email
I
those
need some
to
for
us,
the
Joe.
gram.
And I'm not having this coaching side with Fedor. And if we get heads up in this event, you're gonna come do like 30 minutes hand review. Okay, if we have heads up in this tournament, you and me.
Just give him a chance.
It's super unlikely. But
40,000.
okay, deal.
Oh.
Polite.
Fold.
King, queen. 40 to go, says KLC. Big blind jack 6 suited for Ivy.
5 seconds. Fold.
What a flop. June with the straight.
Nine 10 jack board, top pair for Ivy. Far more delightful development for KLC, who fires 30,000.
Oh, wow. KLC, we're going to abbreviate this one too, huh?
I mean, you know, it's the theme. Oh, from jacks to jacks and sixes as Ivy came with the check call, 170 in the middle, and this could be troublesome.
No, but
against a double barrel, though, probably not a whole lot of value that Ivy will see in raising.
150.
Certainly a lot of other hands that have him beat. June could have better two pairs, jack 10, jack 9, all the
They must
sets,
have miscounted. 100,000
straights, of
less.
course. But Ivy not going to be left with much. Perhaps trying to deny equity to some Queen X flush draw type combinations. He does unblock all of those flush draws, so he might just end up putting it in because of what he has behind. Bit of a setup.
155K bet. And Ivy does jam in the 425K. You see KLC snap call. The good news for Ivy is that he's not drawing dead. The bad news is obviously he's cooked for the time being in an over 1 million chip pot. So the man with a second and a title under his belt already here in London faces a 4-out spot, and the queen on the end will finish off the mighty Phil Ivy.
Now that one's you.
Kiat Liu Chun. Remember, ace-9 against ace-king against Kiat Li. Pocket eights now for JNT.
Plus.
75K to go. 3x open sizing. Pocket nines popping up once more, this time for Juan Pardo. And the thing about JNT that we've always noted, Maria, is the fact that he comes with these bigger sizings often and creates some discomfort in terms of people being forced to play larger pots than they might otherwise.
Yeah, and the bigger sizing off of 25 big blinds up front from under the gun certainly is a little concerning for Pardo. You know, even holding nines feels like top of the range is certainly possible for JNT. And might be shook. Like JNT, who doesn't he hold over? When doesn't he just have a better pocket pair than the rest of his opponents if the main event was any indication?
So a flat from Pardo will allow Ibinger to defend the big blind and flop kings full of tens.
Wow.
8s and 9s are not going to like this texture, obviously.
Wow.
But oh my.
JNT just going all in. A little bit
You're ahead for now.
ill-advised.
What a flop.
Incredible. And this is the double-edged sword. Maria, just 0.1% is JNT. Gonna need not one but 2 8s. And that'll do it for the Frenchman as he exits stage right. And
that would have been the worst piece I've ever seen.
Pardo, 1.7 million in career Triton earnings. All of it coming here at his first ever festival, where he is 3 for 5, 6th place in the main yesterday for 970,000. Trying to notch his 4th cash.
I think it's fair to say we'll see him at the next one.
70.
Feels possible, let alone probable.
I didn't think it was probable that I could put some sweets in front of you and you not even attempt to have one yet.
Sweets in front of Ben Heath, those that pique our interest for the time being. Your indescript generic gas station candy, not quite piquing mine. 2 queens, making it 70, under the gun. Now Matthias, ace 10. Defends and flops top pair. This is going to be problematic for the Austrian. He checks with 175 in the middle.
Especially considering how dry that texture is, you'd expect 2 overs to just continue to barrel. Of course, you will give Heath credit for having all of the over pairs here as well, raising from under the gun, but certainly not the only part of his range that finds a C bet here.
$175,000.
175, right?
And this check raise is going to be met with resistance. We'll see if Heath decides that he just wants to call here.
I mean, the board is so dry.
Right.
What are we worried about truly on the turn other than perhaps a 10? And even then, we can't necessarily assign that specific hand as the only one that Matthias would be check raising here. There could be some air, but nevertheless, Heath decides that he wants to shoot it up some more, sees that deep stack of Eibinger, thinks maybe Matthias can make bigger investments.
Yeah, feels like he's just happy to try to get it in here, especially because we are close to the money. Perhaps doesn't really want to mess around.
All in.
Oh, wow. We're not messing about. Heath gonna double check, make sure the queens are indeed there, and you see he's not thrilled, thought maybe he was up against a set. Kings and aces felt like they weren't really a part of the equation, but a delightful ace 10 turned face up for him as the queens are in front, and they stay that way on the turn. 1.6 in the middle. Heath looking to stay a part of the conversation, and does just that. And he'll wash it down as Eibinger takes a blow down to 1.2.
725.
Can't wait to punch anymore. No.
Okay, that's different. Yeah.
That's fair.
How we doing on that gummy?
It was delightful, and I'm done now.
It feels like the kind of thing that you may have picked up inside your mini bar in the room.
Normally, that would be a decent read, but it's actually available right here at the venue upstairs where the coffee shop is.
Oh.
I've been eyeing it for several days, and today's the first day I decided to pull the trigger, actually.
Expressed differently the first day that your willpower failed. Spencer, small blind, limping in as producer James nods his head in affirmation. Look at Seiji. Jack 3 offsuit. Wants to see what's what over in Spencer's world.
Spencer's certainly deep enough to come along. You know, it's going to be out of position, but suited, somewhat connected here with the Jack 7. Going to find the limp call. Plus, Brazilian factor in full effect.
Dominant Jack 7 on a Jack high board, and this is a good spot for Spencer. Seiji's hand in a bad way. 320 in the middle.
Spencer certainly expecting that Seiji, as the pre-flop aggressor, is going to see bet at a pretty high frequency. Certainly doesn't mean that he has a piece of this board.
So a check call of 60K. You can see Rodrigo darting a look over. Spencer picking up the diamond draw, but respecting the prospects of ace-X.
Yeah, but Spencer certainly could have limp called with some ace-X of his own. Considering Seiji had him covered, perhaps wanting to take a low variance line with some of the weaker ace-X's. Seiji with showdown value with the pair of jacks, gonna check back, and Spencer with the best hand, but only getting better with that river card.
Flush coming in just in case there were any issues, though they don't rate to be, considering the check back from Seiji.
Well, very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House as we find ourselves at the final table of the last No Limit Hold'em event of the series. It is the 60k Amex round. And to be honest with you, as excited as I am for the short deck that we're going to be jumping into over the next couple of days, I'm also a bit sad that we're wrapping things up here. But 1.6 million up top and a star-studded lineup with the usual suspects.
I mean, if we look at the usual suspects, we got Jason Kuhn in there, what, 8 titles,
Every
and
time, man.
you know one of his biggest competitors, Mikita Badziakouski's in there. He's got 4 titles, and you know Danny Tang, one player who's been trying to reach for that Player of the Year. He said that for this season, currently in 3rd.
Well, Danny Tang, with a win here today, would join Mikita Badziakouski in that very exclusive 4-time champion club. So a lot of potential storylines emerging here. Sean Winter, right where he belongs, short stack. He's going to be incredibly comfortable coming into this FT, sat with 10 bigs. But the presence of Sean on 10 does kind of allow chip leaders like Chun and Kuhn to lean into the middle of the pack, right?
Yes, I would think so, and especially with the massive chip lead of Chun Kiat-Lu here, he's going to kind of handcuff everyone else until Sean Winter doubles or busts, I'd imagine. So we do have a situation where a lot of players who are willing to kind of go for that title, they need to respect the chip leader at this point of the tournament.
Well, 159,000 guaranteed for these final 9 players with 1.6 million up top, 2 7-figure paydays in this one, and a steady climb all the way up to the champions. So as Randy was alluding to, Chun really does just get to lean into the middle of the pack. Bruno Volkmann, Lewis Spencer, Mikita Badziakouski, all kind of handcuffed with the presence of Sean Winter on 10 bigs. Randy, we're going to throw it down to none other than Luke Vivaldi as he's going to introduce this final table.
No Limit Hold'em event here at the Triton Super Early Series in London attracted 106 entries. We are down to 9, battling for a first prize of 1.6 million, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1 with 2.6 million, from Hong Kong, please welcome Danny Tang.
There he is, 3-time champ, looking for title number 4. coming in third in chips. It's a tough field to beat, but he certainly knows how to close these out.
In C2 from the UK, 1.4 million. Please welcome Lewis Spencer.
Certainly one of the biggest names emerging from the UK in recent times. Lewis Spencer, a name to keep an eye on as he makes his first final table at his maiden series.
From Austria in C number 3 with 2.4 million. Please put your hand together for Matthias Eibinger.
He's already got 2 titles to his name, and he's looking to join his good friend Fedor Holz in the 3-time champion club, the Poker Code co-founder Tess Eibinger.
C number 5 from the UK with 1 million. Please welcome Elior Sion.
Old school poker legend on the UK scene, looking to get it done on home soil.
Our chip leader at this final table with 5.9 million from Malaysia. Please welcome Chun Kiat Liu.
Our chip leader, get a massive round of applause, part of the Malaysian contingent. 73 bigs.
790k for our seat 7 from the US. Please welcome Sean Winter.
Right where he belongs. The shortest stack, always a threat though, as he knows how to ladder and close out tournaments even with 10 bigs.
From Brazil in C number 8 with 2.3 million. Please welcome Bruno Volkmann.
Part of the Brazilian Armada, came second to his good friend in the 30k. Can he go one further and take a second title home to Brazil this series?
In C9 with 3.5 million from the US, please welcome Jason Kuhn.
The man that needs no introduction, the most titles of any player in the world in Triton history, are looking for title number 9.
Last but not least, our C10 closing this final table with 1.3 million from Belarus. Please welcome Mikita Badziakowski.
Widely regarded as the best no-limit Hold'em player in the world, not just by us in the booth, but by the peers that come to the Triton series. Mikita looking for title number 5.
The button has been drawn to C number 2. We have 1 minute remaining of level number 20, 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Carlotta, shuffle up and deal, please.
Well, Mr. Nano Noko, that's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, and you just heard Luca Vivaldi say there's just 1 minute left at this blind level, so that average stack of 30 bigs is going to drop significantly after the first hand, meaning that Sean Winter, unless he picks up chips here, is going to be down to 8 bigs.
He better make a move soon as the big blind is coming around. But 1.6 million up top. You excited?
I'm buzzing, man.
Let's go.
Especially this lineup as well, Randy. I mean, it feels so fitting after such an amazing series here. Non-stop storylines and battles. There's a lot that can happen here. Danny looking for title number 4. Jason, title 9. Mikita, title 5. Eibinger, title 3. Couple of first-timers looking to get it done. Lewis Spencer, as I mentioned, widely regarded as one of the best UK players to emerge in recent years.
Well, Eibinger are going to put Elior Sion to the test here. The Jack 7 offsuit. Picks it up.
There we go.
A good old color up. Let's see who's lucky.
I got 25.
Chip raise.
Jack 7 deuce all heart.
Right there? I'll give you 10 to 1.
Sean already started, man.
I'm done giving you prop bet money.
You know, you need friends like Jason, the types of guys that will just immediately
Hold. Hold. There you go. Hold.
put money down.
That's fine.
You'll take that one.
This is the most excitement I've seen from these players.
I wasn't getting greedy.
I'll take it. Thought I was dead when I saw that.
Getting excited over a color up, Randy.
I know, and
these
then
guys,
when they're all in,
they're trying to gamble
coin
and
flip,
stuff,
they're
like-
just stoic even when they hit.
Oh, it's fantastic. So there we go, quick. Chip race 25k is no longer needed, of course. The blinds going up to 50,000, 100,000. 100,000 big blind here. And I apologize, sorry. It's the 5Ks that are no longer needed. So 1.6 million going to the eventual champion. 159,000 currently guaranteed. Is Malaysia's Kat Luchan leading the field. First joined us earlier on this year in Vietnam. Kicked off his career at the Triton series with a 14th place finish in the GG Super Millions. Didn't join us in Cyprus, but has cashed here already in London in the 5 tournaments that he played. Cashed the 40k mystery bounty.
Yeah, it seems like he's one of our lesser known Malaysian players, but time to make a mark here into 60k with 1.6 up top. Good timing. Sean Winter first up, King 10 in the muck, even with the blind increase.
Oh, you know that man.
He's a grinder.
He'll fall down to 4.5 bigs if he deems it necessary. You know, this guy's not in a rush. What was the saying that we coined in Cyprus, or Ali coined? That if there was a nuclear fallout, there'd be 3 things on Earth that survived: cockroaches, Twinkies, and Sean Winter.
I didn't hear that one, but that's pretty good.
Just classic Nijad nonsense.
Couple 4s in the muck for Danny Tang now, and Lewis Spencer playing off 1.4.
Yeah, get the notepads out, ladies and gentlemen. Seeing some of these folds just goes to show how ICM savvy some of these guys are.
Yeah, you can see that there's several shorter stacks of Dan Lewis, and the player stack behind him, 2 of them have him covered, so it'd be very risky. Not going to stop the ace-3 suited. Going to raise into the chip leader and gets it done.
Ibengo with quite the resume. His Triton track record: 12 cashes, 2 titles, 4.3 million in Triton earnings.
A poker code coach, is that right?
Co-founder and coach. That is correct.
Were you with me when he did the whole chocolate bit? He'd eat
Yes.
the chocolate and
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Do you think he's got any with him?
I mean,
secret weapon.
Is that a new layer to some of the courses that they release on Poker Code? It's like the stare down whilst eating a chocolate to balance your all-in range. I don't know, but it worked.
It was a pretty dusty hand too. Not dusty, but it
deuces,
was.
I think.
It was on the lower spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah.
King Queen here. Let's see how Makita approaches things. He is in an earlier position.
Race fold, perhaps.
2 stacks under him. Sean Winters, UTG, still going to open. It should appear strong. Does have blockers to hands that can give him action, which is nice.
1,250. 150. 1,250.
1,250,000.
Numbers is
A
tough.
bit lost in translation there, perhaps. Danny in the low jack. Thought about it.
This card has a crease in it, I think. I'm gonna fold, but
I'm not looking at it. I'm just looking at the top.
the top, the corner.
Looks very bent.
You see it, right? Really?
You mean like the bend?
No, like there was like I could see a crease in like the top right corner.
It just looks like kind of like this.
Well, Sean Winter's got Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind. Quickly lays it down against Makita, realizing that range up front should be pretty strong. It's a decent hand to take a flop too.
100%. And note the pickup for Bads, just getting that through up to 15 bigs, a bit of breathing room.
Probably like what? 1 out of 40?
Yeah. Yeah.
So a couple of these guys, lesser known to the Triton viewers that are regulars, perhaps such as Elio Sion, who's currently in 8th. Elio with 2.87 million in live earnings. Best live cash, Randy, of 1.39 million.
I believe he loves the mixed games. If
He does
right.
indeed. In fact, taking down the PPC, the 50k, at the World Series for that record career cash. Had to overcome a star-studded field in that one as well. D-Nex was at that final table, as was Ike Haxton, Sean Deeb.
So he's from the UK, you say?
He is indeed.
Shoreditch?
Is that where you're perhaps moving to? You seem very familiar with the Shoreditch streets now.
I am.
What happened there, Randy? Do tell. You just went out for a walk?
It was a long walk. It wasn't my idea. A co-commentator. Male.
Right.
3 letters in his name.
Enough said.
He just showed up.
Speak of the devil, then he shall appear. Talk of Elio. 8.2 bigs in the cutoff with an ace. Is this enough, Randy? He seems to think so.
Yeah, not shy of just trying to find opportunities to chip up. King Queen for the chip leader, Kiat Lu Chun.
Oh, makes the call.
Sean Winter is loving this. Opportunity for a ladder.
It does fold one of Chun's outs. And this call from Chun, chip leader, expecting to perhaps dominate some of the hands that Elio's jamming with, like King Jack, Queen Jack type holdings.
And even against these ace rag type hands, he's not doing too bad, as you can see.
This all in brought to you by betacr.eu. As it's an all club affair. Note the lone club in Chun's hand.
I'll
Scary.
tell them, but I don't kill sweats.
As Elio
GG, bro.
finds himself dead on the turn, and with that, we have our first elimination. The UK OG bracelet winner. Only played 2 events here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but with a final table on his resume. Going to be going home with 159,000 for his efforts. On home soil, would have been lovely to see him spin it up to 25, 30 bigs, as we know that that man can hold his own with a stack, but just handcuffed coming into this FT. Found the jam spot, took it, and variance sent him home in 9th. And with that, everyone now guaranteed 213,000.
So with that elimination, that really just vaults Kiat Lu Chun to have a massive chip lead, 2x the Jason Kuhn.
That is a great point.
Let's see how Lucy's willing to open. 8-4, most likely not in the cutoff. Opportunity perhaps for Sean Winter if the button? Not this one. Volkman, one of the finest players from Brazil, has got a situation where they can easily get it all in.
Blind v blind, Randy. Jason's currently sat in 2nd, Volkman in 5th, and then a huge drop-off.
Trappy.
To the bottom of the chip counts, and he does.
I can't see a world where Jason Kuhn doesn't raise, potentially just outright all in.
Tournament-defining hand for both players, one would assume.
325.
Well, the limp jam most certainly coming. Bruno limped his hand expecting to be attacked by the big blind. Although he does have 2 sevens in this spot. Jason might be actually kind of sick that he's going to potentially have to call off here, isn't he? 20 blinds. Did make it 3.25 BBs.
Just so tense, this blind v blind setup. Especially given the ICM pressure.
Yeah, I just can't really see Jason Kuhn folding too often. Just right. All the smaller pocket pairs he dominates. So what did he come in of a
pre-race,
but like
Randy.
a small one? This is very interesting. The idea here for Volkman actually is to induce. What other reason why would he have than to not go all in?
The limp 3-bet to 6.7 bigs as Jason moves a tower of chips forward. And we are going to play a 4 million plus pot. Talk about a high equity spot. This flip worth, I don't even want to try and figure out how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity, Randy.
It's a big pot. Let's go with that.
Whoever wins is guaranteed to move up to second. As the short stacks watch on as it comes queen 9-5. Safe lot for Jason. There are some turn sweats, of course, such as that.
Sweaty.
Bruno picking up 7 additional outs now. Finds it.
Bam.
The running diamonds to give him the nut flush, and with that, the Brazilian moves up to second in chips overall. Jason Kuhn down to 1.3, and all of a sudden he finds himself handcuffed down there alongside Mikita Baziakuski and Lewis Spencer. Is this just, was it just destined to be this kind of final table? Already an explosive start on the back end of everything we've experienced over the last 13, 14 days.
We've had some pretty fast final tables. We could have had a second elimination already without even a full orbit going around. I mean, Jason, of course, would have loved to win that pot, but he knows how to play a short stack as well. He's been there.
Been there, done that. Does need a spin, though.
Volkman with a big stack is rather scary.
Volkman with pretty sick series. Third in the 25k, second in the 30k turbo. 3 cashes in the 7 events that he's played before this. So this being his 4th cash out of 8 events played.
Yeah, definitely a top tier player from Brazil. Hasn't reached heads up in the Triton yet, but
he has.
Oh, has he?
This series, yeah. The one they actually lost to his
oh,
very good
against
friend.
Garignani.
That's correct, yeah.
That's right, sorry.
No. Because I saw it was not 10 of diamonds.
Sorry, guys.
He's currently sat 4th on Brazil's all-time money list. A win here today would move him up to 2nd behind his good friend Yuri Zivalevsky. In fact, just needs to cash for 300,000 in order to move up to 2nd Brazil's all-time money list.
Oh, if it wasn't yours, I would have taken it. But since it is, I'll get it back in Spain.
Sean, want to make a side bet? I'm saying you're not going to bust on 8. 1-1.
He's not going to bust what?
On 8th place.
1-1?
Yes, he's the shortest.
I'll take that bet. I'm happy to put money on Sean Winter. Just a short stack legend.
60k for that one. You want to bet 10k?
He's asking.
I want some of this action, Randy. This is the problem with us being here in the booth. We don't get in. This kind of stuff.
It's all by asking, do you want 10k in action and jamming? Ooh. So Winter is opening off of 5.5 BB stack. Jason Kuhn quickly lays down the King Jack.
Massive pickup.
Bet 10k.
Up to 800k now. Sean Winter burst onto the scene at a Triton series in Cyprus just 2 months ago, Randy, and very obvious as to why he quickly became one of our favorite players.
No? Really?
4 final tables in Cyprus. Cash both the 200k Luxon Invitational and the 100k main for over 2 million. Bit of a dry spell here, though. 0 so far out of the 8 events he's played. Does find himself shortest stack, but guaranteed 213,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, nice run here will be a series saver for
Be a
him.
long winter. He's going to turn this one around. 27.5 million in live earnings. #1 on Florida's all-time money list.
King 10 off here, +1, +2. Not interested. Seen him fold it twice with the short stack. Jason's got Queen 8 of clubs in the cutoff. 12 blinds.
200.
This is a man who's just playing for the W. Attacking here in the cutoff off of this stack is aggressive, but bad timing as Danny Tame wakes up with 2 9s. Always going to rejam this spot.
Tower of black chips. Moving forward, and gets worse for Jason. The fold is now down to 1 million. $1 million, but this man is never down and out, Randy. I mean, until that river card falls and it's official, you give him 5 bigs, you still put money on him.
I also put money on 5 bigs of Sean Winter. Couple hooks here for our chip leader UTG as he opens at 225.
Dude, can we just talk about
Ibinger having Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind, which he's got to probably defend.
Sure.
But go on.
The limp 3-bet in juice with the ace king, you were loving it. Just giving his opponent rope to potentially rifle it in pre-flop with weaker ace-x. Something to take note of.
Yeah, I did want to kind of touch up on that, but let's get back to that in 1 second. Let's see what happens here.
I would assume Brazil is good for taxes.
Well, I mean, this looks like a Jack's type of flop.
No, like, playing WSOP is bad for us. 'Cause we get taxation.
No, 30.
Yeah. 150.
I believe this hand is over. But about the ace king. So
What on top of that?
for him to do that,
Online, you pay
hold on.
when you withdraw from other sites.
Like they take 30 from you, and then what happens?
They take more? Or?
No. That's but it's third tournament, right?
Yeah, you can't write off losses.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah. You know how it is. Ace-2 suited and...
That is, I'm sorry, mate. That is...
Cool, kings.
Effing brutal.
But if you're a super winner...
Can't write off losses,
Nobody's coming to Barcelona anymore.
and you get taxed on every tournament you cash.
And where's this at?
Brazil, 30%.
I guess not.
Wow.
Won't be playing there? It doesn't matter how good you are, huh? You'd have to win every tournament you play.
That's wild.
You go?
No. Only Brazilians are going. He's no. You think he's going?
Timothy's going.
Maybe just play some small stakes like main event.
All I wanted to say, just let me get out while I can.
Go ahead.
For him to limp re-raise at ace-king earlier to 675 or so on, means that he has a limp 3-bet fold range off of that stack with like probably the ace rag king X is my guess.
That'd make a lot of sense. Like the high card, low card kind of stuff.
Yes, correct. Offsuit.
Like king 4, king 5.
Offsuit variety.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's spicy.
7 blinds.
Ivinger with an ace on the button. Sean's been through the blinds twice so far at this final table.
Ivinger hasn't seen the chip leader attack him yet, so certainly still going to raise into Sean Winter's micro stack. The 3 of spades is not a good start.
And this isn't the type of FT where just because you're the chip leader, you can go pushing everyone around like a loose cannon, right? These guys are very ICM aware, and they'll play back. They know how to. So I don't think Chin's just gonna come in here with
You're my favorite Belarus player, Makita.
play every hand kind of
My favorite
style.
Hong Kong player.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I mean, there's not that many Hong Kong
there's
players I know.
Winfred, there's Elton, there's
Okay.
BJ,
Okay.
Ryan.
Don't tell nobody of the record.
All right. Thank you.
I mean, a lot of people love Danny Tang, but Elton, I feel like he's got a little bit more fans for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
No knock on Danny Tang. Couple 7s.
Hold.
Oh, it's going to fold all the way around to the chip leader. Jack 5, not going to run it. He's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Sweated it with Jason. Back up to 13 bigs. But it's going to be in the big blind. Rocking the new Triton bucket hat. Why is Bats never in Triton merch?
I feel like there was a time when he was, but
what's he trying to say?
Recently has not. Maybe because he hasn't been winning. Maybe that's why he's not winning titles.
I mean,
has anyone left him a message?
Clearly didn't get the memo.
We'll see if he can prove himself without the Triton gear today. Ace-Queen suited, though, for the Matthias Eivinger. Been getting involved lately.
He's definitely had hands to do it with.
Jason Kuhn with the Jack-7 offsuit straight into the muck. As of right now, there's so many short stacks that people aren't really looking to even take a flop, given that it just puts yourself at risk.
Yeah, just to give the viewers some context, the average stack is 27 big blinds. There are 4 sub-13 big blind stacks. Mikita Baziakuski, Lewis Spencer, Jason Kuhn, and Sean Winter. The difference between 8th and 5th is 250K.
Yeah, and normally 27 big blinds is decent to work with, but all those chips is consolidated into the chip leader stack, who's currently sitting on 7,071 blinds.
Volkman, perhaps precisely for that reason, opening on the button with the Queen 4.
Yeah, Queen 4 offsuit is clearly not a good hand, but he knows those short stacks got to hang in there. Mikita might be able to attack here. Here we go.
Fearless.
Yeah, and making a statement, knowing that he's got so much fold equity, knows that Bruno Volkman's going to open wide. Even though Winter, 550K, 6 BBs. A sigh of relief.
Was it a sigh of relief, or was it like...
It was like a boombox kind of beat.
It's like, all right, here we go. Another FT. 1.6 million.
Asia, Europeans, South Americans,
And
what? Wait,
you left 2 people out. You left like 2.5 people out.
wait, half? Fuck. My geography's bad. Wait, South America covers Brazil, right? So I didn't cover US. What's the US?
I'm not Brazilian.
North America.
North, there we go, North America. There we go. Sorry, my geography is not great.
Yeah, stick to poker, Danny. Didn't know that Sean Winter wasn't Brazilian.
Wait.
Money. And what?
You think so?
Sorry. No, I'm just joking. I said money.
Oh, fuck you. I didn't.
Well done. You have a prop bet or just?
I had a prop bet, but we pushed. Within 2 kg, we pushed. But
how much did you need
you know,
to lose?
me and my friend like had an argument at the end about this, you know, because he felt like the prop bet was to push both of us to like be motivated to lose weight together. And then at the start of Vegas, I had gout, and I really did have gout. I don't know if anyone saw me in like one of those like
limping.
Yeah, I legit had it, right? And I told him that I can't really walk, I'm not really exercising, and it's the truth. It's just after that, when I started hitting the gym, I didn't tell him. So he thought I was like just doing nothing. So he started like putting the pedal off the gas when he lost like 5 kg.
200.
Rich man's disease for a rich man.
Volkman 2/10.
Gout?
Yeah, or is it called?
Sort of, yeah, sort of.
I think you're like genetically predisposed to it, but it can be caused by other factors.
Yeah.
Such as wine, red meat, and other rich foods.
Learning.
Like I mean, touch wood, but since I've been like dieting better, it's not been there, you know, at all. So.
Last time I checked, it was knock on wood, not touch wood.
Touch wood, knock on wood.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Was it flaring up?
It was before. It was maybe like once or twice a year, but then during.
I think US it's knock on wood and UK it's
like
touch
back
wood.
to back to back.
All
And
right.
it hit again in Vegas, so it was like 4 in the span of 2 months, and that was terrible. But before that, I did like a bunch of drinking in Hong Kong, so that didn't help. I have some really crazy friends and sisters, and they enjoy drinking very much.
Crazy friends?
Keep having the same problem being from the UK.
Yeah.
Not something I would recommend.
What do you recommend these ace-king suited do?
Recommend trying to win the hand. It's currently 5th in chips. Has 3 sub-10 big blind stacks at the table.
Basically, the big question is, do we just outright rip or do we min-raise to induce?
225.
Seems like he's in the min-raise camp.
The hand's just too strong, Randy.
Yeah, and he also knows that some of these medium stacks like the Ibinger will reshove worse hands, but they may not call a 15 jam outright. You know, Makita has kind of shown signs of
Drinking's
playing
like
for the
not
top.
only bad for just initially, but then you drink, and then the day after you're hungover,
not
and you
good
always
to
eat
not
shit,
have
and then,
a
and then you don't exercise.
5Ks in this level, huh? You're limited to 225x or 2.5x.
Can also just 2x.
It's caused by uric acid, right?
Hmm?
I think it's caused by uric acid, right?
Gout. I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not totally
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. So can't really eat like red meat, alcohol, seafood.
Metabolize even.
Huh?
Certain vegetables, I think.
But apparently, recent, like in the last 4 years, they discover like vegetarian purine. Is it purine or whatever?
Winter's got X soon.
Like whatever that gives you gout.
Big blind
that's
next.
Not damaging in vegetable.
I remember my nana had it, and they told her to like cut out like all the fat from her diet, basically, like red meat and shit. Yeah.
Not all the fat. No, avocado's great. Peanut butter's fine.
I just remember her complaining.
Does
she
lay
couldn't
down
eat
the
sausage.
suited connector.
Beef sausages, no. Pork, fine. Chicken, fine.
225.
Yeah,
Beer,
but
never.
pork's haram. So
Well, not never. Like I had half a pint yesterday, and I'm fine right now. No. I just used to do. You know, like how people have a birthday and then they go out for meals and stuff. I just have those meals every day.
As opposed to like, as
Yeah.
opposed to once a year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Every day is a birthday for Danny Tang.
quite the start to this final table for the Brazilian. Bruno Volkmann up to 2nd in chips after winning a monster blind v blind flip against Jason Kuhn.
Trying to chat and loosen people up, you know.
I don't think anyone stands, to be honest.
I would beg to differ.
So Winter is in the big blind in this hand. He started with about 5.5, so he's got 2 big blinds committed here.
You're 450 back?
Ibing is like a hawk, bro. Every hand. It's like, how much you got? How much you got?
Could use the Triton Poker Plus app.
He could.
He won't. Danny Tang here. It's actually beneficial to Winter that there's kind of that big stack remaining to act, so Danny Tang can't just outright make it huge. But of course, Ace Queen's an interesting spot here. The opener started, what, 26 blinds? Lots of fold equity of ace-queen. There's a chip leader right behind him. Does he just 3-bet? 3-bet fold? Is that a thing against
Yeah,
26
that's
blinds?
what I'm thinking. Like, what
Like
are we doing?
Like a 650 or flat call? I don't really love 3-bet jam so much, but it could be right. It's tricky, isn't it?
Offsuit. 3-bet fold or flat and let Winter come along. I don't know, man. It's tough.
Seems like he's going to take the
passive line.
Passive line, yeah, so that he doesn't risk his chips.
Starting the hand, third in chips. Chun dominated in both spots.
It feels like he's thinking about the big move, but it's going to come along as well. Very grim for him as his queen and jack is dominated by the ace, queen, and ace jack. Winter?
Unbelievable that he's been dealt blackjack hand and not a poker hand.
Problem is he's up against 3 other opponents. It's so hard to win this one. Does lay it down.
Nikita trying to get that action again against Winter. Well, how about this? A little something for everyone. Gut shot for both Tang and Ibinger. Chun with the open-ender.
These are 3 of the bigger stacks remaining in the tournament. And while ace-jack could have definitely c-bet this gut shot on this king-high board, the thing is, he's covered by the chip leader, and he's actually covered by Ibinger as well, so taking the passive line is definitely like the ideal play with the short stacks out there. A check through. Perhaps this gives Kiat Chun a chance to win this pot if he wants to fire out. Doesn't.
Well, all players remain unimproved on this 7 of diamonds turn. Chun not pouncing on the round of checks.
Yeah, I thought there was a decent chance he would consider it, given how much pressure there would be on these middling stacks. Looks like Danny Tang's gonna fight here. It's actually very interesting, given the sizing he chose. He's never just gonna get both of these players out, given what they're holding. Does Ibinger call here with just ace queen high? He does have the nut no pair, which does have decent value in that sense. With the clean outs too, looking for the jack.
This 20% designed to just retain pot control.
Retain the lead as well as does kick out some better hands on occasion. Basically all the pocket pairs lower than the 10.
Okay, well.
Unexpected.
600k more going in on the turn as everyone bricks. Ibinger will win at Showdown.
It doesn't really seem like a spot that Danny Tang can fire another river bet. If he could, it will work. But getting called in 2 spots and knowing that Ibinger will still passively play a King X, given the stack situation, is rather risky for him to put in another barrel here.
Yeah, I have to agree. Especially when it goes cool. And now Ibinger with that showdown that you were talking about, the nut no pair.
It feels better against one opponent.
He knows how to play the WSOP.
WSOP was like such a disaster. You know, I was busting day 1 of most of the tournament.
He's gonna check it back.
Like I have day 2 and day 3. Like,
And he's got to win the hand.
So nice for him. You see the smile too. It's just like, okay, I'll take that pot.
2.55 million chip pot. Going Ivan his way. It's up to 3.8 million now.
Ace 8 of spades.
No, there's no way he would mark ace high. Yeah. Can't mark ace high, like just in case. Has to be worse.
You knocked over your statue, bro.
Solid read from Lewis Spencer there. Bats has done a nice job, Randy, of separating himself from the rest of the short stacks. Still in 5th, but has a lot more breathing room than he did just an orbit and a half ago.
Well, it's over to Winter in the small blind. King 8 is certainly enough. Is Bruno Volkmann priced in? He's put in a big blind already, a big blind ante. And it's not hurtful to his stack if he calls here. He's got 4.5 back. Sean Winter might make one of these interesting plays where he makes like 300K or so. Actually, he comes in with limp. But he won't fold to a raise, but this gives him some chance of either fold equity post-flop or preserve the tournament life and they check it down. So Volkmann now is wondering, does he have fold equity somehow? Can he ever jam?
Doesn't the limp kind of increase the variance a bit, Randy, where you're giving random 2 cards a chance to see a flop?
The reason he didn't jam is he thinks that Volkmann is going to call 100% of his range given the price. If he thought he had fold equity, he probably would have committed pre. Now he's flop top pair. He's got an interesting look on his face.
He's looking around everyone, trying to laugh, and I don't know. Just Sean Winter being Sean Winter.
It's interesting as he kind of wants value, but he also wants his opponent to attack him. Only Sean Winter can make these pots so interesting.
Honestly, it's just insane how fun this guy is.
So the ace is, yes, an overcard to king, but he's never worried. So he's got a value bet against the gutters right now.
Jason saying that he can't make eye contact because it just makes him too jittery, too funny. Now it gets really interesting for the 10 high.
But a 10 high did make a call there on a turn.
It did. Paired board. $500K out there. Is 10 high ever good, or would you always expect the King X, Ace X, Jack X to go in the middle pre?
125.
And note that Bruno hasn't folded yet, Randy.
Bruno's wondering, well, if you had the ace or king pre-flop, did you really not jam? Are you still value betting a jack right now? Most certainly not a 6, as I could have a jack.
This isn't posturing. This isn't the need of additional TV time for the Brazilian. This is a genuine tank with 10 high. As Randy mentioned, would Winter really limp with Ace X, King X? Oh, he's cut out a call, and Sean Winter, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Winter just
That's brilliant.
gets the max and even gets the approval from Makita. Just admiration for his short stack play.
Can you guys just not laugh every time I enter a pot?
I believe Jason just called him Picasso. Randy. And
that was a really interesting hand.
Lines of all the time.
Yeah, it's strong.
No joking. Yeah, no joking. It was amazing. Short stack ninja.
some true signs of sincere admiration from Makita. Blinds up, Randy. 50k, 125k.
Never good for a tournament when Carrie and I run deep.
Yeah, and Spencer really did not like to see Winter pretty practically get a double up in that last hand.
Mike fell down. It's like hearing
Contemplating playing the Queen 10 suited
So they're gonna hear your belly now?
Yeah.
early positions.
That was such a cool hand.
Fold equity should be low, so would have been really surprised if he opted to play the Queen 10 suit in that spot. And still not the shortest stack.
What was that? Did you see that?
I did not. What did I miss?
Ты всё? Нет, break?
That's like some massive strobe light that, like the bat signal just shining on. I'm not even joking.
On
You don't see
Winter.
that? Yeah.
Oh.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Volkman pouncing on fourth in chips.
I really want to know what that mystery card is. Regardless, for Danny Tang, this is a massive ICM spot. Winter on 8 blinds, Spencer on 9, Jason Koo on 10. He's in 4th place with 21 blinds. He's raised an early position. So the 3-bet here should be stronger than normal.
So are we discounting ace-jack suited?
I don't want to say ace-jack suited is discounted, but I'm just saying that Danny Tang may perceive this to be a little bit stronger than average. A 3-bet at the small blind too. But then again, you look at the stack size, you know that Bruno is one of the few players who can risk some chips now. It feels like all plays are on the table here.
Yeah.
I do feel he can. Wow, big laydown of 2 10s. That is... I really want to see that mystery card right now.
I'm going King of Diamonds, Jack of Spades.
We saw one jack out of there, so the chances of it being like pocket jacks was pretty low.
What do they want me to do about my mic? Change them?
Who cares, dude? Leave it out.
Love the action so far. And I hope you've all been enjoying the action over on betacr.eu, the exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' live action outcome at Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. You can join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. Obviously, a few players that would have provided people betting with a high ROI this series. Phil Ivey comes to mind. Nacho Barbero seemed to cash on multiple occasions. Timothy Adams, Espen Jorstad, all with several final tables and all with a trophy.
That laydown, Henry. 2 10s. Can you get behind it?
I mean, it's impossible for me to say because I didn't see the other card, Randy. So if he had jacks, it's a great fold. If he's got the King Jack O, then, you know, I can't get behind it.
Just first one?
How much? Oh.
I think he tried to kill me just now. I think. I'm not sure. Maybe he was blocking. Maybe he has like, I don't know, 8-9 off.
Who?
I don't know.
You got the deck reads now?
It's right off. You put him in a bad spot.
You had it? For real? Like, had it? I had a monster, man. What you're having it? A7 suited, having it?
Two big King check off suited, he had it.
Hair? Bruno. Hair?
I had you. If
Yeah.
you folded, I had you.
Beat.
Yeah.
So he had the ace check off suited and
I
he
was
doesn't
gonna say
expect you to
beat.
fold stronger.
Wow. We bet Paul.
Hmm? I don't know, we'll see later. I don't know.
I had a good hand that hand.
Not as good as mine.
Probably
if
not.
you put even flat.
Some short stacks out there. Sean Winter and Jason Kuhn. Lewis Spencer on 7 big blinds. Winter and Kuhn on 6. Everyone just handcuffed at the moment. We overheard Winter and Volkman discussing the newly announced or recently announced KSOP. GG South America is going to be huge. Shout out to our title sponsor as Winter looks down at a couple of 9s in the hijack.
He likely will push in like most of his stack, but not all of it, to kind of give himself that chance to preserve in case it just kind of checks down from time to time. Don't really see him doing anything else.
You say that, but then he managed to take it to the streets.
He can't really make it like 3x, I feel. I could be wrong, but because that kind of invites some flats he doesn't want from the big blind on occasion. Well, what has he decided to do? Let's see.
75.
Oh, he did go 3x, so... Yeah, I'm curious to see what he thinks Danny Tang would react against a 3 blind. He's definitely like one of the players who's really put in a lot of time into how he wants to approach these like micro stacks,
Yeah.
whereas most people spend time on, you know, like the 20 blinds and so on.
Sean's now got 1.1 million. And he's up to 6th in chips. Just behind Mikita Bazukuski now. Just unbelievable. We knew coming into this FT
Oh, there's more than a million now.
that he's going to be a fun player to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, maybe. You have at 1.1. Blinds are big. Yeah. Pots are worth a lot. That beats.
So Jason now the shortest stack, 6 blinds, 700K. Very, very interesting final table. We haven't really had one where it's kind of been so many micro stacks
Yeah.
at once.
Very cagey here.
Even 4th place only has 13 blinds, which is Danny Tang.
That's unbelievable.
And there's 8 remaining.
Yeah, it could be one of those grindy ones. You know, Sean Winter, I feel like is the guy that I would want to show me around Vegas. You know, if like I go out there and just be like, okay, if I had a gun to my head and had to pick one name to show me the best time possible in
Winter's
Vegas
your
in
man?
24 hours, I think this is my man. I feel like he's the guy that I could rely on.
I
to just
feel
show
like
me a
he's
good
the
time.
guy you can rely on and not know what you're going to get.
Yeah, of course. Like exactly, precisely that. Note the open jam, by the way, from Volkman. Now that he does cover everyone behind, just ripping into the 3 shorter stacks. Sorry, the 4 shorter stacks. That's Spencer. It's in the bag with 9 deuce.
Yeah, and you got Jason Kuhn A7 out.
Bad back wrap.
It seems right now that Volkman is very happy with the setup. He's not the chip leader, but the chip leader really hasn't been opening pots as of late. So he's getting now these opportunities to rip in like King 7 offsuit, for example.
As the Brazilian fans around the world go wild. Volkman up to 5 million.
What did they type in?
Oh, you know, just like, oh, of course, Brazil makes it 2 million with King 7-0. It's like, well, you know, he's jamming into sub 12 big blind stacks.
I mean, someone's got to go down soon, right? They can't just keep letting the blinds go up. King Queen offsuit.
Danny's 4th in chips.
He does have Matthias covering him in the spot, but just 2 players stack behind him. One of them micro stack has him covered. Basically sweat the big blind. Fade. Ooh, Daisei Tsuda is very interesting.
What's the first one? What is it?
The best one.
The best one.
How much is it? I need a count.
He really does need a count in this spot.
1.550.
Ivinger saying it's very likely going in.
It's not detrimental to his stack if he loses this one. He would still have 2 million, which covers a lot of players. He knows Danny's jamming a lot of ace X's lower than the 8.
No, Ivinger scanning around the table. Everyone else is stacked.
Danny is not going to like this.
If he holds here, he's going to move up to second, and then there's going to be 4 sub 11 big blind stacks.
Give us the flop, Sean.
All in brought to you by betacr.eu.
That'd be nice.
Danny Tang, 3-time champion.
No way, okay.
Not the right picture.
Yeah, but not the worst flop. No diamond in sight, cannot be dead on the turn.
He called. Come on, on the river. Come on, I can't come here and then eat 3 short stack as well.
6 ounce once for Danny.
Yes, let's go.
Art gallery.
This entire series, Randy,
Thanks, mate.
just feels like the river has dealt some crushing blows. And rather than being down to 7 with Danny Tang out in 8th, he's now 3rd in chips.
Really an awful spot here for Ivinger with that double as he slides down. He now has to kind of wait out these short stacks. Also, he's got the chip leader right behind him. Spencer's got ace-4 offsuit on the button. He's got to make a move.
Yeah, ace on the button.
All in.
He does open jam for his final 5 bigs, and he's going to run into ace-king.
Rebate?
Perhaps a small one.
They have Lewis on the up busted already.
Oh no.
Looking in the future.
Holy shit.
Wow, he's here, Makita
Now he's back with 200k.
pointing out that for whatever reason Lewis is no longer on the app. So they can see into the future as he's jammed ace-4 into ace-king.
So strong. I had to put my pocket dice there. You might be. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know it's not strong.
Back-to-back all-ins. Both times Ibinger's had the best.
Now what you're saying is
10-10.
I don't know.
10-10 deuce. Chop. Oh, king.
Oh, that's going to be tough
Jack Queen.
for Spencer to chop this one now.
0.3%. That bad.
Dead on the turn as we lose Lewis Spencer in 8th place for 213,000. Venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time. Second event played. First final table of this young Brit's Triton track record, and certainly a name to keep an eye on in the future. He's really made a bit of a name for himself over the last couple of years. Certainly exciting when you see these newcomers reach the highest stakes at Triton. UK down on home soil, both Elliot and Lewis bowing out. A 7-handed affair now. Danny Tang with the lifeline.
Yeah, obviously tough for Spencer. Didn't have anything he could really do. Multiple spots when he could have got some pay jumps, but those short stacks, pesky.
And 3 bigs. That's important.
Look at that. A walk for Winter from the chip leader.
Guy gets the fucking limp check off 3 bigs, makes trips, then gets the walk.
Yeah, against the chip leader.
Like a magician. I'd rather have like aces versus queens.
You're down to 6. We're gonna lose 5 minutes on the clock. So we're gonna move down to
But I
85
take it.
minute clock.
Yeah.
Add 4 players 30 and add heads up 25.
I'm a magician too. 100% equity is better than 18 or 82.
I mean, odds on Sean Winter just winning the tournament outright, Randy. It's got to be a favorite.
I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The player is still rather short. Ace-Queen for Danny Tang. Perhaps rewarded for folding those 2 10s earlier. We'll never know.
He's already been rewarded, Randy, with that queen on the river.
True, but you know, maybe he could have
You want
even
the
more
reward
chips.
system to just go on infinitely.
A Jack 10 in the muck, and Bruno Volkmann, ace-4 suited. Big stack versus big stack, number 2 versus 3. No, certainly at least call him. It looks like that is the option he will opt for.
To the streets they go, second v third in chips, and well, not the worst flop for the Brazilian.
Yeah, quite a favorable one for him with the gutter ball, the backdoor diamonds. Even the ace high could be good against the hijack open. Generally speaking, you do expect a lot of checkbacks against bigger stacks, but this texture is so dry, you're really only worried about the 9 and the hearts. You don't expect kind of the 3x and 2x to come along pre, hence the c-bet. I wonder if he ever check raises this ace-4. Doesn't seem like it will, just because it's such a narrow range of sets he would be representing.
Was the game running?
There was Charlotte. There was. I mean, there was TV full deck. No Charlotte.
Have you played yet? Fourth or what?
Danny Tang should be trying to find a way to get the showdown cheaply. The ace-queen does have a lot of showdown value still. He does worry about the 9x.
He left the game already, or?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Huh?
Game did not look great.
I mean, yeah, it was Danny, Victor, Tan.
See some front door hearts.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Randy, is this a path to victory for Volkman, but with the front door flush getting there now. No heart in hand.
Volkman could represent the hearts. The thing is, he's trying to weigh how often ace-4 actually just wins outright at showdown, like against the king-queens, queen-jacks, and I like that he's betting because he probably expects those broadways to have a straight draw to fire the turn at a high frequency. Therefore, he's up against ace-high a lot, or some pocket pair lower than the 9.
5:30? Here, you mean?
In Vegas, it's like kind of perfect-ish.
Are you waking up in the morning as well? Very early?
To golf.
Randy, there's a few different scenarios here. A hero call, perhaps.
Or even earlier?
Wow, grabbing calling chips. Would be a sick call.
He's cut out the calling chips, checking the itinerary behind. Would really send a message to the Brazilian.
Feels like a bluff this time, Bruno. Feels like a bluff. I'm not sure what you're bluffing.
Danny's gut. It's telling him it's a bluff. Doesn't stick to it though. And Bruno scoops in another one, and with that pot, Randy is now just 3 bigs behind the chip leader. Triton.
Do you need it or what?
Volkman just getting the best of Danny Tang in 2 sizable pots there. Gets the 10s to fold pre-flop.
Start at like 6 a.m. to golf and finish 10 a.m. or sooner. You have all day to do whatever. And it doesn't wear you out too much.
Bruno Volkman, ladies and gentlemen. 4th on Brazil's all-time money list. Guaranteed to move up to 2nd on the Brazilian all-time money list. The end of this tournament.
A snug but understandable laydown given that he's only in 4th position. Chip leader.
3 million still?
That's a chip leader hand.
Huh?
Yeah, Chun's approach to this final table has been a very honest one. Really hasn't been dealt much. Wow, Jason Kuhn down to just 4 bigs.
Let's see how he approaches these kind of big blind shallow spots. Looks like he's in the camp of defending, seeing if he gets equity and commit. Given that he does have the big blind ante involved, but just, what, 2.5 blinds or so remaining?
Well,
does flop to
couple of
triplies. A lot of times you out of position jam, but you got to check this one, and I believe they just already committed the chips.
Battle of the 2 magicians.
Chun needs the backdoor Bangkok.
Seems like I don't belong here, you know, when there's Sean and Jason on the table.
David
No.
Copperfield. Queen of Hearts again, Makita.
Ooh, okay.
4%.
What's the flop trips?
It would be disgusting not to be this time, but always a sweat. Jason Kuhn up to 1.3. Are you ready for a long night, Randy?
Send it.
I mean, we were expecting it earlier.
I had the 3, so I didn't give you credit for that one.
It's going to be quite the grind to close this one out. Sean Winter on 9 bigs, Jason doubling up to 11, Makita on 11, Danny Tang on around 20. Really got ourselves a fight.
Closes the gap a little bit between Volkman and Kiat-Lu Chun.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hadn't even thought about that. It might even be tied at the top now. I love the way Winter's got his chip stacked as well, so he knows how many big blinds he's playing.
He's got 3 stacks of some whites and the black on top. Those, you're saying that's 125 apiece?
And he's also got a black chip with a white chip in front of him. You'll see when you get a better angle. He's got them like spread out in front of him in a line.
What? What the hell is happening? The milk can. I was sure you're jamming any 2 cards.
Any too, huh?
Yeah, wow.
That's his style. Oh, him.
How the hell you folded?
It's all voodoo.
I was like, okay, I got a call.
Jason pulled the king 9 suited.
First one I saw was the king, and then I cleared him up.
Whew. But I'm glad you folded. I would have just turned it off, okay, guys?
Dominated, I think. I'm happy. I think you got ace-6.
Still gonna chop a lot.
Sean, you see his chips?
I see it now. That's 3 big blinds you're saying. Is the last one not a full?
I think
that's 100.
The stack of whites is 6. And then he's got 3 in front of him, and then yeah, the last stack of whites isn't enough.
So he doesn't respond to how many chips he has. It's more in big blinds.
Yeah, and he just mucks the 6s as well. Where everyone else is just going broke. Just fold 6s in the hijack.
He knows how to play.
Until the stream catches up. And Jason picks up on that.
Fold.
It's not brutal. I'll never complain about winning a pot, but Chase, do you want to see? GK? Show it. Which ace do you want to see? Pick. I don't care which ace, whichever one.
Show it.
I don't care, yeah. Tell him
No, that one.
pick whichever ace you want to see.
Did you really have aces?
What do you think?
You promise? You're fucking with me. You had ace 4 suited? I had a shove. Stop. I had like 5 pips, 2 tight shove.
Come on, man. Don't
I promise. Like,
you asked me to be honest with you. I'm honest with you, and then you get me tilted.
I shoved 5. I folded 5 pips tight.
5 pips.
How
What
does
does
that even mean?
I could have
What'd
shoved.
you just fold? King, queen, or something?
No, way better. No, that's why I was just
You're
like.
making me sick, bro.
What did you got? Ace 4 suited?
I had aces.
Whatever. I would have got it.
You would have got it through out of aces. How are you getting it through aces?
I don't know. I had spidey senses that time.
I literally had.
I thought I did. But you probably
was like,
make me
damn,
look like an idiot.
You made a big fold? Wow.
Didn't even time bank.
Sniffle.
Yeah.
He was right.
Didn't even
look
time
at my
bank.
card yet, you could already feel the aces in the air.
It's just me and you, right?
Yeah.
So strong. It's got a deck read.
I believe you because I had a bad feeling.
I had aces. How do you think I had?
I folded 5 pips 2 tight.
Why would he just tell them he had 6?
Expensive limit.
Because it doesn't sound honest. But it is.
5 pips too tight.
It's so sick.
It feels like so many players would have jammed.
Dude,
that
I'm
spot.
out the door. Like,
Not
yeah,
just
I'm
you.
just gone.
Even a lot of these players at this table.
See, there's some people, like, you're an expert at saying shit like that, and, like,
leveling people and actually having ace-4 suited. So on the right they have ace.
I had a big pair.
He's getting 6 big blinds, bro. Talking about having big pairs.
Oh my god.
I swear you're marking the cards.
This guy.
If you folded 8s, I'm not falling for your voodoo shit. You got lenses in or something. 2 9.
Oh man.
If you folded 9, you're going to jail. Your favorite hand.
An opportunity perhaps for Makita. Pocket 7s against super aggressive Volkman.
No, I'm not fucking around.
So you put it 9? You might as well just leave now, because either way you might get disqualified if you put it 9.
Straight up.
Make a lot of folds that aren't folds and a lot of calls that aren't calls.
Bad's currently 6th in chips.
Today's breaking news. Sean Winter just opened up pocket 9, and Jason, in 2 seats later, wakes up with aces.
Well,
What do you think
aces
about
every 4 hands.
Big laydown.
Fold 9.
No, I get trips every 4 hands.
Yeah, we're really getting a bit of a treat here. ICM Masterclass. Some of the world's best. Get the notepads out, ladies and gentlemen.
Shouldn't get Kiat-Lu Chun out. He's going to come along as a chip leader. Number 1 versus 2. Fair fight. Not an ideal texture for both players. King high boards are highly c-bettable, but if you do check, you tend to check the middling ones, like this ace-9, which he did.
Jason doesn't believe Winter.
I mean, it wasn't 9s.
No, he just told him he had 6s.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and Jason's like, no, now I know you're lying. Show him with a second check. Action back on Volkman.
3 diamonds on board. No diamond in hand. Nice card for Volkman. He does pair to ace.
Jack 10, no good. We have ourselves a new chip leader. Tied chip leader, 5.7 apiece.
Close enough.
Fantastic start.
Ace Jack, huh? Ace Jack. But against me. That's what it shows.
That'd be a very reasonable hand to have. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, Jack. Jack.
Danny's trying to angle Bruno here.
Check, because he knew you're not going to fold better, so he said he had the best hand.
Right? So it's Ace Jack, right? I think it's Ace Jack as well.
Angling for sure.
Angling to get info, right? He's just
because
like,
there was a mystery card.
It didn't show, exactly.
But he's acting like he just saw it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you had...
Yeah.
You had ace jack that hand.
Yeah, nice try. Nice try, Mr. Tang, but you got to get better tricks than that, mate.
That's a new one. I've never seen anyone try to do the...
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't even show in the app.
I know.
Found the hand.
We both saw it.
It's like...
It's not possible. Is that a new strategy on the mystery cards?
Wow.
Interesting.
We know that Bruno had jacks because...
Turned them on for some 60k side event.
I'm trying to get unstuck.
Trying to get unstuck for the series. I mean, you know how it is.
Quite a bit.
All right, Randy, put everyone's business out there. Jesus, bro.
I mean, you can
He's
just
only,
use the
he's
Triton
only
Poker Plus
in
app.
for, you know, for 8 bullets at least.
Just presenting the information for our audience. If you don't want me to, that's fine. I'll just be quiet.
Are you telling them to download the app? Is that what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we know Sean Winter's going to hopefully pass the 7-4, so go on. Tell him.
download it. You can track all the buy-ins from all the players. Something that doesn't really get done elsewhere. You know, you see these people taking down events and people are always like, well, how many bullets was he in for? Here,
Don't lie to me, Bruno.
if you're in the app from the start of the tournament,
Nice.
you can sweat it along.
Jack. I just had 10. 10?
Sounds like Volkman said he had 2 jacks in that spot.
Yeah.
He's confirmed it. Danny Tang has gotten the information out.
Well, I think that's what Danny was angling for, right? Like, he hits him with the ace-jack, and then Bruno's honest reaction was like, wait, what?
No, I didn't
Like,
have that.
I had jacks. Like,
Pretty next level.
Chun is a 1/5 of a big blind shorter than Volkman.
Ace Stewie here.
No longer the case as Bruno is in the big.
I wonder if he's thinking about something else, but call is the standard play in this spot.
Got a fun flop. Ace-jack 8. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because I feel like the chip leader, Chun, should be at least barreling one street here.
Yeah, King Queen actually has a lot of high. Well,
Whoa.
sorry, just what's going? Oh, was this a quick
the
bend call?
graphics,
We
the
didn't see it
graphics.
go on our opponent here.
Okay.
Tricked me. That was a lead.
It tricked me as well. 1,075,000 in the middle. Board pairing turn card.
So normally you would want to 2-barrel the King Queen at a high frequency on his board texture, but the 8 is kind of one of the bad cards to do so. But Volkman's actually contemplating a lead 8x more heavy in his range. Looks like he does bet out.
Wow, a snap call from Chun.
Don't blame him, as he does beat all of the straight draws that do exist and has overcard suited jack, which he can pair from time to time and win.
Which is obviously no longer the case now on that river. Apart from King 10.
So no flush draws were present on the turn. Less inducing to be had, but he might pot control a bit. More of a block bet. Confirm new chip leader now?
Definitely. Brazil, numero uno. As things stand, Volkman just grinding away. The train just chugging along.
Lines up. You thought Sean Winter was short before. Shorter now. Bedzikuski, Queen Jack suited. First up with the blinds as well. He's sitting on 10 blinds. Also sees Winter
800.
with 775. Is going to push it in. You know, Makita hasn't been shy of attacking despite the presence of the short stack. I do like to see when players just realize that all of the prizes in those top 3 payouts. Give yourself the best chance to get there.
Spades in the door.
So key pick up there.
King of spades in the door.
This one actually narrows the gap between him and Jason Kuhn, a considerable margin. 2 blind difference.
Yeah, this is unlike anything we've seen this series. Volkman, the chip leader, with 42 bigs, but with those blinds going up. Everyone bar Chun in second has sub-average
Fold. She rescued me on the river. Did you see? Like, really got me out of the mood.
Who was doing the whispering? Was that
Danny
Tang?
was whispering to the dealer about how lucky he got.
I think the dealer knows she dealt it. Oh, is it the new dealer? Is that the strategy? Get the dealer on your side?
Sounds like it.
Eibinger for open, Jack 10 of clubs. A7, it looks playable, but not as nice when you see the early position raise and the micro stack of Winter. Curious to see if he wants to play. Doesn't seem like he wants to. Easily dominated. Hard to maneuver post flop too, especially when it's not suited. Just often miss or flop bottom or middle pair. Bleed down.
Well, Sean Winter is back on short stack duties. Just 5 bigs now after that blind level increase. Something's got to give, Randy. These short stacks hold on for dear life. Jack 3 is not going to cut it.
Let's see what the approach of our new chip leader is going to... Yeah, it looks like he's got more of an attacking mood than Kiat Lu Chun. Pocket nines. If you're going to rejam on someone, you want it to be the chip leader who's going to open wide. You want them to be from Brazil. Lots of fold equity.
Yeah, always a bit of a heart in throat kind of situation when you're comfortably in fourth and there are 3 shorter stacks, but 2 red nines against
like
the chip leader.
Dropped his phone, but you know, of course he's weighing, is there any merit to ever just flat calling because of those 3 stacks you just mentioned, the 10, 10, and 5 EBs? But it just seems like the fold equity is just tremendous.
Nice little pick up there for Danny Tang, now tied with Eibinger.
Oh yeah. They're good, but yeah, good.
You didn't want to induce?
Such a sick lineup.
Okay. Yeah.
Volkman.
I think it was like
second in the 30k
one or
bounty
two smaller,
turbo
I might just have to call it.
earlier on this series. Eibinger looking to join Fedor in that 3-time champion club. Jason Kuhn looking for his 2nd time of the series. Bads recently joined by none other than the GOAT Phil Ivey in the 4-time champion club. Would love to close the gap on Jason Kuhn.
Well, you also know that Jason wants to extend the lead in that trophy club. Got an ace-8 here for the big blind. UTG open, big stack.
Was the card exposed or what you said?
I thought they had king, but it's okay, the same. No problem.
Is he looking to play this one out of position? It's a reasonable hand. Would be a pretty big laydown if he does opt to go for that route.
We just saw the ace-7 of Makita folded in a similar spot.
Slightly different because those chips are extra. Well, he's going to lay down, but just that Makita was off of like a 10 blind stack.
Right.
The same concept. You don't really want to play this one out of position against the UTG Open. And once again, you know, hard to play post flop if you don't flop an ace. And sometimes you do, and you just dominated, right? Just reverse implied odds, lose multiple streets.
Well, Winter's going to have to put in 300 of his 775 in the next hand. And it feels like every final table that Winter's at,
he's grinding the shorty?
Yeah, that it's like, it's a cagey FT because Sean's just there grinding on 5-6 bigs.
Interesting spot here for Matthias Eibinger. Yeah, just kind of denying the chance his opponent will reshove on him.
Magician hand. Too bad I'm no magician.
Yeah. See, I would have thought hard enough to turn this into 2 kings and called him. You have to think really hard.
Keep think. Just imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
All right. Now I learned something new.
Does that work? You just imagine and the card changes?
If it did, Randy, I wouldn't be sat in here.
Well, I didn't say. Maybe you just don't have that talent. Have you ever thought about that?
I don't call it the aces, but it's a king club.
Okay.
Take a look.
Higher the king club. I folded the king.
I voted the ace of clubs, so it's alright.
What?
A suited double down blackjack hand in the muck.
Fold.
Well, tower of black chips
Ace
should be
king.
going in there, right?
See, it works.
Yeah. Imagine. Just imagine.
Close.
King 7.
How you know?
King 7, he says.
You read king correctly.
You have 6 million, Bruno? Really? You have 2 stacks of black?
No, but I have 5 whites.
Okay, alright, okay. Thank you.
他有地，真的有地。
Should we interfere or should we play a limp pot again in the blinds?
Why?
Okay. It's like history repeating itself.
Yeah, definitely. It will. I guess. I mean.
Hello, Pocket Kings.
Short stacks, just waking up with hands to stay alive.
Yeah, just good timing, and of course Makita is naturally thinking about, does he need to just open jam, put half stack, or min raise? Min raise would look pretty strong off of this stack, but still going to try and do it. To be fair, he did raise the king queen earlier in this spot. Maybe with 1 or 2 more big blinds, but Danny Tang wakes up with ace king, and we got a collision incoming here, Henry.
Let's go. Something had to give eventually. Danny 4th in chips at the start of this hand. Bats with 6.
2.4 million.
I mean, Makita's got to love this. Got the action you wanted with the min raise, or the min raise north.
Oh,
1 ace dead.
Yeah.
So in great position for a double up.
Snap.
Kings.
Bats the player at risk. Danny needing to convert by finding one of the 2 remaining aces.
So are you.
Otherwise he's going to be down
Not beatable today.
to 5 bigs.
Right? Not just now, like
You're feeling the
one
king of
short
clubs,
bet.
Diamond. Get it
King of clubs. is
Pretty
great.
good.
I don't know,
Called
that-
for the diamond. Oh!
How about the 2-outer?
Danny just somehow.
I know what's going on because I don't ask.
I've not been asking. That's what you quietly do, you know. I think I need to ask.
Wow, Randy.
Look at the disappointment on Makita's
Yeah, that's
face.
rough. GG's to the 4-time champ, but perhaps this is just Danny's tournament. As we see Makita out in 7th, going home with 283,000 for his efforts, and with that, one now guaranteed 370,200. Getting 2 outed against Danny Tang. And another brutal final table finish for Makita. Had a couple in Cyprus, a couple of runner-up finishes, if I'm not mistaken.
What really hurts there for Makita is that he went out before several players who got in with worse hands. He gets 2 kings, and he can't hold.
Yeah.
It just stinks.
It does. Perhaps it's just Danny's tournament. Got it in with the ace-king against the queens yesterday on his 2nd bullet. Came queen high. Managed to river a gut shot. Earlier on today at this FT, king-queen against ace-8. Queen on the river. Now finding the 2 outer.
And you know this kind of ninja short stack strategy of Winter is really paying off. He's gotten multiple pay jumps. Remember, he was the clear short stack coming into this FT. It's one of the advantages of preserving your tournament life.
Yeah,
Other people wake up hands and just bust.
So solid.
A rock. A technical rock.
Oh, he's got a monster climb. If he's going to come out in front of this one, there are 140 bigs in play. He's got 3 of them. It's folded around to him.
Yeah, he's sitting on about 3 blinds. Doesn't look like it's good enough with the Jack 3. This Jason, this is a very shovable hand, but he sees Sean Winter 3 blinds, but he's not worried. How do you go for the W? It's jamming, taking these spots.
Talking to taking these spots.
I'm not slow rolling you.
I know you're not. 1.15.
Okay, Danny. Seems like he's already decided. Just wanted an official count.
I'd be shocked if he folded this ace-5, especially of how many chips he's got behind. He knows the ace-5 crushes the small blind range. Not much more.
You know what? I just don't feel like it.
Wow.
This is
Really?
crazy.
Is this... What is this?
This is crazy. Crazy.
Winter rubbing off?
I don't know why.
I doubt it was that crazy.
Crazy. I wish I just called after I looked at the first one.
Did you beat 8-7 hard? What do you call it?
You have better than what?
He said, could you beat 8-7 hard? So I said I had way.
No, I have a good card.
Yeah, you got like king 5 or something.
No, we had better.
I have better. And I'm just being whatever.
We were 50-50.
Yeah, well,
I'm just
I
saying
had
we
the
were
best hand.
50-50.
Well, I had the best
Well,
hand.
like you had me in bad shape. We were 50-50.
I had the best hand.
Best hand yet he folded, Randy.
That's a big deviation.
Would have been easier.
Off of 30 blinds. I'm shocked.
Maybe. Knit
I'm
fold.
confused.
Like 7.5 big blinds, right? 8?
7.5.
Yeah, knit fold. Knit fold.
7.4.
Okay, well, Queen 10. Do see him leave that 100K back. Perhaps some opportunity for that tournament life. In case he does get a check down. Is Matthias Eibinger going to have any of that, or does he just put it in now?
King 9.
Never folding.
It's 100k behind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good luck, gentlemen.
Don't want some winter post-flop antics. He's in.
Winter, the all-in player at risk.
Better than that last time.
Better than that? I don't believe you.
I did. I know, right? But I don't like waking the beast up, you know? I'd rather just let the beast be wounded, lay there, hopefully.
We got a sweat here.
Not anymore. The King 7-4.
I don't want to, like, accidentally, you know, go pet him and then he bites me.
Dead on the turn is Sean Winter. Absolute legend. Always so fun to have at the feature table, and once again showcasing just how good his laddering skills are, Randy. Going home with 370,200. A bit of a
made a crazy
trip
fold.
saver, if you will. I say saver,
Now we
but
need the rabbit hunt. We need to see if
a little bit of a rebate.
or not.
A good result given how many chips he came to the final table with.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, rather than going home with 159Ks, locked up an additional 211. As Sean Winter adds another strong performance to his Triton track record. 6th for 370. And then there were 5.
Yeah.
And you overheard Danny Tang kind of saying that the reason for that deviation is he doesn't want to...
I block that. Sort of.
He doesn't want to awaken the beast. He doesn't want to give Jason ammunition, as we all know what he can do when he has ammo.
look, I can get behind a lot of plays I see on here, but that one I'm having a lot of trouble, Henry. And even Eibinger doesn't believe that he folded a hand better than King 9. And when he heard that, you can see Eibinger was just in shock, like, that's a mistake.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Well,
we'll see if it pays off for Danny Tang. Does pick up the next hand.
what do you do when you're against this lineup as well? Like, I feel like there's a chance to eliminate Jason.
I would take that chance, to be honest.
You want to take it, you know?
Like what happens if he gets a couple shoves through and now he's got a bigger stack?
Right.
Fold.
How often do you kind of get one of those clear-cut, at least flipping kind of situations?
Right.
I don't know. It's absurd to me. But it is his money, his right to do whatever he wants, and he didn't feel it. Perhaps it was going to be a straight flush on the flop. Who knows?
5.3.
But let's go back to this hand. We got big stack, 4-3 suited. Volkmann's an aggressive player.
I had a feeling it was a bluff, Bruno. I could smell it.
What was it?
Wait, Queen of Hearts Jack that hand or something? Queen of
Me?
Hearts Jack or something?
Me?
Yeah, that hand.
Ace-4 diamonds.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was annoying because I block exactly those kind of hands, you know? But I could just smell it. You know?
Our Volkmann's in the hand, Danny. Hold it for a second.
But at least now I would know what he looks like when he bluffs.
Let me see. Or do you have the picture?
What, his face or my face? I only have my face. I don't have his face.
Nice trap here.
River 7. Okay.
Oh, comes in with a check raise. An equity denial check raise, I believe, since he's out of position, expecting a lot of turn check throughs. Volkmann's just thinking, I guess I'll just continue giving the price. I do have the backdoor spades and wheel working. Or find a way to lose more chips.
Yeah, well, Chen immediately checking over to him. Snap check as well.
It looks weak, doesn't it? Like an ace high or something that just checked raise min. Let's see if Chun can extract value with this 7. Hard to do so. But if he can bet, he might get looked up. Does check. As played. A 4 looking good. But isn't.
Whatever. Yeah.
Fold.
Bust. Bust. Bust 3.
Volkman has an opportunity to play a pot with the short stack of Jason Kuhn here. 9-5 off. Does he limp? Does he jam? Does he just outright fold? Or the last option.
The one we forgot about.
Because he's Brazilian. Because he's Bruno Volkman. Picks it up with a min raise out of position. Really just knows all of the different plays. That's what makes these Brazilian plays like extra scary. They take these kind of lines you don't really expect. You know what I mean, Henry?
I know exactly what you mean. I mean, dude, what was it? Event number 1 where we were scrolling through the field. We're like, there's a lot of Brazilian flags here in London this time around. Let's, you know, keep an eye on them. Taking home their first title. Several final tables, a couple of runner-up finishes.
Yeah, they're very crafty. I love to see the approach they take. And Volkman in particular has been rather entertaining. The King 8 suited now for Jason Kuhn. It is a big stack open, which is more willing to put in chips if he does get jammed on. Jason clears short stack. Wait for a better spot. 10-8 offsuit now. Does he have some spidey sense about this hand as well? Never know what he's thinking.
Sometimes has that look, which is like, you know, I would take it to the streets. I'm deep enough. Let's C3, potentially outmaneuver my opponent. I sometimes do that. Normally fails for me, which is why I'm in here. But Danny Tang, 3 titles. Bobbing and weaving. His way to 5-handed.
Thank you. Hi. Hello. Ciao.
I mean, you feel like Danny Tang's a field player now with that?
I don't know, man.
I still
like,
can't get behind the ace-5 fold.
I'll tell you who is one of the world-class field players in the world. Patrick Antonius, the proud owner of the Flop app, First Land of Poker, where you can revolutionize your live poker journey with the Flop app. And the Flop PM benefits the poker room's operations for managers, increasing player traffic and profitability through AI solutions. You can check out more on firstlandofpoker.com.
Okay, so Volkman with the ace-7 of clubs here in position. This is number 1, number 2. Volkman has not been shy. Continuing to be aggressive. Bad timings up against ace-king. Bunch of hearts going to have to lay it down, but for Kiat, he's got the chip lead. Is this an opportunity to just rip this into Bruno Volkmann, or does he fear a confrontation where if they get all in pre-flop and loses, he's down to 1.2? This is his second stop to Triton. Showed up over in Vietnam.
Can I know how much you have? 1, 2.
Couple of missteps for the Brazilian.
So Volkmann started the hand with 36 big blinds. Kia Lu Chun has 44. He's really thinking about a passive line, you think?
Perhaps. I mean, we really haven't seen much from him in the body language.
He's been a little bit passive as the chip leader so far at this final table, and it looks like he is reaching for calling chips. So perhaps an opportunity for Volkmann to steal this one.
Or perhaps Chun has his man right where he wants him. It's like, you know what, I dominate all of those ace-x 3-bets. Comes ace high. 8-3 deuce.
It is a really good texture to c-bet with this a7 of clubs. Absolute whiffs. Your opponent's holding broadways. Has to check fold. You can actually two-barrel a high frequency too to kind of kick out the small pocket pairs.
I'm very rarely, I'm probably ahead, but I'm never really crushing, right? I don't even want to, I don't even want to play against like 8-9 off, you know.
Here, Danny Tang with the post-mortem as the reasons why he folded. That's just not the card for us, is it, Randy?
Us meaning Volkmann?
Yeah, for the Bruno fans.
Well, it depends on how wide he feels the hijack will call pre-flop and check call flop.
It does complete the rainbow.
He did bet really small, just 400k, so it's not unreasonable that Kia Lu Chun still has like all of the broadways, and he's actually cutting out more chips here, designed to attack every unpaired hand. Volkmann is something else. A 925k bet, 1/3 pot. And Kia quickly lays down to ace-king, and Volkmann just stole that one.
Just power poker
He
from
doesn't
the
have
Brazilian.
any of that board. 8-3 deuce 9, rainbow.
Just showing us why the Brazilians are so tough to play against. We see a little bit of a shout out there from Bruno's rail. Now sizable chip lead. 47 bigs. Chun in second with 35. Danny Tang on 29. Ipinger on 23. Jason Kuhn on 7.
And Henry, that's one of the kind of negative reasons for playing passively in the spot where you're afraid of variance is you allow your opponent win a pot that they shouldn't be winning if you just 4-bet rip that into them.
So what you're saying is scared money don't make money.
You know what I'm saying? Ace-3. And Volkmann has been super active. Even when he wasn't the chip leader, he was very active with loose ranges.
Can hear in the background that short deck.
Short deck's happening?
Short deck live at number 15.
You gotta throw in the law in there.
Dude, I'm like half Malaysian now, bro.
Are you? I thought you were living in Thailand.
That's like, you know, it's like a 45-minute flight.
Did not know. Geography is not my thing. It's true.
I believe you.
Will.
You do not need to tell me that again.
Yeah, I thought about saying more, but really just going to make myself look bad. So here we go. Continuation bet ace-3. Middle pair. Backdoor diamonds. Decent size c-bet here. 575. By no means small. A little bit of a tank here from the mid pair, but going nowhere. Wonder if Bruno Volkmann will read into this in some manner and may change strategies on the turn. With that kind of like stutter call there, the 10 is an interesting card in the sense that it overcards the middling stuff, where it kind of seems like Kiat Chun was hesitant on check calling the flop. If he's reading into some live tell kind of situation. Not saying that's the case, but just means something to worth considering. A check through. Even scarier.
Chen with just 4th pair now. It's Bruno Volkmann with an ace in hand on that run out.
He might size big. It's possible. He can put a lot of pressure even on Queen X. Probably thinks 5x, 4x always folds. All of the pocket pairs like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s as well. Yeah, I do like that he's grabbing chips here and with that kind of longer check call hesitancy.
Man just seems dialed in, Randy. Every spot. I mean, sure, he won the massive flip against Jason Kuhn, blind v blind with...
That's not over yet.
It's not over. No, it's definitely not.
He's counting down his stack to see what he will be left with in case he's wrong. No. Oh, is that the calling stack? 4th pair.
Wow.
You are sick, man, Kiat Chun.
Bravo.
Nice call.
Outplayed. Volkmann played that hand well. Chun, better. And he really didn't take that long, did he? It really does send a statement with that call too, like people may not barrel off.
Monster call. It's a monster hero call. It's making a statement. Perhaps that check on the turn.
You have the app is wrong. So.
4.8 behind.
4.9. Yeah, 4.9 basically.
How about it? How about that for a hero? Producer James Dempsey just walked in looking like a ghost. Chen has retaken the lead that he started with coming into this FT, coming up to the first break of the final table. Only 4 eliminations so far. Feels like we could have still been 9-handed given the way things were going.
Well, a solid amount of eliminations here. Double gutter with the lead out. Picks it up. Volkmann with the lines.
Why you know ask my stack just now?
Doesn't slow down.
Anyway, but at him the app had 7 million, and then with the
You feel disrespected.
No. I'm just joking with you.
You disrespect him?
It's almost awkward.
Disrespect him. No, right?
One's serious, one's not.
They're going to stand up soon, you know. You think that?
Look at me, I can defend myself.
He one finger, boom, all stand up. No?
I'll stand up climb and come back me. Not you.
Perhaps that break coming at the right time for Bruno after that big bluff.
Fold.
Didn't get through against Chun. You think having the jack makes things a little bit easier there? That jack 5 hero call?
It helps. You block the ace jack a little bit, right? It was just pretty much a soul read. And to be fair, Volkmann's frequency of trying to steal pots pre and post was rather high. 2 10s. Looking to attack the Jason Kuhn big blind queen 4 offsuit.
What would have been really sick would have been if he had asked Bruno, where are you from? And then the moment Bruno said Brazil, it's like, okay, cool.
Very similar spot for Jason Kuhn where he defended the king 3.
You got me scared.
Looking for anything. How about the queen?
He's found it. He's found the top pair.
Same thing. Does he just jam and snap call?
10s with a heart. It's going to check through this time.
Well,
9-2-5 in the middle. 5-7-5 back.
Jason's gonna strongly consider extracting value, protect himself against a higher heart. There's overcards. It's gonna, if he does push in chips, might leave a little bit behind. There we go.
Less than a 2 blind turn probe.
Not unreasonable for Kiat Lu Chun to just call rather than jam. Can maybe save 325 from time to time.
Board pairs, hearts brick.
Quite a bad card for Kiat actually, in case he was up against the 8x. Now falls to many more hands.
1.4 in the middle. Jason going for 300 of it. Of his 325k stack.
I like that he's betting because if he's going to pay off anyways, if he checks, might as well try to extract value.
He gets locked up. 2 million chip pot going Jason's way. And with that, right before break, doing precisely what's needed of him. Closing the gap between himself and Eibinger. As we remain 5-handed here, and Chun doing precisely what Danny Tang didn't want to do. Is to give the beast chips. The man that has closed out the most Triton tournaments ever will be coming back from break with less than 14 bigs, when the blinds will be going up to 100,000, 200,000, so we'll have 10 big blinds to work with. Chip leader Chun will have 30 and change. That's what we're playing for. 469,000 currently guaranteed for these final 5 players. Payouts brought to you by BetACR. 6.36 million in the total prize pool there, Randy. So we see 1.6 going to the eventual champion. So much to dissect there before we throw it to commercials. Sean Winter, Bad Ziakuski trying to ninja their way, but Bad's getting cracked with the kings against the ace king of Danny Tang, and Sean Winter just a short stack masterclass once more.
Yeah, we saw a lot of short stack play, many different players maneuver in different ways. You know, of course, Sean Winter, and even Danny Tang kind of making some interesting plays, laying down 2 10s against Volkmann. Of course, the ace-5 laydown against Jason Kuhn, which Matthias Eibinger cannot believe. It seems that Volkmann tried to make a stance, looked like he was going to run away with it, but got called by our chip leader, currently Kiat Lu Chun, who's been in the right direction now.
Yeah, Volkmann would have been the runaway chip leader, but Chun had other plans. Don't go too far. I'm going to throw it to commercials. When we come back, we're going to be crowning our final No Limit Hold'em champion of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GTO passing traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump.
Are you a PKO player? Do you want to learn how to play the optimal strategy in progressive bounty tournaments? GTO Wizard has you covered. Dive into our high-level theory articles and get the optimal solutions you need. Learn to balance the lure of bounties with ICM pressure. Practice PKO spots at every phase throughout the tournaments. Master the game and take home the gold with GTO Wizard. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Is to induce. What other reason why would he have than to not go all in?
The limp 3-bet to 6.7 bigs as Jason moves a tower of chips forward. And we are going to play a 4 million plus pot. Talk about a high equity spot. This flip worth, I don't even want to try and figure out how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity, Randy.
It's a big pot. Let's go with that.
Whoever wins is guaranteed to move up to second. As the short stacks watch on as it comes Queen 9-5. Safe flop for Jason. There are some turn sweats, of course, such as that.
Sweaty.
Bruno picking up 7 additional outs now. Finds it.
Bam.
The running diamonds to give him the nut flush, and with that, The Brazilian moves up to second in chips overall. Jason Kuhn down to 1.3, and all of a sudden he finds himself handcuffed down there alongside Mikita Baziakuski and Lewis Spencer. Is this just, was it just destined to be this kind of final? 2 million with King 7-0. It's like, well, you know, just jamming into sub 12 big blind stacks.
I mean, someone's got to go down soon, right? They can't just keep letting the blinds go up. King, queen offsuit.
Danny's fourth in chips.
He does have Matthias covering him in the spot, but just 2 players stacked behind him. One of them micro stack, has him covered. Basically sweat the big blind. Fade. Ooh, Daisei Tsuda is very interesting.
What's the first one? What is it?
The best one.
The best one.
How much is it? I need a count.
He really does need a count in this spot.
Going in.
1.550.
Ivinger saying it's very likely going in.
It's not detrimental to his stack if he loses this one. He would still have 2 million, which covers a lot of players. He knows Danny's jamming a lot of ace X's lower than the 8.
No, Ivinger scanning around the table. Everyone else is stacked.
Danny is not going to like this.
If he holds here, it's going to move up to second, and then there's going to be 4 sub 11 big blind stacks.
Give us the flop, Sean.
All in brought to you by betacr.eu.
That'd be nice.
Danny Tang, 3-time champion.
No way, okay.
Not the right
worst.
picture.
Yeah, but not the worst flop. No diamond in sight, cannot be dead on the turn.
Come on, on the river. Come on, I can't compare them. 3 short stack as well.
6 ounce once for Danny.
Yes, let's go.
Art gallery.
This entire series, Randy,
Thanks, mate.
just feels like the river has dealt.
Also, he's got the chip leader right behind him. Spencer's got ace 4 offsuit on the button. He's got to make a move.
Yeah, ace on the button.
All in.
He does open jam for his final 5 bigs, and he's going to run into ace king.
Rebate.
Perhaps a small one.
They have Lewis on it up busted already.
Oh no.
Looking in the future.
Holy shit.
Wow, he's here for Keith. Well, a very warm welcome back as continuing coverage of event number 13, the 60k 8 Max live from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here, part of the London Triton Super High Roller Series and the final No Limit Hold'em event of this trip, Randy. And we have ourselves quite the treat, 5-handed. Coming into this 5-handed affair, it is Chun who came in as chip leader, still leading the pack, but has some tough competition.
Yeah, you know, Volkman is one of those players who has been giving Kiat Chun a lot of trouble, but he did get one back with that hero call with the Jack 5 of diamonds, despite the 3 overcards. But we got to give love, of course, to the remaining 3 names I haven't mentioned. Danny Tang, a player with multiple Triton titles. Very hungry player, of course, looking to make a statement this season at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Matthias Eibinger, also a Triton champion, one of the best players in the game, studies it so often. But it's really that guy at the bottom, Jason Kuhn. 10 blinds, but 8 Triton titles.
Yeah, just pretty much doubling up since, well, just before break, rather, getting called, defending the big with the Queen 4, flopping best against the 210s, and still with, you know, in reaching distance of title number 9, which would be insane. He's got a lot of work to do. I don't want to get too excited here because
a little bit too far ahead of yourself,
exactly.
Right?
He's got tough competition. Danny Tang 3 titles, Eibinger with 2, Volkmann already with a crossbar finish here in London with a 2nd place finish, and Chun, part of the Malaysian contingent, pole position. But given the blind level increase, the variance really kind of up now. Chip lead with 32 big, shortest stack with 10. It's anyone's game.
And an average stack at 22 big blinds is exactly anyone's game. Could have a runaway chip leader if he does happen to kind of pick up something. But then again, we know the short stack can double and just cause some damage.
All guaranteed 469,000, top prize of 1.6 million, which will be going to the eventual champion as the final 5 players take to the main stage once more to get back in the mix. Look at this. About this for a lineup. First elimination was Eliosian, followed by Spencer. Azikuski's Kings getting cracked by the Ace King of Danny Tang. And Sean Winter laddering a few spots.
Huh?
Was that a KCG talking to Danny Tang?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Looks like him.
Let's go.
Have come to be good buddies since his debut.
2,050,000. So now 1.95.
Thank you.
It's like an unsweetened, like cranberry tea.
Danny gonna defend. He is covered. 8-6 suited.
So a min bet here from the chip leader, Danny Tang of 8-6 of clubs. Got the backdoor clubs, got a little bit of a connection with the 5 of slightly.
You feeling frisky?
It does kind of give me that vibe. Maybe during the break, he kind of reviewed some hands, some tape, and realized his opponent has been passive in spots and does attack the chip leader. That's a big statement, especially on this board texture. The Queen 10 of Hearts is not even thinking about appeal here.
Just
print.
Out of there. Danny Tang closing the gap between himself and Volkmann.
How good does that feel? Check raising against a chip leader on such a dry texture. King high too.
Look at the rail in the background.
Thank you.
Saw Konat Punsri rooting on for his boy Danny Tang. Of course, Yuri Tivalevsky here for Bruno Volkmann. Love to see it. 1.6 million up top. Maybe some 5 balls out there, you know. Maybe some swaps. Who knows? Some financial incentive, or perhaps just great friends. Moral support. You never know at these Triton Super High
Moral
Roller
support's
Series.
a big one. But yeah, maybe a little
Little
baby
5
sweats.
piece. Baby sweats.
Pocket 4s here for Kiatlu Chunu. Still is the chip leader. Mini raise. Not sure what Jason's sipping on, but these 2 3s is well-timed muck there as he was dominated by the 2 4s. 2 6s now for Danny Tang. Baby pocket pairs everywhere. Currently in 3rd. Started the hand with 25 BBs. A hand you could, of course, reshove, but it seems excessive given how much you got. And given that he just kind of made a move on the chip leader last hand, perhaps he feels he can outmaneuver even out of position. We will have to see. Eibinger, King 5 suited. Decent hand to close the action. Here we go.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Queen 9-6,
Hello.
bottom set for Tang. Second nut flush draw for Iberger, and it's Chun that's come out firing with the underpair.
Yeah, it's a very bad board for the 2-4s, but still wants to maintain control. Danny Tang recognizes that the player in position probably shouldn't c-bet this board without a piece usually, so he might come in with a check raise just thinking that usually you're supposed to have a piece that can continue. What does King 5 suited do now? There's a bet and a check raise in front of him.
I mean,
the king is not guaranteed to be good now with this action ahead.
Is
Are you
there
drawing
ever
to
like
just a
an
spade?
ace-9 spades?
That's bad. Even if you're up against just the naked nut flush draw, right?
Right.
Like you're smothered.
5 seconds.
It's so tough to lay down a nice flush draw, though.
See if Iberger can get away from this setup.
Obrigado. Pode deixar aqui. É? Obrigado.
5 seconds.
Let's it go, and perhaps a lifeline for the Austrian.
Curious on that one.
Hmm?
Curious what you had there.
Big hand.
No update from that short deck, event number 15. Sam Greenwood leading the pack. 10 left in that. Stephen Chidwick, Wykin Young, Chris Brewer, Ike Haxton, Boris, KCG, Eric Was, Boss Paul, Lun Lun. All in the mix. 7 places paid, 350 up top.
Very big hand or just big hand? That's the question.
Keep you all updated, of course. Can sweat along in the Triton Poker Plus.
Streams continue after this event, too.
I had a combo draw.
You had a combo draw. You just fold. Like 9-4, 9-6, 9-7 of spades.
If you just call.
You would shove.
King 5 suit is not a combo draw, though, right? It's just a king high flush draw. Combo implies you have a gutter at the minimum or a pair.
No pair, if that's what you mean.
Something's changed for Danny Tang during this break. He is being aggressive.
Check raiser with the 8-6.
That was a confidence booster too, getting that one through.
Against the chip leader as well. Now finds himself as chip leader.
Fucking great hand. Maybe.
Can't be honest with Iving though.
I still can't believe Danny Tang got Volkman to reveal his hand on the mystery one. You got ace-jack, right? Huh? No. Oh, there for you. I know you had jacks. Meanwhile, Jason Kuhn's been quiet, but grinding. Hanging in there and currently in 5th. 10 blinds. I wonder how Volkman approaches this. He did limp the ace-king before, although that was a 20 BB effective spot, this one being 10.
All in. All in.
Just gonna rip it in. Denied equity. Knows that Jason Kuhn won't make a stance too often if he limps, so don't give a freebie.
What do you think he thought it was?
9-6 of clubs, it's 10-9 of clubs. About half a second. Trying to look for it.
Thought it was 10-9 of clubs.
So is he implying that he would have
That's
paid
what
off?
he said, yeah.
Wouldn't shock me, actually, that 10-9 of clubs would perform very well against a very perceived wide jamming range from the small.
Yeah, it's going to have 40% a decent amount of time, right?
Yeah, just high variance, of course.
Not been the greatest return from break or even beforehand, doubling up Jason Kuhn.
So Bruno does see the big blind chip leader, so he is going to open rather than just outright ship this button. Ace-7 off. Ace-Jack opportunity, and given how short Jason is, Volkman might be just priced in with Ace-7. There we go.
Priced in he is. Is this how he does it, Randy?
Grind
is
out
this
the
how the
ace-jack suited.
8-time champion just
Get it in good?
patiently waits to get it in good? 70% favorite. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Jason Kuhn way out in front on the hunt for title 9, would you believe?
That's pretty sick.
This time last year he had 4.
Let's see if we can hold.
Hold he does on that flop, although a couple of hearts. Can get sweaty. Now
Choppy.
some chop outs for the Brazilian. Finds the hold, Randy, and what do you know? All of a sudden, the man that just seemed like he wasn't even here, wasn't an issue due to how short he was, is now playing 3.5 million.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind, we could have lost Jason a long time ago. Maybe, we don't know what the run out would have been if Danny Tang had called with the ace-5 offsuit. Is that short deck excitement?
It sounds like there's some some serious
over in the 30k short deck.
Short deck excitement going on.
Guys, these guys are playing for 1.6. Look, can we tone it down outside?
Yeah, they're like, we're playing for 350. I mean,
I have 2.2 in total.
Danny Tang, 9 deuce of clubs.
So 1.5, 2.2, yes.
Ibanger keeping it simple, announcing his stack over to Danny Tang immediately.
5 seconds. 550. Raise 550.
Ibanger currently shortest stack, sitting on 12 blinds to start this hand. Smallest raise. Not the best hand, but not the worst either.
it's now the shortest stack, of course.
Really giving this one some thought. Perhaps all options on the table for him? Does come in with the call.
Surprised, Randy, to see just the defend with the King 7?
No, it doesn't necessarily surprise me, but I just know that it is reasonable for to consider a rejam if he feels like his opponent is raising really wide when you're holding the King X. Regardless, though, he does kind of let Danny Tang get there with his bottom pair. Danny never going to fear the ace. Ace X will always rejam off of that stack size pre-flop. So really at this point, it's just the 8X or nothing. The 350 should just clear out this King 7 so often.
Yeah, Ibinger is not the man I'm going to question when it comes to short stack jamming ranges and defending ranges. He's widely regarded as one of the best.
Yeah, there was a lot of things he had to just kind of keep in mind that the things going on the sizing Danny opted to choose. What does it mean? What hands did Danny Tang just open ship? To kind of decide whether he can go really aggressive to King 7 pre. As played though, still... The thing is, if you call here, they know you never have an ace. So you might get just barreled off your hand so often.
He's really thinking this one through. He's using multiple time banks of this decision, Randy. Shortest stack by a considerable margin now.
It just seems a bit ambitious to continue just King 7 high here. You could easily have 8X as well. Yeah, gonna lay it down. Didn't love it.
Just handcuffed with the options that he had in front of him.
Hey, you can hear Ibinger just, he said that hurts.
It does.
And not necessarily to his chip stack, but he didn't seem like 100% confident whether it was pre-flop or to flop on what to do with the multiple time banks going in on both of those streets. Danny Tang has been on a bit of a heater. Well, obviously not top tier hand here, but enough to attack the blinds here. Kia is sitting on 24 blinds. Wow, just still going to ship it in.
It's just been crushing, bro.
Relentless. Ace-9 suited. That's a good hand. This is number 1 versus number 2.
Stop it, Randy. Surely not.
Oh my snap
word.
it off. Kiat's just like,
A-high is good. Yeah.
I'm going to get you.
Chun just fearless, Randy, says, let's go. Chip lead pot with 5 left for half the chips in play.
Big one.
Talk about high variance style, just correctly deducing that Danny's going to be jamming incredibly wide. We're brought to you by betacr.eu. Chun out in front until the 10-9 deuce flop.
That is disappointing. You make the right call. Your opponent takes the lead on the flop. Still 2 cards to go.
Spade makes it sweaty.
Opportunities.
Ace, 9, or a spade needed for Chun to double up. Doesn't find it.
Okay.
Trips on the river for DT, and you've really got to tip your hat to Mr. Kia Lu Chun for just taking the spot and really putting himself in a great position to win the tournament. Calling it off with the ace-9. And a record cash for him here in London. His 3rd cash at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Going to be going home with 469,000 for his efforts. Always a bit of a sour taste after playing a pot like that for the chip lead, but play a high variance game and win and lose high variance spots.
GG, Mr. Chun. You know, you knew where you're at. You knew you crushed the range. You disrespect the ICM, and sometimes you make the call. You're the massive chip lead. You're going to run away with the 1.6. Unfortunately, on the flip side, you go out in 5th. GG. Love to see him play some future stops. Went with his gut.
100%. That one's going to sting, but...
3.6.
Down to 4?
Down to 4, and everyone else, bar Danny, sub 20 bigs.
No reason to slow down when you're this massive chip leader. 62 bigs versus 19, 18, and 8 BBs. Volkman's in 2nd, but look at the chip difference. 3.4 versus 12 mil. Just King 4 offsuit. You never know what's going through his mind. Perhaps if he had a deeper stack, he actually comes in with 3-bet fold. No, he's still going to come in. I knew the 3-bet was going to come. Just his style of taking these kind of ace, king, X offsuits. They don't have good playability post-flop, but they use the blocker element and the unblock to kind of attack ranges. And man, if Danny Tang can find a 4-bet, would be sick. But nicely done, Bruno Volkmann. Talk about fighting the chip leader.
Absolute scenes going on in the background.
Ibear, King 6 of clubs. Looking for opportunity to chip up. The short stack is just trying to find a way to chip up slowly, tread water, hopefully let the other 2 people get in there. But 2nd and 3rd has actually got a pretty comfy stack. They're sitting on 18 to 21 BBs. I'll say my expectation at this point is just Danny Tang leaning. It's 582 guaranteed, 703 for 3rd, 1,080,000 for 2nd, and 1.6 for 1st. In this event number 13. Gotta respect the chip lead. Laying down the King Deuce. Is that the short deck going on?
Sounds like the short deck is down to the business end. 9 left, 7 paid. As you can imagine, there's some stuff going on. We've got KCG in the mix. Was Young, Haxton, Greenwood, Chidwick. Brewer, Boss, Paul, one of the short stacks.
Hello, Pocket Kings. Mr. Volkmann.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Ivinger. Seen Bruno raise fold at this stack depth before.
Danye. The King Danny.
Oh, you know.
Danye.
You remember.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like he was deciding whether he could defend this, but does still have a decent amount of stack. Pocket fives. Outright jam is likely to play to come here for Danny Tang. Massive chip lead.
All in.
Not looking to induce action.
Gagne.
Not much for the other two players. Danny Tang currently has 3 titles. Is that right, Henry?
Faith in them chips not slipping out of your hands.
Yeah, if that slips, what happens?
What do you mean? It's a call for sure.
But if it's obviously a slip,
Yeah, but if he goes like this and that shit, I mean, it's got to be a call.
that's dangerous, man.
Maybe Triton would let him slide, but most places wouldn't.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Don't do that. That's dangerous. It can cost you a lot of money, right? A lot, right?
Yeah.
Imagine he just plays this and one drops.
Yeah,
I have confidence in my account. So.
He's got confidence in that grip.
Danny picking up the ace-8 offsuit here in the cutoff.
All in.
At this point, he's just going to rip a lot of these types of holdings.
Opa. Done.
Extra fold equity.
Man, this is this is just another one of those shaping up to potentially be a classic. I mean, insane. Insane that Danny's got all the chips here. Didn't take that spot against Jason, what could have been. Had the ace-5 against the jack-8 just kind of, you know.
Well, maybe that's why he's in this spot.
That's it, right?
It's the butterfly effect.
Yeah.
He takes that spot. Jason doubles. I don't know, maybe he's out in 5th instead of Kiat Loon Chun.
Chun calling it off with the ace-9, just fearless, mate.
That was a sick call down. It was a lot of blinds. I respect it though.
Mate, I don't know what on earth is going on in that short neck event, but they're on the stone bubble as Eric Was has bowed out in 9th. It's now Boss Paul, shortest stack. KCG, Ike Haxon, Chris Brewer, Chidwick, Greenwood, Wykin Yong, Daniel Dvoris. As Danny Tang is in trouble. Blind v blind.
So Jason Kuhn continuing to trap here, small blind versus big blind. Expecting the big blind to kind of just lean in on to him since he is the massive chip lead. But Danny Tang just suspicious, continuing to check a rather strong holding correctly. 4-liner.
So you can hear hand for hand in the background. They're on the stone bubble. Keep you all updated.
Time to extract some value of this queen.
He gets looked up. Nice value from JK. Up to 3.4 million. Distancing himself from Eibinger. Closing the gap on Volkmann. How are we here? Final No Limit Hold'em tournament of the series. Danny just putting Eibinger in.
And Eibinger is obviously really thinking about all these spots as he's with this macro stack. 10-7 offsuit, not really enough to continue. Really bleeding down.
It's crazy to think. Danny Tang, 2 titles in Cyprus just, what, 2 months ago? Was so tough for him to get that first trophy. So many deep runs. He's one of the first people to obviously join us at Triton Series. Montenegro 2019. Made a bit of a bang and a name for himself. That first victory didn't come until Vietnam. Earlier on this year. 3 titles to his name already. 4 in a year. Don't think that's ever been done. Although Jason on 3. No, Jason's on 4 right now. Vietnam 1, Cyprus 2, and here 1.
He would be the only person that could be in that conversation, given that he's got 8.
That is insane. Danny's like, you know what, I'm just going to speed run all of these little clubs that we've got. The 1-time club, the 2-time club, the 3-time club.
Well, it saves us having to print out, you know, more banners.
It's like, let me just join Bads and Ivy in the 4-time club. It's got some tough competition though. Bruno Volkmann, Jason Kuhn, Eibinger.
He currently has more chips than the other 3 combined by a decent margin. Been very grindy for these.
Yeah, he's got close to 60% of the chips in play. There's 108 bigs in play. He's got 66 of them. No one else is laughing now.
We have a lot of money to play for. It's 582 guaranteed, 703. So 121,000 pay jump right now. They only get bigger.
Yeah, and the difference obviously between 4th and 2nd is the better part of 500k. Given how close it is, it's understandable that everyone's proceeding with caution. Everyone looking at the app.
Well, Danny Tank jammed a weaker holding like a Jack 4 or so earlier. Eibinger's even shorter.
600.
Imagine he's got to play this one. Leaves Eibinger a little bit on purpose, actually, because sometimes it just checks down, and then even if he wins, he leaves kind of like one big blind that he can take advantage of the next hand against the other two opponents. Danny Tang flops a pair of deuces, but Eibinger a pair of eights. Very high chance that Eibinger is going to double up in this spot, given he can dodge a deuce.
All in.
Snappy.
Well, here we go to get back in it. Eibinger in fantastic shape, but Danny does have
You should be fine. Don't worry.
the bottom pair trip draw, Randy.
It's
Two
a
cards
thing,
to come.
apparently.
Chop. Is there any chops?
Queen would chop it.
Yeah, queen.
You're amusing yourself over there, Danny.
Yeah, king, run out.
It's
Cooler.
okay, cooler.
Dude, I'll tell you now, these guys need to wrap up, because that short deck is getting fired up out there. If you're feeling fired up, why not head over to GG Poker, where you can qualify into Triton events. And of course, the premier high rollers tournaments. We're taking GG Millions to even greater heights in 2023 with all new features and benefits. And the home of the World Series of Poker Online, the most prestigious online poker series at the world's biggest poker room. Chance to win WSOP bracelets, and you can become the next WSOP online champion for as little as $1. Talking about $25 satellites into the 25k. Boss is still the short stack on the stone bubble of that short deck. Shout out GG Poker. But again, saw that announcement earlier on some monster series. Danny Tang with an ace.
Probably would just open ship this one. Even though like there are players that has like 3 million, it's only 10 big blinds apiece. When the stack sizes of the opponents are so similar, they actually have to narrow their calling range. You know, they don't really want to put themselves in a position where they might bust out first, as we kind of saw what happened to Kiat Luchun. He took a shot with the ace-9 suited with a big stack and right out of there. The game plan really for the shorter stacks is increasing your stack with no showdown, if possible. Then outweight the others as well.
Oh,
cooler.
Blind v blind, Randy. Ace-8 of diamonds for Jason.
You jam, right?
2.85.
Call.
Danny Tang with ace-king suited, and sometimes, Randy, it just feels like it's destined to be your tournament. From the moment he joined us at the feature table yesterday, hand number 1, ace-king against queens. Flop fell queen 10x. Danny found the jack on the river.
Always prefer to need.
And it's just been upwards from there on out.
That's okay.
Ace, queen, 4 board. Queen so he can't win. So I'm always a bit cautious of...
Come on.
Queen so he can't win.
No, it's okay. It's
Bit cautious of calling cards, but he's called it in.
I want to be able to not lose, you know. Queen, my ass, fuck off.
Someone coming over, I think it's Pedro, calling for a queen.
King no good. Wait, king is good. King is good, right? Yeah, king is good, sorry.
With that run out, Randy, we're going to lose Jason Kuhn in 4th place, the 8-time champion. Good friends with Danny, of course. They share an embrace as he bows out, adding $582,000 to that incredible Triton track record of his. Title 9 would have to come on another day, Randy, but 37 cashes now, 8 titles, and 24.5 million in Triton earnings on his Triton track record. And now, 63 bigs, plays 12, plays 9. Let me say that again. 63 big blinds for Danny Tang, 12 bigs for Bruno Volkmann, 9 for Matthias Seibinger, all guaranteed $703,000 for their efforts. Is this number 4, Randy?
Well, when you got this big of a chip lead, we know it's very real. We know he's going to try to lean on his opponent who want to get that big pay jump.
And he really can lean because both these guys, similar stacks, with a $380,000 difference between 3rd and 2nd. So much pressure from a financial point of view to ladder hit.
The financial point of view is the most important right now, given how big the pay jump is. You know, like, sure, they want to win, but they want to guarantee top 2 money before they go fight for that title. BVB spot, Jack Deuce. Bricks, but he's got the chips. A sprinkle. Also knows that the King X is so unlikely from the big blind given didn't jam pre-flop after the limp.
Well. How about it?
How much play with you?
The final Hold'em event of the series. Another banger, Randy. It just feels like we're out here producing content day in, day out at the highest level. These players rocking up from series to series. Showing us support, as have all of the viewers.
That's bad for you, right?
Oh, Ace King.
Sort of.
It's Queen 6. Bruno's asking for a count. Ibinger with 7.5 bigs.
The thing is, he knows that Ibinger will jam so wide once the chip leader lays down, knowing that he needs to kind of chip up. He might actually take this spot.
He's made the call, Randy. Cards on their backs to get us
Ace King
heads
against
up,
Queen
or to
6.
have Volkmann down to just 3.5 bigs.
Ace King at
There's
risk.
so much
Ace
on the
King at risk.
line right now.
Yes.
Who's going to go potentially heads up against Danny Tang? If Volkmann can take out Ibinger, he'll be the one. But if he loses, he'll be down to just 900K, 250K big blind.
Yeah, Volkmann looking to join his good friend, take another Triton home as it's come. 987, and now Volkmann more than doubles his outs across turn and river with 2 to come. A 5 would end it. As would a 10. It would leave Ibinger drawing to a chop as the king on the turn.
That's an excellent card for Ibinger.
That is a fantastic card for Ibinger. 8 outs once for Volkmann, as you hear the Brazilian rail calling for a 10 or a 5. Bakes it. 5-ball corner pocket. Bruno Volkmann rivering the 9 high straight. Some GGs exchanged between Danny Tang and Ibinger, of course. Ibinger, 2-time champion. Just getting it in good, Randy. That's all one can ask. 703,000 going his way. Quite the series for Ibinger. 4 cashes, this one being his 5th. Soft bubbled the 125K main. Now bowing out in 3rd after getting it in so good. Hopefully 703,000 will help things for the Austrian pro. For now, our attention, Randy, turned to this heads-up match. Brazil against the world, you could argue, given the size of Danny Tang's rail as he's coming into this heads-up match with a 3-1 chip lead, 65 bigs. Playing 19, Bruno Volkmann has been here before. 2nd time he's reached heads up this series. Lost the first one against his fellow countryman, Pedro Garignani, in that 30K turbo bounty. Now has his work cut out against someone that has done it 3 times over. Danny Tang looking for title number 4.
And a hungry Danny Tang, right? A player who just plays all the events, wants to win every single one, and has used intuition throughout this final table to make the right decisions. But Bruno Volkmann, one of the best in the game, of course. We'll see if he can fight back.
One of the best in the game, and we've seen it already this final table. There's so many spots that he was going after, really leaning into the ICM situation and the pressure everyone else was under. And, you know, the Brazilians have widely been regarded as some of the best players in the world when it comes to their understanding of ICM, and Volkmann really showing that here. I mean, that limp 3-bet with the Ace-King. We saw him getting aggressive with the Ace-7 against Chun's Ace-King. Got a bit after it with that Ace-3 that Chun ended up hero calling with the Jack-5, but just willing to put people to the test, and now finds himself heads up with 19 bigs.
Yeah, with 19 bigs, definitely room to play. 1 double up, he's got 40 blinds. It'll be neck to neck, and really he can kind of maneuver in a way and, you know, try and chip up. But, you know, both players very experienced. It's going to come down to who's got more chips right now, and it is Danny Tang with the advantage in this 500K heads-up match.
Well, talking to Danny Tang, let's have a look at his Triton track record over on the app, because honestly, it is so insane the year that he's had. We'll go all the way back. We'll go all the way back to Montenegro, where we'll kick things off. Crossbar there in the main event. The Hold'em edition came 2nd in that. Kicked things off with the first cash, 8th in the 500K. And then, you know, London didn't go too well, just a lone cash there. Up to Cyprus, not a full series there, but again, just a lone cash. And then started talking about prop bets that he'd had with friends. Madrid had that 20-1 chip lead over Makita and another crossbar. And you have to then ask yourself, Randy, you know, am I just not able to close these types of tournaments out? So many close runs. Fast forward to 2023. Cyprus 2022, a couple of cashes, but 2023 is where things really started picking up for Danny. A lone cash, but his first Triton trophy in Vietnam. And then what happened in Cyprus, Randy?
2 more titles.
2 more titles. That's right. And not just 2 more titles, 3 additional cashes on top of those 2 titles. One coming in the 50k turbo, followed up by him winning the 50k short deck main event for 750k. So 3 titles already this year, and a couple of cashes here in London. Now looking to join a very exclusive club. It's not just about the money for Danny. This is all about making a name for himself and joining Ivy and Mikita Badziakuski. That is one of the most exclusive clubs in the world.
And he's not going to stop there if he does happen to get there in this heads-up match. But, you know, like we said earlier, we can't, you know, not share some love for Bruno Volkmann, right? Did you take a look at his profile?
I did. He kind of sneaked his way into Madrid, joined us for the first time, found his way to the final table of the main event in 2022, and then joined us late last year, September. Again, just a couple of cashes there. Didn't seem to grind a full schedule, so never really committed to playing everything. But here in London, showed up for all of the Hold'em events, a 10th place in the first event, followed by a 3rd in the 25k, then that 2nd, of course, in the 30k, where he lost to Pedro Garignani, and now heads up against Danny Tang, playing for 1.6 million. Both players guaranteed $1,080,000. Are you ready, Randy?
I'm ready, and they're going to give us a hell of a match to watch.
What a way to wrap up the No Limit Hold'em part of this series. Danny Tang going to be squaring off against Bruno Volkmann. 65 big blinds, plays 19, so we do have a lot of playability. You know, this isn't a short stacked affair. 19 bigs, a 3-bet pot or a single race pot goes Bruno's way, and all of a sudden, it's a 2-to-1 chip lead.
This is the ante, right? Correct.
There's that trophy.
Check.
Bruno looking to take the 2nd one of the series back to Brazil.
First hand heads up. Begin with a limp pot. Range advantage to Bruno Volkmann on a sideboard to when it checks through.
Who checks first? Me or him? Me, right? Okay. Just in case, I don't know.
You know, like small blind, big blind.
I check.
Has he never played heads up? How did he get those 3 titles?
That's 250,000.
But
quick
against
bet.
big blind, Danny. He is funny, and he does just drop some random nonsense every now and then.
It's a pretty good way to say it. Bottom pair comes along.
14 days in, Randy, do you really expect me to beat around the bush and tread on eggshells?
A very good card for Danny Tang. You know, if it was already up against the queen, he was losing anyways, but doesn't give any overcards to his pair of 5s, where his opponent could take the lead. Very hard for Volkmann to do anything else but kind of give up often. A pair would never fold. Most certainly not trips.
And all of a sudden, Volkmann, jack high, annoying river, 4-3, 4 deuce, deuce 3, some of those gut shots do get there. I think having the 7 of clubs is bad card, right, to have when it comes to potentially hero calling or bluffing.
It doesn't seem like he's going to have to hero call as it does get checked to him, but it'd be very hard to get a bluff through here unless he strongly feels 5x would fold.
Show it down. First blood. Danny Tang. Let's go.
That rail.
How about it?
There's not as many Brazilians out there.
Did I see Boss there? Boss. Andy on the rail as well. Put up Punsri.
Biggest rail we've had?
I think so. Why not? You know, we're playing for 1.6 final hold'em. We need to have more of these rowdier rails, Randy. We're too posh. You know, let's get the beers in.
See a
Round of
Kiat-Lee
tequilas
back
for
there.
everyone.
Loon Loons. Ace Jack, opportunity to trap the Volkman. Is gonna try. Knows that Volkman is super aggressive and will take the bottom of his range and comes in with raise, but the suited variety takes the free flop as it doesn't want to kind of get limp jammed on. Pretty good flop here for the 6-3 of diamonds.
Well, all things considered, Danny Tang with the flop, pre-flop limp rather, limping on the button. Ogman flopping diamonds does check through as he turns Tang dead. I see some beers on the rail, Randy. This could get a bit rowdy. Let's go. Hopefully we're here for a while.
A lot of extraction to be had for Bruno Volkman on the turn. Hand still vulnerable. Pairs, of course, and even some naked diamonds would call, especially for the min bet, 1/3 pot. Can even get looked up by some non-diamond holdings like this Ace Jack, given the raw showdown value of it. Bricks out.
Yeah, fortunately for Danny, remains unimproved.
The way the hands played out, it is very possible for Danny Tang to have some stronger showdown, like an 8x that wants to kind of contain the pot for check back on the flop. So Volkman could size up if he wants to. And if he was bluffing, he would need to size large too.
How about that? How about that for a size up? Randy, how do you like them apples?
Extremely big.
These Brazilians, man. So tough.
When we see the size up, we naturally think of 5-card hands like the flushes, but it's reasonable for Volkman to still even have just 9x or 6-7. Two rival sports teams. What I'm
Love
hearing.
to see it, mate. This is what poker should be all about, man. You got your friends playing heads up for titles and millions of dollars. Get a few beers in, get on the rail, and try and out-chant the other team. Love to see it. Love to see some of the Triton boys involved as well. These two hands could collide.
Definitely, and when they do connect, kind of gives the other player some opportunities as well. Limping the Jack-10 of clubs. Queen-9 suited probably has a lot of check back here. Strong holding, but don't really want to bloat the pot out of position and get blown off of it against limp jams. 10 is good.
Is for now. He's 10 deuce, 1 spade. Danny could very well have the best hand with the queen high. I think with the backdoor potential. Perhaps wants to get curious here. None of those backdoors materializing for the 3-time champion.
Still potentially some value to be had here with the Jack 10 of clubs. Discount the ace a little bit given the check through. Kicker is pretty good. And with this incoming turn bet, Danny's quickly out of there. It's getting Danny Dang to smile.
Of course, always in high spirits. Pedro Garignani seems like the lead singer. Well, 62 bigs, plays 22.
I realized something, Henry.
Yeah, you know, whoever just put those graphics up should get fired. I think that was Jason Kuhn starting a chant.
Do you want to know something, Henry?
Go on.
I remember now.
I remember.
Hold on. I'll hold that thought, but just because I see this A7, 9-8 of hearts. Oh, but open jam denying the 9-8 of hearts with this 20 some odd big blinds. Not much you can really do, even though he is 46%, but he doesn't know it. So, Danny, I finished my commentary stint the other day, right? He was buying in. He asked me to pick his table draw.
No.
He did.
Did he actually?
Ask him later.
No, I believe you. It's just...
It's guaranteed, what, $1 million now?
And you're guaranteed like 32K minimum, bro. That's at least a 2-ball.
He didn't offer me anything. He just said, Randy, pick one.
Bro, that
I drew his seat.
Chat.
And I drew to left or right, which was another option, I don't know, to figure out which... I don't know if he remembers. Can somebody tell him?
Chat, let us know how much that is worth in my mind. At least 2%, and I'm being generous.
Yeah, I just remembered. I completely forgot. Man, there's some... I need to get out there.
Oh,
can I get on the rail and start chanting with them?
There's some weird butterfly effect things that can happen for sure. It's a dark, deep rabbit hole once you start going down it.
Well, regardless, we do have to get back to the action. Ace-10 suited does try to get trappy pre-flop. Check through on the flop and opportunities now for this King-6. Flush draw, straight draw. Looks like a half pot bet. No heart is not ideal to pick off with Ace-10, is it?
Yeah, and against the 100% range, right, where this was a limped pot.
Wow, what a call, though. They are playing some heads-up poker.
%100% check mark for the Brazilian. See if Danny wants to hit him with the overbet.
It's tricky. It's a double paired board where the ace high feels like a decent hand. King-6 occasionally actually wins against like Queen Jack, for example.
Right,
heart.
that's a great point. See, that's why we need you in here, Randy. Okay, don't be going out there drinking beers and getting on the rail. We need you pointing out stuff like that.
I don't... Danny guaranteed $1 million because I drew the seat for him, or just his poker talent. Which one is it?
That's worth.
Which one's more important?
It's worth 2% in my books. You're guaranteed 20K if he wins. You get 32K.
Look at that rail. What is Ollie doing? What is that? This is what he does on his spare time. Did he flex?
I don't No.
What is he trying to show off? There's nothing to be seen.
He was trying to show some muscles that he doesn't have. Strange, but it is Najad.
Eyes hurt.
Yeah, he's got like, he's like got a body of jelly. You know, like.
He just came out of nowhere to do that in the few seconds in that frame, that camera shot. Regardless, here we go, ace-5.
Have you ever touched his biceps? They just like...
No, I don't go and touch Ollie.
You know the ripples of a swimming pool when you like, you know, drop like something in it? That's kind of what happens with
733 Rainbow.
Perceived muscles, or at least places where there should be muscles. Here there is an all-in and a call.
Pretty
a
good.
Short deck.
Ace high, checking back.
That's a fun turn.
That's a really fun one because we got open-ended for Bruno Volkmann. In a double gutter, double belly buster for Danny Tang. Feels like some action coming in here. Volkmann might want to try and apply max pressure on high card holdings. Wide ranges, as we've been saying, limp pot. Not much reason to raise here. The short deck is just going nuts on the side, by the way.
Boss just doubled up against KCG on the stone bubble. I'll keep you all updated in that.
Okay.
Danny, river in the straight.
And Volkmann here with showdown value now. Busted spades, which Tang could easily have. Tang could easily have also the gut shot misses, right? The 5x, the 6x that doesn't have the straight.
.3 out there.
Danny Tang might go rather large because he checked back the flop.
Right, unblocks all the pairs.
And when you check back the flop, you narrow your value range so much, as 3x has a lot of incentive to just bet on the flop to start building a pot. You also expect kind of like 5-6 to kind of sprinkle some chips in on a flop too.
It's like a slight overbet.
Yeah.
See if Volkmann can get away from this. I mean, has a bluff catcher here. Spades, brick. All of the 6x, 5x gut shots. Brick, ace highs.
Yeah, I mean, he unblocks the spades. Definitely wants to pick off against that. Wow, all in. Turning his hand into a bluff because he feels that Danny Tang should be weak to check back to 7-3-3. He doesn't have the 3x, and Danny Tang could end this right here, right now with the hero call.
There's always that option when you're up against Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
There is always that option, Randy. And all of a sudden,
I don't see how he can fold this, given that he still probably beats like some value thin 3x.
5 million.
what a sick pup Bruno Volkmann is. I mean,
really, Bruno?
Really?
Give him a look.
I mean,
absolute scenes that Bruno finds this jam
cooler,
here.
I guess, right? Who's got a better kicker?
Trying to suss something out.
How many have I used? I'm not slow rolling you, by the way. Okay? So don't be mad, okay?
Bruno's just like, please fold. Like,
He knows Danny is strong with these
Definitely have
comments.
that, but
I mean, he can have everything. Has 100% range. He has
really,
every
you're so
combo of
sick.
full
You
house.
don't even use one time bank without bluffing it, huh? I overpot river and you just no time bank, I'm jamming with a bluff. Really? If you're not bluffing, I'm kind of fucked here. I have a good one.
Danny deep in the tank.
don't
If he
think I
clicks
can
call,
fold this.
Randy, he's a 4-time champion. He's made the call.
We
And
got
with
him,
that,
champ.
he's going to get shown the bluff. As Bruno Volkmann did have a bluff. And we have ourselves a 4-time champion. Danny Tang
Let's go.
joining
Sorry, I'm not net rolling you.
Ivy and Makita. And you got to give credit, of course, to the Brazilian. KCG currently in the short deck, coming over to say hi to Danny.
I mean, I was straight, you know. It was like I net rolled him. Fuck.
Doesn't feel like a nit roll to me, Randy. That was a tough spot. Bruno just putting him in the blender. Ultimately, Danny Tang making the call. Title number 4.
I'm seeing you all the time.
I have to keep it up behind you, right?
Title number 4. Would you believe? Wrapping up the No Limit Hold'em part of the series here.
Me and you need to have a photo, okay? Really? Awesome. You and your wife.
It's a swingy day
Okay? We need a photo together.
for DT, of course. Was 1 card away from elimination. Randy, blind v blind, if I'm not mistaken, against Tess Eibinger. Then cracked the kings of Makita.
Don't forget, he folded the ace-5 against
Folded
Jason
the
Kuhn's
ace-5.
Jack 8 of hearts for 7 blinds or so.
Just didn't want to give Jason Kuhn any ammo to build a stack. There are your final standings. Danny Tang closing it out. Event number 13, the 60k 8-max for 1.6 million. Bruno Volkmann with another crossbar, heading home with $1,080,000 for his efforts. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. I should say payouts as we welcome you back to the break desk. How about that for a final hand? I mean, that has to be the sickest final hand of the series so far.
And you heard Bruno Volkmann, not Bruno, but Danny say that you didn't even use 1 time bank and you just bluff shove in the spot on this paired board, rather scary texture. And he did.
Do you think the timing tell, the jam without using a time bank, played into that decision, or is Danny just never folding there?
I don't think he was going to fold. Of course, he's going to take the time, given that is the hand that could end it here, right there, right now. So just in case he overlooks something. But if he had a different holding, that kind of timing tell may come into play. But ace-5 just too strong, given that he beats some of the value, the thinner value, like an ace-3 trips, a king-3, for example. But phenomenal, you know?
Really
it was a great
is.
match.
Really is. I mean, what a way to wrap up the No Limit Hold'em part of the series. Danny taking down not only his 4th Triton title over of the year. Oh, sorry, overall. This is of this year. It's August, and he has 4 Triton trophies this year in 2023. I mean, we speak about Jason with 8 titles. Now it feels like Danny Tang is another name that we really have to put forward and start questioning as one of the greatest Triton players, because when you build up that resume over a 7-month time frame, you have to be doing something right. That can't just all come down to variance.
100% he's one of the best Triton players, and you can see just winning 4 titles so fast. But just keep in mind, I chose his seat draw. He asked me to pick it. That's the reason he won this tournament.
That's 32K.
So, Danny, where are you? I want my paycheck.
Well, he's down having a chat with Ali Najjar. Before we throw it down to the interview, just want to remind the viewers at home, of course, tomorrow, bringing back coverage of the short deck final table. That's kicking off at 2 p.m. local time. But for now, a word with our champion, Ali Najjar.
Well, sometimes a snowball can turn into an avalanche, and that is exactly what we're dealing with here as 1.6 million snowflakes rain down on Danny Tang, bringing his career Triton track record to 10 million, courtesy of his 21st cash, and now his 4th title. Danny, 5 months ago, you didn't have any titles, and now, look at you, 4 titles in. What changed?
I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Nothing to say. Really, I don't know.
Are you going to say it's just luck?
I think so. It's definitely not the way I play or anything. I think I've played pretty much the same. Maybe improve a little bit, you know, playing with these guys every day. You got to improve somehow, right? But I wouldn't say my skill level has improved dramatically that compared to like, what, 6 months ago, a year ago, that I can get 4 titles from my skills. But definitely, you know, Ivan's blessing, right?
Well, we know that whatever your feelings may be on skill, humility is obviously intact. And I talked earlier with Punat Punsri this week, and he credited you with actually being the person to support him to get into the 250K when he wasn't feeling well. And as a result, he finished 3rd. Support, obviously something that has come back to you. As I look out at this rail over here, who are some of your closest friends in Triton, and how much does that family mean to you?
I mean, just look over here, you know. Very good players. Some of the best players from Asia, you know. All of them support means a lot, you know. Like, I really enjoy this part of it. Like, you know, Brazil that side, Asia this side. And yeah, I'm just blessed to have these good friends. Everyone, you know, we can all improve together. It's important.
Well, you talk about good friends, but poker is a zero-sum game, and it's very much a battle. How are you able to partition the social elements of your relationships from the fact that you guys are all out here doing business?
What does that mean?
Well, obviously, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. You got friends. But listen, you know what you're doing here. You have to win, and that means you're going to take chips from friends from time to time, and you're going to dig in and play tough against them. Is it hard on your friendships in that respect?
I mean, no, because, like, me and Prunat joked the other day, like, you know, I blackfaced him after he, like, 3-bet me or tried to fuck with me, you know, on the table. And me and Kia always play hard against each other. No soft play, you know, but it's all competition. We love each other, you know. That we have bigger things outside of poker as well, the family, the friendship. But it's great to compete against all your friends. And, yeah, I like to see all of us succeed together.
On the topic of big things, why don't I bring Luca Vivaldi out here? He's got a big gold thing that he's going to hand you the 4th time around for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Tang, your Event 13 60K 8 Max champion.